Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
She asked me. She was standing beneath the last working streetlight on Yanaka Ginza, and she was wearing a surgical mask. And she asked me if I thought she was beautiful. I want you to hold that image for a moment before I tell you the rest. A woman. A mask. A question. In any other city on Earth, that description would be forgettable. A woman in a surgical mask asking a stranger for a compliment on an empty backstreet at 2:30 in the morning, you would put it down to loneliness, or oddness, or the particular strangeness of cities after midnight. You would walk away. You would forget about it by the time you reached your front door. But this was Tokyo. And in Tokyo, that description is not forgettable. In Tokyo, that description has a name. This account was submitted to us by a man I will call Nathan Ashworth. Nathan was 31 years old at the time of these events, a British-born linguistics researcher working on secondment for Waseda University in Shinjuku. He submitted this account in written form, over 4,000 words, in careful, measured English. And then he submitted a follow-up, and then a third document, because, as he wrote to us, I keep remembering things I left out. I keep realizing the parts I skipped over were actually the most important parts. What Nathan described over the course of those 3 documents matches, with a precision that I find genuinely difficult to categorize, one of the oldest and most persistent urban legends in the Japanese archipelago, the Kuchisake Onna, the Slit-Mouthed woman. We have verified Nathan's employment at Waseda University. We have verified his address in the Yanaka district of Taito Ward. We have spoken, by email, with one other person named in his account. We cannot verify what he saw beneath that streetlight. We cannot verify what happened in the weeks that followed. What we can tell you is this. Nathan Ashworth left Japan 14 months ago. He has not returned. And, in his final message to us, sent from a flat in Edinburgh, he wrote 4 words that have stayed with me since. He wrote, "She was not finished." I do not know what he meant by that. I am not sure he did either. What I do know is that this is his account, told in his words as closely as I can render them, and that whatever you believe about what he encountered, whatever category you place it in, the details do not go away easily. They have not gone away from me. I suspect they will not go away for you. This is Tokyo. This is 2022. And this is the story of the woman who asked Nathan Ashworth if he thought she was beautiful. I need to tell you about Yanaka before I tell you about her, because Yanaka is not the Tokyo that most people picture when they picture Tokyo. Most people picture Shibuya. They picture the great pedestrian scramble crossing where 300 people step off the curb simultaneously, moving in every direction at once beneath walls of neon and LED advertising. The air thick with the smell of fast food and rain-wet pavement, and the particular electric charge of a city that has decided to be awake forever. They picture the Shinjuku skyscrapers at night, blazing gold and white against a sky that never quite gets dark because of the light pollution rising from 4 million street lamps and shop fronts and vending machines. They picture the crowded platforms of Yamanote line stations, the sardine press of rush hour, the precise and efficient shuffle of a population that has elevated the art of moving through public space to something close to choreography. Yanaka is not that Tokyo. Yanaka is old. It is one of the few neighborhoods in the city that survived the firebombing of 1945 more or less intact. And what survived was something that belonged to a different century. Narrow streets barely wide enough for two people to pass each other without turning sideways. Wooden shop fronts with paper lanterns over the doorways. A cemetery so large and so old that it sits in the middle of the neighborhood like a held breath, surrounded by ginkgo trees that turn the color of old copper coins in November. Nathan had lived in Yanaka for 11 months when the incidents began. He had found the flat through a university contact. A small second-floor unit above a tofu shop that had been in the same family for 3 generations. The kind of address that tourists try to photograph and fail to find on Google Maps. The smell of the tofu shop came up through the floorboards in the morning. A clean, cool, faintly mineral smell that Nathan described as one of the things he had come to love most about living there. He had learned enough Japanese to manage his shopping, to thank his landlord, to order coffee in the correct register of politeness. He had begun, in the way that people who live carefully in foreign places begin, to feel genuinely comfortable. He worked long hours. His research concerned the phonological shifts in post-war Japanese, the way American occupation and global media had pressed on the sounds of spoken Japanese, in ways that were subtle, cumulative, and largely undocumented in English-language academic literature. It was painstaking work. It required him to spend long evenings in the Waseda Library, or in front of his laptop at the low wooden table in his flat, headphones on, playing and replaying recordings of speech from the 1950s, alongside contemporary interviews, listening for the places where vowels had shortened and consonants had softened in ways that the speakers themselves had no awareness of. He went to bed late. He woke early. He was, by his own admission, someone whose inner life was orderly and empirical, a man who prided himself on not imagining things. He said that 3 times across the 3 documents he sent us. He said it in slightly different ways each time, but the core of it was always the same. I am the kind of person who needs an explanation before he accepts something unusual. I am not someone who reaches for mystery when a mundane answer is available. He wanted us to understand that about him before he told us what he saw. The first time he noticed something wrong, he almost did not notice it at all. It was the 12th of October, a Tuesday, around 11 at night. He had walked home from the Yanaka Ginza, the covered shopping street that runs through the neighborhood, lined with small shops selling senbei crackers and pickled vegetables and handmade pottery. After stopping for a late bowl of ramen at a narrow shop near the far end, a place called Tori no Sato where the broth had been simmering, the owner told him once, since 5 that morning, and where the smell of chicken fat and soy and char hit you the moment the cloth curtain parted. He had been there dozens of times. He knew the owner's name, Tanaka-san, and Tanaka-san knew his order. He was walking home through the cemetery. He did this regularly. It was a shortcut, and the cemetery at night, despite its reputation, had never bothered him. It was quiet in a way he found restful. The gravel paths between the headstones lit faintly by the ambient glow of the city, the ginkgo trees overhead making a sound like distant applause in the October wind. He was about 2/3 of the way through when he realized that someone was walking behind him. Not close. Far enough back that he could not hear footsteps over the sound of the wind in the trees. He noticed them only because he stopped to adjust the strap on his bag and, in the sudden stillness, heard the gravel crunch once, and then silence. As if whoever was behind him had also stopped, he looked back. He saw nothing. The path behind him was empty as far as the next bend, and beyond the bend was only darkness and the silhouettes of stone markers. He told himself it was a cat. Yanaka is famous for its cats, dozens of them living semi-wild among the cemetery headstones, fed by the neighborhood's older residents as a kind of quiet civic tradition. He had seen them many times. He adjusted his bag, turned forward, and kept walking. He did not look back again. He told us later that this was the part he kept returning to, not the sound, and not the shape he thought he glimpsed at the edge of the cemetery's east gate as he left. A shape that was tall and still and pale, but The fact that he chose not to look back. He was not afraid, he said. He simply did not want to see something he could not explain. He filed it away as nothing. He was wrong to do that. Wave 1. The first Tuesday. The second Tuesday of the month was different from the first, because on the second Tuesday he saw her face. It was the 25th of October. He had been working until past midnight, and had gone out, as he sometimes did when his brain refused to settle, for a walk through the neighborhood. The Yanaka Ginza was closed at that hour, the metal shutters drawn down over the shop fronts, the paper lanterns extinguished, and the street had the particular quality of a place that is accustomed to being busy and is now, temporarily, at rest. She was standing at the far end of the arcade, near the old stone steps that lead down toward Nishi Nepori Station. She was tall. That was the first thing he registered. Tall, in a way that was slightly out of place, not dramatically so, but enough to catch the eye in a country where average height tends to run lower. She was wearing a dark coat, the hem of it long, reaching almost to the ankle, and she was wearing a surgical mask, white, the kind that had been ubiquitous across Japan since the pandemic years, and had never entirely disappeared from daily wear, so common a sight that it had ceased to register as unusual even at midnight. He slowed down, not because he was frightened, but because something about the stillness of her registered on some pre-conscious level as wrong. She was not moving, not looking at her phone, not waiting for someone in the way that involved any of the small fidgeting behaviors of actual waiting. She was simply standing, facing the street, in the way that statues stand. He walked past her. He was aware, as he drew level with her, of turning his head slightly, not enough to make eye contact, just enough to confirm she was a real person. She was real. He saw the top edge of the white mask, the ridge of her nose above it, and her eyes, which were dark and which were looking, he realized with a small pulse of discomfort, directly at him. He kept walking. He reached his door, let himself in, went upstairs, made tea. He told himself this also was nothing. But 2 nights later, on the Thursday, he saw her again. Same spot, same coat, same stillness. This time he stopped. He had a reason, or told himself he had a reason. He was a researcher. He noticed patterns. 2 sightings of the same person, same location, different nights, at an unusual hour. This was a pattern, and he was professionally constituted to notice patterns. He stood at a distance of perhaps 15 meters and looked at her. She was looking at him. The silence between them had the quality of something stretched to its limit, a thin and humming tension, and then she moved her head. Not dramatically, just a small turn, like an acknowledgement. He raised a hand, a small, cautious half-wave, the universal gesture of a person who wants to communicate harmlessness. She did not wave back. He went home. He looked up the Kuchisake Ana on his laptop, because he was a linguist and a researcher, and because the image of a tall, masked woman standing still on an empty street at midnight had lodged in some part of his mind that was connected, apparently, to his academic knowledge of Japanese folklore. He read the legend in English, and then in the Japanese sources he could partially parse. He read about the original story, the woman who had been disfigured, the questions she asked strangers, the scissors she carried, the answer that could save you, and the answer that could not. He told himself he was being absurd. He closed the laptop and went to bed. He could not sleep. Wave 2. She spoke on the 31st of October, Halloween. Though this detail is not as significant in Tokyo as it would be in a Western context. Nathan went out at around 2 in the morning because he had been lying awake for 3 hours, and had decided that a walk was more useful than lying still in the dark. He walked through the cemetery. He heard footsteps on gravel that were not his own. He stopped. The footsteps stopped. He turned around. She was there, not at the far end of a covered arcade, not glimpsed in his peripheral vision, not a shape at a gate's edge in the darkness. She was approximately 8 meters behind him, standing on the gravel path between two rows of stone monuments, the ambient city light falling across the white of her mask and the dark fall of her coat. Nathan told us that in this moment he experienced something he found very difficult to articulate. Not fear exactly, or not fear in the clean, sharp form he would have expected. Something closer to a deep animal certainty that he was in the presence of something that did not belong to the ordinary catalog of things. He said, "It was not fear. It was recognition, as if some part of me that I did not have conscious access to already knew what this was." He stood still. He did not run. He told us later that running did not feel like an option. Not because he was paralyzed, but because on some level he understood that running would be a mistake. And then she spoke. Her voice was low and clear, and she spoke in Japanese, and what she said was, "Watashi, kirei, am I beautiful?" The Kuchisake Ona's question. The oldest question. The question that, in the legend, has no safe answer. Because if you say yes, she removes her mask to reveal the wound that splits her face from ear to ear and asks again. And what she does with the scissors depends on what you say the second time. Nathan's Japanese was not perfect, but it was good enough for this. He said, and he stressed this point in his account, repeated it in both follow-up documents, seemed to feel it was important in a way he could not fully explain. He said nothing. He did not answer. He held her gaze across 8 meters of cemetery gravel, and he did not say yes, and he did not say no, and he did not say the traditional deflecting answer the folklore prescribed, which is average, neither beautiful nor ugly, because his Japanese was good enough to understand the question, but perhaps not fluent enough to deploy the precise phrase quickly enough, and perhaps also because he was not sure that any of the traditional answers applied here. She stood there for what he described as a very long time, and then she turned and walked away, into the darkness between the stone markers, and he could hear her footsteps on the gravel, slow and unhurried, and then he could not. He stood alone in the cemetery for some minutes. Then he went home and sat in his kitchen until it was light. Wave 3. The evidence he could not explain away. He began documenting. This is the detail that interests me most, because it is what distinguishes Nathan's account from so many others like it. The moment where a frightened person transitions from avoidance to evidence gathering, almost to spite themselves. He was a researcher. When something anomalous entered his experience and refused to resolve into a mundane explanation, his instinct was not to suppress it, but to study it. He bought a small digital camera, the kind that Japanese street photographers use, compact, quiet, capable of shooting in low light without flash. He began carrying it whenever he went out after dark. He photographed the Yanaka Ginza. He photographed the cemetery gates. He photographed the alley beside his building, where it had begun to feel, around the first week of November, as if something was sometimes standing in the dark space between the tofu shop and the adjacent wall. He saw nothing in those photographs. But, on the 9th of November, he photographed something he could not explain. He had been in the cemetery again. This is significant, that he kept returning, and he acknowledged it himself, called it irrational persistence that I cannot fully account for. And he had taken a sequence of photographs along the central gravel path at 2 a.m., a long exposure sequence designed to catch any movement. He reviewed them on the camera's small screen before leaving. In the 14th photograph of the sequence there was a figure. It was at the far end of the path, at the edge of the frame in deep shadow. It was tall. It was still. And it was, and this is where Nathan's account becomes the thing that made me sit very still when I first read it. It was not there in photograph 13, taken approximately 8 seconds earlier. And it was not there in photograph 15, taken approximately 8 seconds later. It appeared in one frame. A single 8-second window. And then it was gone. Nathan told us he spent 2 hours trying to rationalize this. He considered light refraction, lens artifact, shadow misinterpretation. He zoomed in on the figure until the image pixelated into abstraction. He sent the photograph to a friend in London, a photographer, without context, and asked what she saw. She wrote back, "Is that a person? Looks like someone very tall in a long coat. Bit creepy. Where was this?" He did not write back. He filed the photograph in a folder on his laptop. He labeled the folder Documentation. He opened it frequently. He looked at the photograph. He tried to decide what he was dealing with. And while he was trying to decide, he did something that I think, in retrospect, made everything that followed significantly more serious. He went back. What Nathan had encountered, or what he believed he had encountered, was not, as I discovered when I began pulling at the threads of this, unique to him, or to his neighborhood, or to his year, or even to his century. The Kuchisake Yama, the slit-mouthed woman, is one of the most enduring figures in Japanese urban legend. And what strikes me, looking closely at the documented cases and testimonies gathered around her, is how consistent the details are across accounts that have no apparent connection to each other. The mask, the question, the stillness, the sense of recognition in the person who encounters her. These are not the features of a legend that varies with each retelling, the way most folk stories do, growing taller or shrinking with distance from the source, picking up local color and dropping central elements. The Kuchisake Yama appears, across decades of reported encounters, with a consistency that is either the signature of a genuine recurring phenomenon or the signature of a cultural narrative so deeply embedded in the collective unconscious of Japan that it reshapes perception in a very particular way. I am not going to tell you which of those I believe. Both explanations are, in their own way, frightening. What I will tell you is what the records show. Case 1. The Gifu Prefecture Counts, 1979. The modern Kuchisake Yama legend erupted with sudden and specific force in the spring of 1979 in Gifu Prefecture in central Japan. And what makes the Gifu outbreak so remarkable, so difficult to categorize as mere rumor, is the institutional response it provoked. Elementary schools in Gifu began to change their dismissal policies. Children were no longer permitted to walk home alone. Teachers were instructed to escort students to the school gates. In at least 3 separate municipalities, local governments issued informal circulars to parents. The Mainichi Shimbun, one of Japan's national newspapers, reported on the phenomenon in early May of that year, noting that the rumor had spread across multiple prefectures, and that in some areas police were receiving calls about masked women behaving strangely near schools. This alone would be remarkable. This alone would be enough to suggest that something more than collective imagination was in motion. But what stops me short when I look at the Gifu accounts is what the children described. Not a monster. Not an obviously supernatural being with impossible features. A tall woman. A surgical mask. A question asked in a quiet voice. A quality of absolute stillness. The kind that does not belong to ordinary human behavior. And then, in the accounts that describe a subsequent encounter, the ones where the child could not run away quickly enough, the mask removed, and what was beneath it? A smile that did not stop where smiles stop. A wound old and healed into scar tissue that extended the corners of the mouth outward and upward toward each ear. One documented account for a primary school teacher in Ogaki City describes 3 separate children from 3 different classes, with no opportunity to have compared notes before their statements were taken, describing the encounter in nearly identical terms. The teacher submitted a report to the Ogaki Board of Education. That report was archived. A researcher named Yamada Noboru, writing in a Japanese folklore journal in 2003, found it and reproduced portions of it. The children's descriptions across 3 independent accounts were consistent on one detail that the teacher noted with visible unease in his own report. The woman's eyes were never frightened. Most people, when they are stared at, show discomfort. They look away or they narrow their eyes or something shifts. Her eyes, all 3 children said separately, were completely calm, as if she was waiting for something, as if she had already decided how the encounter would end. In 1979, the panic spread northward from Gifu through Aichi and into Nagano and Saitama prefectures, following, researchers later noted, the routes of national rail lines, as if the story were a passenger on the Shinkansen, stepping off at each major station and spreading outward through the surrounding towns. By June, it had reached Tokyo. By autumn, it had subsided. No woman was ever identified. No arrest was ever made. The school escort policies were quietly discontinued by the end of the academic year. Yamada Noboru, in his 2003 paper, called the Gifu Outbreak, the most socially disruptive folkloric event in post-war Japan. He noted that in the 40-plus years since, no satisfactory explanation had been produced for the consistency of the children's descriptions or the speed of the geographic spread. Case 2. The Gurochan variant, Osaka, 2007. Most people who know the Kuchisaka Ono legend know the 1979 version. Fewer know what appeared in Osaka's Namba district in the summer of 2007, because it was documented primarily in Japanese-language blogs and online forums, spaces that Western researchers have largely not penetrated, and because the details of the Osaka variant are, if anything, more disturbing than the original. In 2007, a cluster of reports began appearing on a Japanese internet forum called 2channel, the precursor to today's 4chan, and at that time the largest anonymous discussion board in Japan, describing encounters with a masked woman in the Dotonbori area of Namba. Dotonbori is Osaka's entertainment district. Bagliko running man sign above the canal. The smell of takoyaki and yakisoba from 100 street stalls. The noise of the pachinko parlors and karaoke bars leaking out onto streets, where tourists and office workers and university students all occupy the same narrow pavements. The mask in the Osaka reports was different. Not a standard surgical mask, but a high-fashion medical mask of the kind that had become a streetwear accessory in that period, black or dark gray, covering the face from the nose to just below the chin. The question was the same. Am I beautiful? But the Osaka reports added something the 1979 accounts did not include. Several of the forum posters described a second question, asked not at the first encounter, but at a subsequent one. As if she had found the same person again, days or weeks later. The second question, in the Osaka reports, was, "Do you remember me?" A researcher named Hashimoto Rei, who was completing a master's thesis on Japanese internet folklore at Waseda University in 2008, identified approximately 47 unique accounts on 2channel over a 4-month period that matched the Dotonbori pattern. She noted in her thesis, which I have read in a partial English translation, that the second question appeared in 19 of the 47 accounts. She noted that in 11 of those 19 accounts, the poster described a sense that the woman already knew the answer, that she was not asking from curiosity but from something more like confirmation. Hashimoto also noted something in her conclusion that I have not been able to stop thinking about since I first read it. She wrote, "The persistence of the figure across multiple encounters with the same individual suggests either the operation of strong confirmation bias and selective memory, or something more uncomfortable, that the figure chooses, and that it does not let go of what it has chosen." Hashimoto completed her thesis. She submitted it. She received her master's degree. And then, 3 months later, she withdrew from her PhD program at the same university, citing personal reasons, and returned to her family home in Kochi Prefecture. She has not published academically since. I do not know what that means. I included because I believe all relevant details should be included. Case 3. The Takadanobaba Incident, Tokyo, 2017. In February of 2017, a man I will call James Corrigan, a New Zealand-born English teacher working in Shinjuku, posted a detailed account to the Reddit community r/nosleep that received, at the time of posting, approximately 12,000 upvotes and 300 comments, and was subsequently removed by the moderators 17 days after posting for reasons that the moderators described only as content policy. The original post was archived by a user called the Truth Shelf before deletion, and it is the archive version that I have read. James described a series of encounters with a masked woman near Takadanobaba Station in Shinjuku Ward over a period of 3 weeks. He described in detail that I found persuasive in its specificity, the particular quality of her stillness, using an analogy that has stuck with me, like someone had pressed pause on a person, not frozen, not tense, just paused, as if they were waiting for the world to catch up to something they already knew. He described the question. He described his response. He said yes, because it was 2 in the morning and he was tired and surprised, and it seemed like the harmless answer to a strange question from a stranger. And then he described what happened when she removed the mask. I am not going to reproduce his description in full. This is a Let's Read channel, and what we do here is atmosphere and evidence and dread, not spectacle, not gore. I will tell you that what James described beneath the mask was consistent with a healed surgical scar extending from the corners of the mouth. And then his description of her expression, once the mask was removed, was the detail that stayed with me longest. He wrote, "She was not threatening. She was not performing. She was looking at me the way you look at someone when you already know what they are going to say. Patient, certain, like I was a sentence she had already finished." James then wrote that she asked her second question, not, "Am I beautiful?" again. Something else. Something he transcribed into the post in Japanese characters, which the archive version renders as a jumble of partially corrupted text, except for one phrase, in Romanized Japanese. That came through cleanly. "Mada obowiteru?" Do you still remember? James left Japan within the week. He posted once more from Auckland, a brief reply to a commenter asking if he was okay, in which he wrote, "I am fine. I am just not going back." And then his account went dark. The RLH no sleep post was deleted. The archive exists. I have the link. I have not posted it here because I am honestly uncertain whether sharing it is the right thing to do. And I think that uncertainty is itself worth acknowledging. Case 4. The Westfield Case, Sydney, Australia. 2019. What I am about to describe is the case that took the longest for me to find, and the one I find hardest to place within a framework that makes sense of it. In March of 2019, a woman named Sarah Kellerman, a second-generation Japanese-Australian, a schoolteacher, a woman who had grown up hearing her grandmother tell stories that her grandmother had brought from Miyagi Prefecture in the early 1980s, submitted an account to an Australian paranormal research group called Southern Cross Incidents. Southern Cross Incidents is a small, volunteer-run organization that collects and investigates accounts of unexplained phenomena in the Asia-Pacific region. They are not dramatic about this. Their website is spare and clinical. They know clearly on every page that they make no claims about the nature of the phenomena they document. Sarah's account described an encounter not in a Japanese city but in the car park of a Westfield shopping center in suburban Sydney. At 11:45 p.m., walking alone to her car after a late shift at a restaurant in the shopping center, Sarah encountered a woman she described as unusually tall, wearing a dark coat and a white surgical mask, standing motionless between 2 parked cars in a section of the car park that was not covered by the working CCTV cameras. A detail Sarah knew because, in the aftermath, she asked the center's security team to review the footage, and they found nothing. The woman asked her, in accented English. Accented, Sarah said, in a way that she could not precisely identify, but that felt familiar in a way she could not immediately account for. "Am I beautiful?" Sarah, who had grown up with her grandmother's stories, recognized the question. She knew. She told the Southern Cross investigator exactly what she was being asked and by whom she was being asked it. And she gave, deliberately and calmly, the answer that her grandmother had told her was the safest one. "Average," she said. "Futsu." She used the Japanese word. She does not know why. She said it felt right. The woman in the mask looked at her for a long time. Then she turned and walked away down the car park aisle, her heels clicking on the concrete, the sound fading for longer than the physical distance could account for. Sarah sat in her car for 40 minutes before she could make herself start the engine. What I find most significant about the Sydney account is its geography. This was not Japan. This was not an encounter in the urban density of Tokyo or Osaka, surrounded by Japanese cultural context. This was suburban Sydney. A car park under fluorescent lighting. A woman with a grandmother's stories and the presence of mind to remember the right words. The Southern Cross incidents investigator who filed Sarah's case. A man named Patrick Drummond, a retired forensic accountant who volunteers his weekends to this work, wrote in his case notes, "The subject's account is internally consistent, shows no signs of preparation or performance, and includes specific sensory details that are not present in any publicly available version of the legend. The subject's use of the Japanese language response, unprepared and instinctive, is the detail I find most difficult to account for in terms of ordinary experience." Patrick rated the case as unresolved. He noted in his summary, "The Kujisakiana legend has, to my knowledge, never before been reported active outside Japan. If this account is accurate, that changes something about what we think we know about the nature and range of whatever is described by this legend." He concluded his notes with a sentence that I find myself returning to. "The figure may not be bound by geography. It may be bound by knowledge." Case 5. The Archived Medical Record, Kyoto, 1961. This is the oldest documented case I have found, and I want to be careful about how I present it, because it sits differently from the others. It is not a personal account. It is not a Reddit post or a research paper. It is a fragment of a medical record, and medical records raise their own questions about what they mean and how they should be read. In 2014, a Japanese historian named Ito Satoshi, researching the history of psychiatric medicine in post-war Kyoto for a university press book, discovered a file in the archives of a hospital that closed in 1988. The file related to a patient admitted in November of 1961 and referred to in the records only by initials, which was standard anonymization practice at the time, as KM. KM was a 43-year-old school teacher. She had been admitted following what the admitting physician described as an episode of extreme agitation and temporary loss of coherent speech, brought on by an encounter of unclear nature on the grounds of Fushimi Onori Taisha. Fushimi Onori Taisha is one of the most famous Shinto shrines in Japan, a mountain shrine south of Kyoto famous for its thousands of vermilion torii gates, which line a trail that winds through the forested mountain for 4 kilometers. It is crowded during the day with tourists and worshippers. At night, it is empty and dark, the gates marching upward into the trees in long red tunnels through which the darkness moves. KM had been visiting the shrine alone at night for reasons she apparently refused to explain to the admitting staff. She had been found by a groundskeeper at the base of the mountain, sitting on the stone steps below the first gate, unresponsive, her hands pressed flat to the stone on either side of her. When she recovered enough to speak, she told the groundskeeper, and then the admitting physician, the same thing, repeated multiple times and recorded verbatim in the file. She took her mask off. She showed me her face. She said, "You will not forget me." KM was treated for shock. She was discharged after 3 days. The file contains a follow-up note from 6 weeks later, in a different physician's handwriting, noting that KM had voluntarily readmitted herself, complaining of an inability to sleep, a persistent sensation of being watched, and specifically and repeatedly, a feeling that someone was about to ask her a question. The file ends there. Ito Satoshi included the fragment as a footnote in his book. He noted it as an early possible instance of the Kuchisake-ana legend in documented records, predating the 1979 Gifu outbreak by nearly 2 decades. He also noted something else, almost in passing, in a sentence that required me to reread the passage several times to be sure I had understood him correctly. KM's initials, he wrote, matched those of a woman who had been reported missing from the Fushimi area in December of 1961, 4 weeks after her second admission to the hospital. She was never found. The cultural and historical thread. What lies beneath the legend? There's something I have not said yet that I think needs to be said, because it sits at the root of all of this, and because ignoring it would be a form of dishonesty about what the Kuchisake Onna legend actually is and where it comes from. Most Western accounts of the legend treat it as a product of 1979, a modern urban legend, sparked by mass hysteria, propagated through the social networks of a high-density society, and expressing specific anxieties of its moment. The threat of violence against women, fears about the public space, the particular anxiety of a society that was modernizing very rapidly and losing certain traditional structures in the process. This framing is credible. It has the support of serious scholars. It treats the legend with the respect of genuine sociological analysis. But it is not the whole story, because the Kuchisake Onna, in forms recognizable to the 1979 version, appears in Japanese written records centuries before 1979. The earliest documented version I have been able to locate comes from the Edo period, specifically from a collection of ghost stories and strange accounts called Kaiden Kii no Mama, compiled in the late 18th century. The entry describes a woman with a disfigured mouth who appears at crossroads and asks travelers a question. The question, in the Edo version, is phrased differently. Not in my beautiful, but what do you see in my face? But the structure is identical, a masked or veiled figure, a question asked in a quiet voice and the consequences of a wrong answer. The Edo account does not explain where she comes from. It does not name her. It treats her as an established fact of the landscape, the way one would mention a dangerous stretch of road or a river prone to flooding, a hazard worth knowing about. Not because it is mysterious, but because it is simply there. This tells me something important. It tells me that whatever the 1979 outbreak was, whether a genuine mass sighting, a mass panic, or some strange combination of the two, it was not the origin. It was a resurfacing. Whatever has been described under the name Kuchisake Onna had been present in the Japanese landscape, in the records in the collective memory, for at least 200 years before the children of Gifu began refusing to walk home alone, and this, in turn, tells me something about the possibility, the genuine possibility, which I hold carefully because this is not a supernatural claims channel. It is a documentary evidence channel. The genuine possibility that what these accounts collectively describe is not a legend, and not a mass hallucination, and not a sociological event, but a presence, something that has been in the spaces between ordinary human life for a very long time, patient and still, and asking the same question it has always asked, waiting for an answer that satisfies it. I do not know what answer would satisfy it. None of the accounts across 2 centuries suggest that any answer ever has. A second historical thread runs parallel to the written records, and it comes from the oral tradition rather than the archive. A professor of Japanese folklore at Hiroshima University, to one of the scholars I contacted in the course of researching Nathan's account, and who agreed to speak briefly off the record, told me something that is not in any paper she has published. She told me that in the mountain regions of Nagano Prefecture, among communities that have maintained certain traditional practices in relatively unbroken lines from the pre-modern period, there is a figure in local oral tradition that she believes is the archetype of the Kuchisake Onna. The figure is not described as a ghost or a demon in the strict sense of those terms. It is described as something closer to what folklorists call a boundary figure, an entity that occupies the threshold between the living world and what lies beyond it, and whose function is to test whether a person is ready to cross that boundary. The question the boundary figure asks in the Nagano oral tradition is not specifically about beauty. Beauty is the urbanized, modernized version, more concrete, more legible to a contemporary audience. The original question, she told me, is something more abstract. In the most direct translation she could offer, it is something like, "Do you see me for what I am?" The test in this reading is not about giving a correct answer. It is about whether the person being asked can perceive something that ordinary perception is not equipped to perceive. And the figure returns, keeps returning to a person who has almost, but not quite managed it, who is, in some sense, on the edge of a threshold they have not yet crossed. The figure is not threatening in the original tradition, she told me. It is testing, and it is patient because it has time, and because the thing it is waiting for, the answer that would satisfy it, is not a word. It is a state of being, and states of being cannot be rushed. She ended our conversation there. She asked me to contribute nothing to her by name. She said she had said more than she intended to, and that she was not sure why. I thanked her. I thought about Nathan in Edinburgh, taking a longer route past the cemetery near his flat. I thought about KM on the mountain steps, her hands flat against the stone. I thought about the sentence that has recurred, in different forms, across every account I have examined. She was not finished. The viral archive, the post that disappeared before I tell you what experts say. I want to tell you about a post that no longer exists. In November of 2020, a user on the Japanese language social platform Maxi, a precursor to Facebook that still maintains a smaller but devoted user base in Japan, posted a thread in a community dedicated to unexplained personal experiences. The thread was titled, in rough translation, "She asked me too. Is anyone else still seeing her?" The thread received 63 responses before it was deleted by the platform's moderation team. A user who goes by the handle Midnight Archivist, JP, managed to screenshot all 63 responses before deletion and posted them to a now-defunct Tumblr page, from which a partial English translation was made by a bilingual user called Greenlab Yuki on a Tumblr post that also no longer exists, but which was quoted extensively in a thread on r/unresolved mysteries, before that thread was locked by moderators citing unverifiable content. I have read the r/unresolved mysteries quotes. I cannot verify their accuracy, but I can tell you what they say. Across 63 responses to that original post, the following elements appeared with notable consistency. A woman, tall, masked, motionless in a public space after midnight. The question, asked quietly. The sense of absolute stillness that made the figure feel categorically different from an ordinary human being present in a space. And 41 of the 63 responses, a subsequent encounter. Not a first encounter and then nothing. A first encounter and then a finding again. Several of the responses described the second encounter occurring in a different location from the first, sometimes a different neighborhood, in at least 3 cases a different city, as if the first encounter had established something, as if a marker had been placed. One response, quoted verbatim in the r/sound there are unresolved mysteries thread, read as follows. In Green Lamp, Yuki's translation. I saw her first in Sapporo in January. I moved to Hiroshima in March. I saw her again on the street outside my new apartment in the first week of April. I had not told anyone where I was moving. I had not told anyone anything. She was standing under the light, across the street, and she was looking at my window, and she was very still. The thread was deleted. The Tumblr archive was deleted. The Reddit thread was locked. I include this not as proof of anything, but because I believe the pattern of deletion is itself a data point. Something about this material, on multiple platforms, by multiple moderation teams with no apparent connection to each other, seems to trigger a removal response. I have no satisfying explanation for that. The expert response. What researchers will and will not say I have spent a significant amount of time trying to find the satisfying institutional response to the Kuchiseikanov phenomenon. A psychologist, a folklorist, a cultural anthropologist who will look at the body of evidence and say, definitively, this is what it is. What I have found instead is something more interesting. A consistent pattern of partial explanations that account for some elements of the phenomenon, while declining to address others. The most commonly cited explanation in Western academic sources is mass hysteria, the Gifu outbreak of 1979, framed as a sociological event rather than a paranormal one, a community panic propagating through the social network of a region, shaped by existing cultural anxieties around female violence and the transgression of social norms. This explanation is coherent. It accounts for the speed of spread. It accounts for the tendency of the reports to cluster in areas with high social density and active communication networks. It does not account for KM, alone on a mountain shrine in 1961, 18 years before the outbreak that supposedly originated the legend. It does not account for Sarah Kellerman in a Sydney car park in 2019. It does not account for the consistency of the physical description across cultures and decades. The mask, the stillness, the eyes that show no discomfort. A professor of folklore at Kobe University, who agreed to speak to us briefly and asked not to be identified, said something that I found more honest than anything in the academic literature. She said, "The legend is very old. How old is not something anyone knows with confidence. What we study, usually, is the spread of the legend, the sociological mechanics of how it moves through populations. We do not often ask what the legend is about. We treat it as a cultural artifact. I think some of my colleagues treat it that way, because the alternative question, what is the legend of, is one we are not equipped to answer." She paused, and then she added, "I will tell you something I do not say in print. I have a colleague who went to interview survivors of the Gifu outbreak for his research. He spoke to 6 people. He published findings from 4 of them. When I asked him once why he excluded the other 2, he changed the subject. I never asked again. What the historical and cultural record surrounding this legend suggests, and I want to be careful here, because I am a horror channel and not a peer-reviewed journal, and I recognize that my platform creates its own biases. What it suggests is not that a woman with cut cheeks is prowling the back streets of Japanese cities, scissors in hand, selecting victims. What it suggests is something more ambiguous and, I think, more frightening. It suggests that for at least 60 years, and possibly much longer, people in Japan, and now, apparently, elsewhere, have been encountering something, and that the something they are encountering has a face, and a question, and a patience that does not seem to diminish with time. Nathan Ashworth read some of this material before he went back to the cemetery. Not all of it. Some of these cases I found after he submitted his account, and the archival record from Kyoto was not something he had access to. But he read enough. He knew the outlines of what the literature suggested. He read Hashimoto Rei's translated thesis sections. He found the cached version of James Corrigan's deleted post. And then he went back. He wrote in his 3rd document about this decision. I keep being asked why I went back. I've been asked it so many times, and I never have a satisfying answer. The most honest thing I can say is that I needed to know whether what I had experienced was real. And the only way to know that was to see her again, not to run, not to rationalize, but to stand there and look at her and understand what was happening. I am a researcher. That is what researchers do. They go back. I understand that impulse completely. I also think it was, in retrospect, the beginning of the worst period of Nathan Ashworth's life. The return. Nathan went back to the cemetery on the 15th of November. He had spent 2 weeks preparing, which I think tells you something important about who Nathan Ashworth was. He did not go back on impulse. He did not go back in a state of agitation or obsession. He went back after 2 weeks of deliberate preparation, which included rereading the relevant sections of the folklore literature he had access to, reviewing the photograph on his laptop screen until he had memorized its details, and speaking at some length with a friend. The friend's name is David Marsh. Nathan named him with his permission in the 2nd of his 3 documents. David is a Canadian academic, a cultural anthropologist, based at McGill University in Montreal, who had been a close friend of Nathan's since their shared postgraduate years at the University of Edinburgh. David specializes in the transmission of belief systems across cultural boundaries, which made him, Nathan felt, the right person to speak to about what was happening in a Tokyo cemetery at 2 in the morning. Nathan called David by video from his kitchen at midnight Tokyo time, which was 10 a.m. Montreal time, and told him everything. He told him about the cemetery, and the Yanaka Ginza, and the cemetery again. About the question and his non-answer. About the photograph and the figure in the single frame. He told him about the research he had done. The Gifu outbreak. The Osaka accounts, the deleted post. The archived medical record from Kyoto. David listened without interrupting, which Nathan said was characteristic of him, and was one of the things that made him a good researcher and a good friend. When Nathan finished, David was quiet for a long moment, and then he said, "Are you planning to go back?" Nathan said yes. David said, "Then I am going to ask you to do something specific. Do not answer the question. Under any circumstances, do not give her a direct answer. What the legend is encoding, across all its variants, is a warning about the binary response, yes or no. Both answers are traps. The only exits the tradition identifies are deflection, the middle answer, or flight. If you go back and she asks again, deflect, and then walk away. Do not run, walk." Nathan said, "What if she follows?" David said, "Then you will have learned something and you will tell me about it, and we will think about what it means." Nathan said he found this answer simultaneously useful and deeply insufficient, which is perhaps the honest condition of anyone navigating the overlap between academic analysis and lived experience. He thanked David. He charged his camera. He put on his coat, the heavier one, because November in Tokyo can be cold in a particular sharp way. A cold that comes off the stone of the cemetery paths and rises from the ground, as if the earth is releasing everything it absorbed in. Summer. And he went out at 1:45 in the morning, and he walked to the cemetery. He knew where to go. He had not known this consciously before, but he found that he knew it the moment he stepped through the gate. Which part of the cemetery, which path, which turning in the gravel, as if something in him had mapped the space during the previous encounters without his conscious participation. He walked to the long central path. He stood at its midpoint. He raised his camera, and he waited. She came at 2:17 by the timestamp on his camera. He knew before he heard her, or before he heard the absence of sound that preceded her, which is how he described it in his account. The cemetery became very quiet. It had been quiet before, but this was different. It was quiet the way a room is quiet when someone has just stopped speaking, as if the ordinary ambient sounds of the night, the distant traffic, the wind in the ginkgo trees, had pulled back to make space. She came from the direction of the south gate, which was not the direction she had come from before. Nathan noted this. He noted everything he could in the part of his mind that remained a researcher, even in the moments when his body was doing something quite different, becoming still, becoming alert in the way of prey. She stopped approximately 6 meters from him, closer than before. He could see, in the low ambient light of the city overhead, the details of her face above the mask, her brow, the bridge of her nose, the dark eyes, which were regarding him with that quality he had described before as patience and that he now, he told us, thought was better described as certainty, the certainty of someone who already knows how this ends. She looked at him for a long time. He looked at her. He was taking photographs. The camera was held at waist height, firing every 8 seconds on interval. He did not raise it. He did not draw attention to it. He let it document. And then she asked the question, "Watashi, Kaire, am I beautiful?" Nathan told us that in this moment, everything he had read and planned and prepared became, briefly, irrelevant, because the question asked aloud in a dark cemetery is not the same object as the question discussed in a kitchen over video at midnight. It is physical. It has sound and weight and the particular quality of a thing directed specifically at you, and only you, in a space where there is no one else. He waited until the question had finished existing in the air between them. And then he said in Japanese, carefully, Putsurisu, ordinary, average, neither beautiful nor ugly. The middle answer, David's answer, the folklore's answer. She looked at him. He had expected, he is not sure what he expected. A change in her expression, a movement, a reaction that would tell him something about what she was. What he got was something that he found, in retrospect, more frightening than anything else that happened that night. Nothing changed. She looked at him with the same expression, the same quality of waiting patience. And then she asked a second question. Not the same question, a different one, asked in the same quiet, unhurried voice. Madakite kuredi. Would you still come? Nathan told us that he did not know what this question meant, or rather, he knew what the words meant, but he did not know what she was asking. He stood there with the camera firing every 8 seconds, and he looked at her, and she looked at him, and the question hung in the air with no answer. And then Nathan, who was a careful person and a methodical person, and a person who had been given specific instructions by a friend who knew the folklore, turned and walked toward the north gate of the cemetery. He walked. He did not run. He heard nothing behind him. No footsteps on gravel. No sound of movement. He did not look back. He went home. He sat in his kitchen. He uploaded the photographs. He had 71 photographs from the interval camera sequence. Most of them were empty, the gravel path, the stone markers, the dark shapes of ginkgo trees at the path's edge. But 11 of them, beginning at the timestamp 2:17 a.m. and ending at 2:29 a.m., contained a figure, a tall figure, dark coat, white mask, standing 6 meters away from where the camera was positioned, facing the camera with complete stillness. In one photograph, the 43rd of the sequence, timestamp 2:23 a.m., she was closer. Not 6 meters, 3 perhaps. The details of her face above the mask were visible. The brow, the nose, the dark eyes. Nathan had not seen her move. He had been looking directly at her. He had not seen her take 3 meters of the distance between them. In the 44th photograph, timestamp 2:23 a.m. and 8 seconds, she was back at 6 meters. Nathan stared at this for a very long time. He sent the 43rd photograph to David in Montreal. The message he attached read, "I used the middle answer." She asked a second question. "Then I left. What does this mean?" David wrote back 6 hours later. It was morning in Montreal by then, and David told us afterward that he had not slept after receiving the photograph, which he described as one of the most genuinely disturbing images I have encountered in 20 years of studying phenomena at the edge of conventional explanation. David's response read, "Nathan, the middle answer does not resolve the encounter. It postpones it. The second question is not in the standard literature. This is either a variant I have not encountered, or it is something else. I think you should leave Yanaka." Nathan did not leave Yanaka. Not immediately, the night he answered. He went back once more. He went back 12 days later, on the 27th of November, and he told us that he went back because the second question would not leave him alone, not as an intrusive thought, not as an anxiety, but as a genuine puzzle, the kind that his researcher's mind could not set down while it remained unsolved. Would he still come? What did she mean? Come where? Come back to the cemetery? Come back to the question? Come somewhere he could not identify? He went back to find out. He told us in his third document that he recognizes this as the point at which a reasonable person would have made a different decision. He acknowledges this fully. He is not asking us to excuse it, only to understand that the pull of an unsolved question on a certain kind of mind is a specific force with its own gravity. She was there. He had expected her to be, and she was. She was standing in a different part of the cemetery this time. Not the long central path, but a narrower branching one, near a cluster of older stones, some of them dating, he thought, to the Meiji era. She was standing among them in the way that the stones themselves stood, still and patient and permanent seeming. He walked toward her. He stopped 2 meters away, which was the closest he had ever been. He could see her eyes very clearly. He told us that they were ordinary eyes, dark irises, normal in every structural sense, and that it was this ordinariness that was the most unsettling thing about them, because the quality they expressed was not ordinary. The quality they expressed was one he had, in the days since his last encounter, spent a great deal of time trying to name. He had arrived at this. The eyes of someone who has been waiting for a very long time, and has decided that waiting is not a cost. She did not ask the question. She stood and she looked at him. And he stood and looked at her. And then Nathan did something that he had not planned, and that he still cannot fully account for, in any of the 3 documents, in any of the email exchanges we had with him afterward. He asked her a question. He said in a careful Japanese he had been building for 11 months, choosing each word with the deliberateness of someone who knows they are working at the edge of their vocabulary. Anata wa dere desu ka? Who are you? The silence that followed was very long. And then, slowly, she raised her hands to the mask. Nathan told us I did not run. I want to make that clear. I know that is not the rational response. But running in that moment felt like it would be an insult to something, to her, to myself, to whatever was actually happening in that place. I stood there, and I looked, and I let her show me. She took the mask off, and here is where Nathan's account, across all 3 documents, is at its most careful and its most precise, because he is a man who does not want to be dismissed, and he knows that what he is about to describe is exactly the kind of thing that gets a person dismissed, and so he writes about it with a deliberateness that I find, having read it multiple times, more convincing than any dramatic rendering could be. What he saw beneath the mask was a woman's face. An ordinary face, in its features, the nose, the cheekbones, the chin, and at the corners of the mouth, extending outward and upward toward the ears in a clean and clearly old scar, the skin raised and pale and smooth away. Very old scar tissue becomes smooth. The wound had been the mouth's continued line. She was not smiling. That was what Nathan could not reconcile, afterward, with the stories he had read, with the Gifu accounts and the Osaka accounts, with James Corrigan's deleted post, with all the descriptions of the terrible grinning quality of the unmasked face. She was not smiling. She was not grimacing. She was simply showing him her face, and she looked. He wrote this 3 times in 3 separate documents, and I believe he wrote it so many times because he needed to insist on it, to push back against the expected narrative. She looked, in the moment of the unmasking, like someone who was tired, not threatening, not supernatural in any visible sense, tired in the way of someone who has been asked the same question for a very long time and has learned that the answer never changes. She held his gaze. She did not speak. And then she put the mask back on. And then she said the thing she had asked on the previous night, and she said it in English, which she had not done before. "Will you still come?" Nathan told us that when she spoke in English, in his own language, it landed differently from the Japanese. It was not academic, not translated, not filtered through the formal structures of a second language. It was direct. It was addressed specifically to him in a way that the Japanese had not been. And what it made him feel, and he is very honest about this, was not fear. It made him feel, he said, like he was being asked something real. He said, and this is the last thing he said to her, the last thing any of this account rests on. He said, "I do not know." And she nodded. A small, specific nod. The nod of someone who has received a satisfactory answer. And she turned, and she walked away through the cemetery, and he watched her go until she was gone. And then he stood in the November cold among the Meiji-era headstones for a very long time. He went home. He booked a flight to Edinburgh for the following week. He left Yanaka. He left Japan. He'd been in Edinburgh for 3 weeks when he sent us the first document. He had been in Edinburgh for 2 months when he sent the second. He had been in Edinburgh for 5 months when he sent the third, and when he sent the third he also sent the photographs. And the third document included things that had not been in the previous 2. Things that had happened in the 3 weeks between his last cemetery encounter and his departure, and things that had happened after his return to Scotland. In those 3 weeks in Yanaka, before he left, several things occurred that he had not initially included in his account because he was not sure they were relevant, or not sure they were real, or not sure he wanted them to be part of what he was telling us. He told us about them in the third document because he had decided by then that he could not leave them out. He had been followed home from the cemetery on the night of the 27th. He was not certain of this at the time, but he became more certain in retrospect because when he reviewed his interval camera photographs the following day, there was one taken in the alley beside his building at 3:14 a.m. that showed a figure at the alley's entrance. The camera had been in his pocket. He did not know he had taken it. He had, it seemed, pressed the button without realizing, or the button had been pressed against the fabric of his coat. The figure in that photograph was tall, and was wearing a dark coat, and was looking at the upper window of the building. The upper window was Nathan's window. He also told us about his landlord, Tanaka-san, the owner of the tofu shop below Nathan's flat, an elderly man who had lived in Yanaka for 63 years, who had known the neighborhood as a boy when the streets still smelled of the old artisan workshops, who had run the tofu shop for 40 years, and whose family had lived in that building for longer than Nathan could determine. Tanaka-san had come up to Nathan's flat on the 24th of November, 3 days before the final encounter, with a ceramic bowl of freshly made tofu and a question. He had asked Nathan, in slow and careful Japanese that Nathan could follow, "Is someone coming to see you? At night?" Nathan had gone very still. He had asked Tanaka-san why he was asking. Tanaka-san had looked at the floor for a moment, and then at Nathan, and he had said, "I hear someone outside, on the street at night, not walking, standing." He had said it the way you would say it about a stray cat, matter-of-factly, without drama, as information being passed between neighbors. And then he had left the tofu on the table and gone back downstairs. Nathan had not known what to do with this. He had not asked Tanaka-san further questions. He had eaten the tofu, which he noted with a specificity I find characteristic, clean and cool, with a little soy sauce, the particular tofu of someone who knows exactly what they are doing, and he had sat with the information. Tanaka-san had heard someone standing outside. Someone was standing outside. He had put this in the third document because, in Edinburgh, he had begun to wonder whether this was relevant. He had wondered whether Tanaka-san had seen anything. He had, eventually, written to Tanaka-san in careful, assisted Japanese, and asked. Tanaka-san had written back 2 sentences. Nathan included the translation in his third document. "Yes, I saw her once. She is old." Nathan wrote that he read those 2 sentences and sat very still for a long time. He wrote, "I do not know what old means in this context. I do not know what Tanaka-san's 63 years in that neighborhood had taught him to recognize. I only know that he was not afraid of what he told me, and this scared me more than if he had been." He also told us about what he found in the library in his last days in Tokyo. He had gone to the Yanaka Library, a small local library, the kind of neighborhood resource that Japan maintains with a consistency that shames most other countries, and he had asked the librarian if there were local historical records. She had led him to a section in the back, local histories, ward records, collected neighborhood testimony compiled by amateur historians over the decades, the kind of primary material that does not make it into academic databases but sits in neighborhood libraries for decades, waiting. He had found a slim volume published privately in 1987, titled in rough translation, Strange Things Seen in Yanaka, a collection. It was a compilation of neighborhood stories, the kind of thing assembled by a local history enthusiast, accounts of unusual sightings, unexplained events, things that did not fit into ordinary categories. The entry that stopped him was on page 41. It had no date attached to it. The collector had noted only that the account came from an elderly resident who had wished to remain anonymous. The resident described seeing, on several occasions over the course of a long life in Yanaka, a tall woman in a surgical mask standing on the street outside the building that Nathan had been living in for 11 months. The resident had been asked if the woman said anything. The resident had reported that yes, once she had spoken. The resident had reported what she said. Nathan had photographed the page. He had included the image in his third document. The woman in the mask had said, "I am still looking for the one who did not answer." Nathan had left Japan the following week. The thing he found in the library. There is one more item from Nathan's last weeks in Tokyo that I have saved for this point, because it is the piece of the account that I find, in some ways, the most difficult to think about clearly. On his last full day in Japan, Nathan went back to the Yanaka library. He wanted to find out more about the privately published history he had found, whether there were other volumes in the same series, whether the collector who had assembled the accounts was named anywhere, whether there was any way to trace the anonymous resident whose account included the masked woman standing outside the building. The librarian remembered him. She was a woman in her 60s, efficient and soft-spoken, who had helped him with the local history section before. She looked up the publication record for the volume he described. She confirmed it existed. There were 3 volumes in the series, published between 1984 and 1991. The collector's name, recorded in the library's catalog, was Nakamura Yuki, a retired schoolteacher who had lived in Yanaka for most of his life. Nathan asked if there was any way to contact Nakamura Yuki. The librarian checked her records. She told him, quietly, that Nakamura-san had died in 2003. She added, apparently as an afterthought, that he had lived in the same street as Nathan's building. Nathan went home. He packed. The next morning he took the Keikyu line from the east side of Tite Ward to Haneda Airport, carrying 2 suitcases and his laptop bag and the camera with 71 photographs on its memory card. He did not look back at the city from the airport terminal. He told us he made a deliberate decision not to, but he told us one more thing about the library, something he had held back until the third document. He said he was not sure why he had held it back, except that it felt like the kind of detail that changed the shape of everything around it, and he had needed time to think about whether he wanted it to change the shape of his account. The librarian, as he was leaving, had said something to him. He did not ask her to say it. She volunteered it, quietly, in the way of someone who has held a piece of information for a long time and has been waiting for a reason to release it. She had said, the woman in the old account, the one standing outside looking up at the window. That account was written in 1987, but I have seen her also, not in the street, in the library. Once, at closing time when I was alone. She was at the end of the reference section, by the history shelves. She was standing very still, and she was looking at the shelf where we keep the local history volumes, the ones with the account of her. Nathan told us, she said this without drama, without any apparent attempt to unsettle him or to make it more than what it was. A factual report from a person who had seen something and was now, after a long time, choosing to say so. He had asked her what she did. She had said, I turned off the lights and left through the back door. When I came back in the morning, everything was exactly as I had left it. The history volumes were on the shelf, and the section smelled of, she paused to find the right word, of something very old. Not unpleasant, very old. He had asked, did she speak to you? The librarian had said, no. But I felt, when I was leaving, as if she was about to. Nathan had said goodbye. He had bowed, correctly, which his 11 months in Yanaka had taught him to do. And he had left. He had written these words in his third document, after describing the library conversation. I think about the librarian often. I think about what she said, that she felt as if the woman was about to speak, that she left before the question could be asked. I do not know if that was the right decision. I do not know if there is a right decision. I only know that she is still in Yanaka, in the library with the local history shelves, and that she goes to work each morning, and that she is not left. And I do not know whether that is courage or simply the acceptance that some things cannot be outrun, only accommodated. He ended that paragraph there. He ended his account there. The note he appended, 4 words, came in a separate message. 2 weeks later. She was not finished. I want to tell you, now, what I think is happening across all of these accounts, what the pattern is, and what it means, while being very clear that what I think is not certainty, and that the alternative explanations are real and should be held seriously. The first and most obvious explanation is the one that most reasonable people would reach for: cultural narrative propagation. Japan has a rich and sophisticated tradition of urban legends. Kaiden, or ghost stories, are a serious literary and cultural form in Japan, taken seriously by academics and artists alike, with a history stretching back centuries. The Kuchisaki-onna is part of this tradition, and traditions are powerful. They shape perception. They prime the mind to see certain things in certain ways. A person who has heard this legend, and in Japan, it is very difficult to grow up without hearing it, may be more likely to interpret an encounter with a tall, masked woman on a quiet street as a potentially supernatural event, in the same way that a person who has heard stories about highway hitchhikers may interpret a figure on a dark road differently than someone who has not. This explanation is credible. It has scholarly support. It accounts for a significant portion of the material in this account. It does not account for the photograph in the 14th frame that is absent from the 13th and 15th. It does not account for Tanaka-san's written words from Edinburgh. It does not account for the archival entry on page 41 of a privately published local history from 1987, describing a masked woman standing outside a specific building that Nathan had found independently of the history book and lived in for 11 months without knowing the history. It does not account for Sarah Kellerman in Sydney, who had not grown up in Japan, and who responded with a Japanese word she had not consciously planned to use. The second explanation is the one that the folklore tradition itself offers, and which I want to take more seriously than horror channels usually take folklore, because I think folklore deserves that. The folklore says she is real. Not metaphorically real, not psychologically real, not culturally real. Actually real. A figure that exists in some form that exceeds ordinary material categories, that has been present in the spaces between ordinary human life for longer than the oldest written records of her, and that does something which the folklore across all its variants agrees on. It asks a question, and it waits for an answer. And if it does not receive the answer it is seeking, it continues to wait. This is what I keep returning to. The patience of the waiting. Every account, Gifu in 1979, Osaka in 2007, Sydney in 2019, KM, Alone on a Mountain in 1961, Nathan in a Yanaka cemetery across 3 November nights, describes the same quality. Not urgency, not aggression, not the performance of threat. Patience. The patience of something that has learned, across a very long time, that what it is looking for will eventually appear. The international dimension of what I have presented in this account matters to me, and I want to say clearly why. If this were only a Japanese phenomenon, if Sarah Kellerman's Sydney encounter had not occurred, if James Corrigan had not been in Takadanobaba, if Nathan Ashworth had not been a British man in a Tokyo cemetery, it would be easier to place the entire body of accounts within a cultural framework and feel comfortable there. Japanese culture has specific anxieties and specific narrative traditions and specific ways of encoding those anxieties into transmissible stories, and all of that is real and meaningful. But Nathan was British. James was a New Zealander. Sarah was Japanese-Australian but had lived her entire life in Sydney. And yet the description they offered, the mask, the stillness, the patient eyes, the question, was the same description offered by the children of Gifu in 1979 in KM, on a mountain shrine in 1961. There is a researcher at a university I will not name, because she asked me not to, in correspondence I will not fully reproduce, who has spent several years collecting accounts that match what I have described in this episode. She is not a paranormal researcher. She is an academic folklorist with a conventional publication record and a position at a reputable institution. She writes to me occasionally, when she finds a new account that adds something to the pattern. In her most recent email, she wrote, "What interests me most, across all the accounts I have collected, is the second question. Not am I beautiful? That is the question everyone knows, the one in every version of the legend. The second question, will you still come? Do you still remember? Do you remember me?" The second question appears in accounts that have no connection to each other and cannot have been influenced by each other. It appears in Osaka in 2007, in the deleted Sydney forum post from 2016, in Nathan's account from 2022. The second question is either a very specific and improbable piece of convergent narrative invention, or it is something that the figure actually says. And if it is something the figure actually says, then what it tells us is this. The figure is looking for a specific response. It is not asking any specific person if they think it is beautiful. It is asking whether, knowing what they know about it, they will choose to return. It is a test of something. I have spent a long time trying to work out what it is a test of. I do not have an answer yet. She has not published this. She told me she is not sure she will publish it. She told me that the reason she contacted a horror channel rather than a peer-reviewed journal is that the peer-reviewed journal would require her to have an explanation, and she does not have one. I told her that on this channel we do not require an explanation either. We only require the evidence, carefully presented. She said, "Then I am in the right place." The Edinburgh confirmation. What David found afterward, I want to return to David Marsh for a moment, because David did not stop researching when Nathan left Tokyo. He continued, he is, in his own words, the kind of person who cannot let a question rest once it has been properly put to him, which is perhaps why he and Nathan have been friends for 15 years. David spent the 4 months after Nathan's departure conducting what he described in a long email to me as an informal literature review of encounter accounts that share the relational structure of Nathan's experience. He was not looking for Kujiseke on an account specifically. He was looking for a pattern, a figure that appears to a specific individual multiple times over a defined period in spaces progressively closer to that individual's home. And that asks a question to which no documented response is recorded as definitively satisfying. He found 17 accounts in English language sources. He found, through translation software and the assistance of a Japanese-speaking colleague, an additional 23 in Japanese language sources. He found 4 in German language sources. The German accounts were different in character but shared the core structure, and 2 in Korean. Across these 46 accounts, spanning sources from as early as 1991 and as recent as 2021, from countries including Japan, South Korea, Germany, Canada, and Australia, David identified what he called in his email a consistent phenomenological signature. The figure is encountered in a transitional space, a space between 2 destinations, rather than at a destination itself. A cemetery is transitional. You enter from one street and exit on another. A car park is transitional. A covered shopping arcade late at night is transitional. A mountain shrine path is transitional. The Edo period crossroads, quintessentially transitional. The figure is always still in a way that ordinary stillness is not. Every account uses different language to describe this: paused, frozen, but not frozen. The way a held breath is still. The way a word is still in the moment before it is spoken. But The underlying description is consistent. The stillness is active, not passive. Something is happening in the stillness. The figure always asks a question that requires the witness to make a judgment about it, to evaluate, to assess, to perceive. The question is never about the witness themselves. It is always about the figure. Am I beautiful? What do you see in my face? Do you remember me? Every question is asking the witness to look and to tell the truth about what they see. And the figure always returns, David found, until one of three things happens. The witness relocates permanently, leaving enough distance that the encounters cease. Though David noted with characteristic academic precision that enough distance appeared to be a variable and not a fixed quantity, the witness gives an answer that David described as phenomenologically complete, meaning not just a word, but a genuine response that arises from actual perception rather than survival strategy, or the witness is no longer able to report. That third category is small. David found 4 accounts in which the witness's account ended abruptly and without closure, not with a resolution, but with a silence, in the way that KM's file ended with a missing person record. He was careful in his email not to suggest that this silence carried a specific meaning. He was careful to note that there could be many explanations for an account that simply stops. People move. People lose interest. People decide they do not want to continue documenting something. But he also noted in a parenthetical that I think is the most honest sentence in his long email. I am aware that there are things I am not saying here, and that the reason I am not saying them is not that they are not relevant, but that I am not yet ready to say them in writing. I did not push him on this. Some things are said in their own time. What David concluded, after 4 months of informal research, was this. The figure described by Nathan and by the other witnesses in his collection is not best understood as a ghost, in the traditional sense of an entity defined by trauma and repetition. It is better understood, if it is to be understood at all, as something with a purpose, something that is looking for a specific response to a specific question, and that is patient enough to keep asking until it finds what it is looking for. He wrote, "What it is looking for, I think, is genuine perception. Not a strategy, not a performance of an answer, not a word chosen to survive an encounter. It is looking for someone who actually sees it, who looks at the face and understands what they are looking at, and can say so honestly. Every traditional safe answer to the Kuchiseko question is a strategy, a deflection, a way of surviving the encounter without actually engaging with it. And I genuinely do not know, but I wonder whether the figure keeps returning because no one has ever simply looked at it and told the truth about what they saw." He concluded his email with a question that he did not expect me to answer. He wrote, "Nathan said I do not know when she asked if he would still come, and she nodded and left. I have been thinking about this for 4 months. I think I do not know might be the most honest answer anyone has ever given her. And I think that might be why she walked away. I have been thinking about that too. Nathan Ashworth has been in Edinburgh for 14 months. He told us in his final message that he is doing well in the ordinary ways. He has a position at Edinburgh University. He is continuing his research. He has friends. He sleeps most nights. He said that the insomnia of his last weeks in Tokyo is largely resolved, and that the sensation of being watched, which had followed him from Yanaka to Edinburgh like a smell on his clothes, has faded to something manageable. He said there's a cemetery near his flat. He does not walk through it. He takes a longer route. And he said, in the last paragraph of his last message, 4 words that I've read many times since, that I am still not certain I understand. He said, she was not finished. I do not know if he means she was not finished with him specifically, or with the question she was asking, or with whatever project of figure that has been standing in the dark places of Japanese cities since before the oldest written record of her is engaged in. I know only this. The question she asks has 2 parts, and the second part is one that no version of the legend tells you how to answer. The first question is familiar. Am I beautiful? And the tradition across hundreds of years has debated the right answer. The second question has no prescribed response. Will you still come? I do not know what the right answer is. I am not sure there is one. What I do know is that Nathan Ashworth did not give her one. He said, "I do not know." And she nodded and walked away, and he has not seen her since. Whether "I do not know" is the safest answer, or simply the one that bought him time, that is not something I can tell you. Walk carefully in the quiet places. Notice the things that are very still, and if someone asks you a question in the dark, think carefully before you decide it is harmless. The Bayou Watches. This story in the Louisiana Bayou country near Breaux Bridge, built around the Rougarou legend, Louisiana's werewolf Lash Bayish Gay, a genuine Cajun cultural myth with deep roots. The bayou gives us unmatched atmosphere, Spanish moss, black water, cypress trees, fog, the smell of crawfish and mud, the sound of frogs going suddenly silent. The slow burn will escalate from strange neighbor behavior to something deeply, psychologically wrong, with an ambiguous but satisfying resolution. The summer I turned 31 was the summer I decided to leave everything behind. Not dramatically, not with suitcases packed on the porch at midnight, not with a tearful argument or a door slammed hard enough to rattle the windows. It was quieter than that. It always is with me. I simply stopped showing up to my apartment in Baton Rouge one day, loaded what mattered into the back of my Jeep, and drove west on Highway 90 until the city noise faded and the road narrowed and the Spanish moss began to appear on either side of me like gray curtains being slowly drawn shut. My name is Daniel Frey. I am a freelance technical writer, which means I can work from anywhere. There is a decent internet connection, or at least that was the plan. I was 31 years old, recently out of a 4-year relationship, and exhausted in a way that sleep could not seem to fix. The kind of exhaustion that lives behind your eyes and inside your chest, that makes even a cup of coffee feel like a task. My therapist had called it situational burnout. My mother had called it wallowing. I called it whatever it needed to be called as long as it explained why I had rented a small wood frame house on the edge of the Atchafalaya Basin for 6 months, sight unseen, for less money per month than I was paying for a parking spot in the city. The house was called on the rental listing a Cajun cottage. That is a generous description. What it was, in honest terms, was a 2-bedroom shotgun house on stilts, painted a faded blue-green that might have once been cheerful, set back from a gravel road called Rue de l'Onoir, Blackwater Road. My French was not strong enough to have caught that translation the first time I saw it on the listing. I caught it later, reading an old road sign nailed to a cypress post as I turned off the highway, and I remember thinking it was a strange name, the kind of name that a place earns rather than is simply given. I arrived on a Tuesday in mid-June. The drive from Baton Rouge had taken just over an hour, but the landscape had shifted so completely that it might as well have been another country. The highway gave way to a 2-lane parish road, and the parish road gave way to the gravel track. And then there was nothing on either side of me but water and trees and the oppressive, humid weight of a Louisiana summer pressing down on everything it touched. The heat was different out here. In the city, heat is an argument, sharp and aggressive, bouncing off concrete and glass. Out here, it was something else. It settled, it soaked, it found the back of your neck, and stayed there, patient and absolute, like something waiting for you to tire before it finished what it started. I parked on the crushed shell patch beside the house and sat in the Jeep for a moment with the engine off, listening. That is the first thing I noticed about that place. The sound of it. In Baton Rouge, silence is theoretical. There is always a siren somewhere, a neighbor's television, the low mechanical hum of the city existing. But here, the silence had texture. It was filled with things. the deep sawing chorus of frogs from somewhere close to the water, the occasional knock of something hollow against wood, the way the cypress trees across the road moved without any wind that I could feel on my skin, and underneath all of it, just barely audible, the slow sound of the basin itself, water moving where no visible current should have been, that low and patient gliding, as though the whole swamp were one slow exhalation. I got out of the jeep. The air hit me immediately, thick with the smell of mud and standing water and something green and alive and slightly rotting all at once, the way only swamp air can smell, not unpleasant exactly, but assertive, insisting that you acknowledge it. There was something else underneath it, something sweeter and fainter, like the skin of a pear left too long in the sun. The property manager, a woman named Mrs. Thibodeau, who I had spoken to only by phone, had left the key under a concrete frog on the porch steps. I found it, unlocked the front door, and stepped into the dim interior. The house was furnished simply, a plank-topped dining table, a sofa the color of old mustard, a bed with an iron frame in the back bedroom. The kitchen was narrow but clean. There was a gas stove and a window above the sink that looked out toward the tree line, and hanging from a nail beside that window was a small bundle of dried herbs tied with red thread. I did not know what kind of herbs they were. I left them where they were. It felt wrong to touch them. I unpacked what I needed. I made up the bed. I set my laptop on the table and confirmed with some relief that the internet connection, a hotspot device provided by Mrs. Thibodeau, was functional, slow, but functional. I drove back out to the highway and found a small grocery in a town called Cecilia, and bought coffee and eggs and bread and a paper bag of andouille from a cooler beside the register that smelled so good it nearly made me emotional. The woman at the counter asked me where I was staying, and when I told her, she nodded once, slowly, the way people nod when they are deciding whether to say something more. She did not say anything more. She handed me my change and told me to have a good evening. I drove back down Rue de l'Eau Nord as the sun was beginning to lower, turning the standing water between the cypress roots to a color like hammered copper. I cooked the andouille with rice on the gas stove, and ate at the plank table with the screen door open, listening to the frogs and the water. And for the first time in months, for the first time in what felt like a very long time, I felt something close to calm. I did not notice, not yet, the house across the road. It sat set back from the gravel in the tree shadow, its windows dark, its porch deep and unlit. I would notice it in the morning. I would notice, too, that someone was standing on that porch. They were very still, and they were watching me. That stillness on the porch across the road was the first thread, thin enough to dismiss, patient enough to wait. Tomorrow it would still be there. The morning came in slowly out here, not like the city where daylight arrived all at once and certain. Here it seeped in, gray first, then pale gold, filtering through the Spanish moss and long broken shafts that lay across the gravel road like something spilled. I woke to the sound of a woodpecker somewhere close, a rapid hollow knocking against dead wood, and the low ongoing conversation of the frogs that had apparently never stopped through the night. I made coffee on the gas stove and stood at the kitchen window with my mug, still in the soft fog of half-sleep, watching the morning settle over the tree line. The basin water between the cypress roots had gone from copper to a deep, still green overnight, the surface barely moving, reflecting the sky in broken pieces. A great blue heron stood motionless at the water's edge across the road, one leg raised, patient as sculpture. Everything out here seemed to operate on a different understanding of time. Nothing rushed, nothing announced itself. That was when I saw the house. I do not know how I had missed it the evening before, except that I had arrived tired and the light had already been going and my attention had been turned inward the way it so often was in those months. But it was. Directly across the gravel road from mine, set back perhaps 40 feet into the tree shadow, a wood frame house, older than mine by the look of it, the siding gone nearly black with age and moisture, the tin roof streaked rust orange in long vertical lines where the rain had worked on it for years. The porch ran the full width of the front, deep and covered, the shadow beneath it so thick that even in the growing morning light it held its darkness. And on that porch, in a wooden chair set squarely in the center, a man was sitting. He was not moving. That was the thing that pulled my attention and held it in a way that was difficult to explain. Not the fact of him being there, because people sit on their porches in rural Louisiana at all hours. That is simply what people do, but the quality of his stillness. He sat with both hands resting on his knees, his back straight, his face turned directly toward my kitchen window, directly toward me. From that distance I could not make out his features clearly. He was older, I thought, large through the shoulders. He wore dark clothing and a wide-brimmed hat that put his face partly in shadow even at that hour. I told myself he was simply enjoying the morning. I told myself the angle was probably wrong, and he was looking at something else entirely. The tree line, the road, the heron. I drank my coffee. I looked away. When I looked back, he had not moved at all. Not his hands, not his head, not even the natural small shifts that a person makes simply by virtue of being alive and breathing. He was as still as the heron, as still as the water, and something about that stillness moved through me in a way I did not immediately have a name for. Not fear, not exactly. Something closer to the feeling you get when you are reading and you realize suddenly that the room has gone quiet in a way it was not quiet before, and you look up before you know why you are looking up. I set my mug down and stepped back from the window. I spent the morning unpacking the last of my boxes and arranging my workspace at the plank table. I had a project due. A technical manual for an agricultural equipment company. Dry and detailed work that required concentration, which was exactly why I had taken it on. Concentration meant my mind had somewhere specific to be. I opened my laptop and worked through the late morning, and the work was good. The kind of slow, productive quiet I had been chasing for months, and I began to feel something close to optimistic about the whole arrangement. Around midday, I heated the leftover rice andouille and ate at the table, and then, because the day had grown genuinely beautiful in the way that Louisiana can manage between the brutal heat and the storms, the sky a deep, unpolluted blue, the light fracturing gold through the moss, I took my second cup of coffee out onto my own front porch. The chair across the road was empty. I stood there looking at it for a moment. The porch of the other house was deep in shadow still, the dark interior visible behind a screen door that hung slightly crooked on its hinges. No sound from over there. No movement. A rusted metal mailbox at the edge of the road in front of the house had a name on it, hand-lettered in black paint. The letters thick and slightly uneven. I had to step down off my porch and walk a few feet toward the road to read it clearly. Arsenault. I did not know the name then. I would learn it later. Learn what it meant in this particular stretch of the basin, what the older people in Sicilia lowered their voices when they said it, what the woman at the grocery counter had chosen not to tell me. But, standing there in the midday light with my coffee cooling in my hand, there was simply a name on a mailbox. A neighbor. Nothing more. I went back inside. That evening, just after the sun dropped below the tree line, and the light turned that deep amber orange that feels almost tropical this far south, I heard footsteps on the gravel road outside. Slow, unhurried footsteps, the crunch of shell and stone under heavy boots. I was at my laptop and I looked up at the screen door without thinking. He was walking past, the man from the porch across the road. He moved along the edge of the gravel with his hands at his sides, his wide-brimmed hat level, his pace measured and deliberate, not the walk of someone getting exercise or going somewhere in particular. It was the walk of someone covering familiar ground. He did not look toward my house as he passed, but, just at the edge of my sight line, just as he was moving out of the frame of the screen door, his head turned, slowly, just enough, and then he was past, and the gravel crunched, and the frogs filled in the silence he left behind. I sat very still at my table for a long moment. Then I got up and lashed the screen door, and after a pause, turned the deadbolt on the front door as well. I told myself it was just a habit, just something you do at night in an unfamiliar place. I almost believed it. The name on that mailbox would stay with me through the night, sitting somewhere behind everything else like a stone in still water, and by morning I would begin to understand that in this part of the basin, the name Arsenault carried a weight that had nothing to do with the man himself, and everything to do with what the older people believed he carried inside him. The name Arsenault sat heavy in the back of my mind as the night settled over the gravel road like dark water rising, and I had locked the front door and told myself it was habit, and eventually I slept. But the sleep was shallow and full of half-formed things that dissolved before I could examine them. I woke before dawn to the sound of something moving in the yard. Not loud. That was what kept me from dismissing it. A loud sound in the night is startling but comprehensible. An animal, a branch, the particular violence of the wind before a storm. This was quiet. A slow, deliberate movement through the crushed shell beside the house. The sound of weight being placed carefully, one step at a time, with the specific patience of something that does not want to be heard. I lay in the iron frame bed, with my eyes open in the dark, listening, and the sound moved along the side of the house from front to back, and then stopped. I did not move for a long time after it stopped. When the gray pre-dawn light finally began to seep through the bedroom curtains, I got up and checked every window. Nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. I unlocked the back door and stepped out onto the small rear landing, looking down into the yard below. The dew was heavy on the grass, thick and silver in the early light, and there, in the soft ground along the side of the house, pressed into the mud where the grass gave way to bare earth beneath the water meter, were footprints. Large, deep, the tread of heavy boots. The same heavy boots I had heard on the gravel road the evening before. They came from the direction of the road, moved along the side of the house exactly as the sound had moved, and then stopped, directly beneath my bedroom window, and then they went back the way they came, as though whoever had made them had stood beneath my window for some time in the dark and then simply walked away. I took a photograph with my phone. I stood there looking at it on the small screen for a long moment, the dew soaking through my socks, the frogs finally quieting as the light grew. Then I went inside and locked the back door, and stood in the kitchen and thought about what a reasonable person does in this situation. A reasonable person, I decided, talks to their neighbor. I waited until mid-morning, until the light was full and the day felt ordinary, until I had drunk 2 cups of coffee and eaten toast and felt something like myself again. Then I crossed the gravel road. The Arsenault property felt different up close. The distance from my kitchen window had softened it into something merely old and weathered. But standing at the edge of his yard, the age of the place had a different quality. The grass was not cut, but was not overgrown either, as though it had simply stopped at a certain height and stayed there. The porch boards were dark with decades of humidity, their grain raised and splitting in long curling splinters. Hanging from the porch beam on a length of baling wire were a series of small objects. Bones, I realized after a moment. Small animal bones, strung together with what looked like black thread, turning very slowly in a movement of air I could not feel. Beside them, a mason jar filled with murky liquid, a sprig of something gray-green suspended inside it. I stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. "Hello," I said. My voice sounded strange out here, too loud and too flat at the same time, absorbed immediately by the trees and the humidity. "Hello, I am your neighbor, across the road." The screen door opened. He was taller than I had estimated from a distance, well over 6 feet, with the kind of broad, settled physical presence that comes not from youth or effort, but simply from decades of heavy work. His face was deeply lined, the skin weathered to the color of old saddle leather, his eyes a pale, washed-out gray that seemed almost colorless in the morning light. He wore the same dark clothing I had seen from the road, canvas work pants and a collarless shirt. His sleeves rolled to the forearms despite the heat. His hands hanging at his sides were extraordinarily large. He looked at me without expression, without the automatic social warmth of someone greeting an unexpected visitor. He simply looked at me, the way you look at something you have been expecting. "Daniel Frey," I said, and extended my hand. "I am renting the Thibodeau place across the road. I wanted to introduce myself." A pause, long enough to be uncomfortable. Then he reached out and shook my hand once, a single firm movement, and released it. "Clement Arsenault," he said. His voice was low and unhurried, carrying the thick Cajun cadence of someone who had grown up speaking French before English. The vowels rounded and weighted differently than anything I had heard in the city. He said his name the French way. "Clément. I noticed you on your porch yesterday morning," I said, keeping my voice easy and conversational, the way you do when you are trying to take the temperature of a situation, without showing that you were doing it. "Thought I would come say hello before too long." He looked at me steadily. "You sleep well?" he asked. The question landed wrong, not in its words, but in something underneath them. Some quality of delivery that made the hair on my forearms rise slightly beneath my shirt. "Fine, thank you," I said. He nodded once, slowly. His pale eyes moved from my face to a point somewhere just past my left shoulder, and whatever he was looking at, or whatever he was thinking while he appeared to look at it, did not show on his face at all. "You should not be here," he said quietly. Not aggressively, not as a threat. With the flat, informational tone of someone telling you that rain is coming, or that a road is washed out ahead. Simply a fact being delivered to someone who did not yet have it. "I beg your pardon," I said. "This place," he said. "The basin, this road." He looked back at me then, and those pale eyes were direct and very calm. "It is not a good place to be alone. Not for someone who does not know it." I told him I appreciated the concern. I told him I was only staying 6 months. I told him I was sure I would be fine, the way you say things like that when you are ending a conversation that has made you uneasy, and you cannot articulate exactly why. He said nothing more. He watched me cross back over the gravel road with those pale, colorless eyes. And I did not look back, but I felt his gaze on my back the entire way. Steady and patient and absolutely unblinking, like something that had all the time in the world. Inside, I sat down on my laptop and typed a single search into the browser. Arsenault Bros Bridge, Louisiana. The results loaded slowly on the hotspot connection. Most were public records, property listings. An obituary from 1997 for a woman named Celestine Arsenault Broussard. And then, near the bottom of the first page, a link to a local history blog, the kind maintained by a retired school teacher or a parish historical society. The font, small in the layout, years out of date. The title of the post was The Rougarou of Rue de la Nord, Fact, Folklore, or something else. I clicked it. The page loaded in pieces. Text first, then a photograph. Grainy and poorly scanned, clearly old. A group of men standing in front of a cypress tree, formal in the stiff way of old photographs, their faces difficult to read. One of them, the tallest, standing slightly apart from the others at the right edge of the frame, had eyes that even in the degraded image seemed to catch the light differently than the rest. Beneath the photograph, a caption in italics. Arsenault family, Rue de la Noire, circa 1931. I looked at the tall man at the edge of the photograph for a long time. Then I looked up from the screen, to the kitchen window, across the gravel road, to the porch of the house in the tree shadow. Clement Arsenault was sitting in his chair again, both hands on his knees, face turned toward my window. The photograph in front of me was nearly 100 years old. The man in it and the man on that porch were the same man. The photograph would stay open on my laptop screen through the rest of that afternoon, and I would spend those hours trying to construct a reasonable explanation for what I was looking at. A relative, a resemblance, a trick of poor image quality. While somewhere beneath all of that reasoning, something older and quieter than logic was already beginning to understand what it was that lived across Rue de Noir. As the shadows of the cypress trees stretched long and dark across the gravel road and the photograph on my laptop screen refused to offer me any comfortable explanation, I sat at the plank table and did what people do when something has frightened them in a way they cannot cleanly articulate. I looked for the rational architecture of it, the framework of coincidence and misperception that would allow me to fold the whole thing back into something manageable. Old photographs are unreliable. I knew that. The scanning process degrades detail, flattens features, collapses distinctions between faces that would be obvious in person. A family resemblance across generations can be striking enough to seem impossible when filtered through 90 years of image decay and your own unsettled imagination. The man on the porch was old, perhaps very old, but old men exist. Old men with old family homes on old roads exist. There was nothing here that required the explanation. My nervous system was quietly assembling without my permission. I closed the laptop. I cooked dinner. Pasta this time. Simple and mechanical. Something to do with my hands, and I ate it at the table without opening the computer again. The evening came down outside in its slow, theatrical way. The light going amber and then rose, and then a deep, bruised purple, and the frogs began their chorus right on schedule, and the basin water went dark and mirror still between the cypress roots, and I sat with a glass of water and watched it all through the screen door and told myself that I was fine. I was halfway to believing it when my phone buzzed on the table. A text message from an unknown number. No area code I recognized. The message itself was 4 words, no punctuation, no capitalization, as though it had been composed without any concern for how it would be received. You should go home. I sat looking at it for a long time. My first thought was practical. A wrong number, an autocomplete accident, someone texting the previous tenant of this phone number who happened to live somewhere else. My second thought arrived immediately behind the first, and was less comfortable. I had given this number to exactly 3 people since I moved here. My mother in Shreveport, my project manager at the equipment company, and Mrs. Thibodeau, the property manager, who had communicated with me exclusively by phone call up to this point and had never once sent a text. I typed back, "Who is this?" The message sat undelivered for the rest of the evening. No response came. I did not sleep well that night. I lay in the iron frame bed and listened to the basin sounds with a new and unwilling attentiveness, cataloging each one, measuring it against the sounds from the night before, alert for the particular deliberate footfall beneath my window. It did not come, or if it did, the frogs were loud enough that night to cover it, and I was not sure which possibility I preferred. At some point after midnight I drifted into something that was not quite sleep and not quite waking. A gray in-between state, where the sounds of the swamp pressed close against the window screens and the humidity lay on my chest like a hand. I dreamed, or something adjacent to dreaming occurred. I was standing on the gravel road in the dark, and the road was longer than it should have been, stretching in both directions into absolute black. The house behind me was lit from within, warm and yellow, and across the road the Arseno house was also lit, but differently. A cold blue-white light that moved rather than staying fixed, pulsing slowly the way a heartbeat pulses. And Clément Arsenault was standing in the road between our houses, not on his porch, not at a distance, but directly in front of me, so close I could see the individual lines in his weathered face, and those pale colorless eyes were fully black in the dark. No iris, no white, just depth. He said something in French, slow and low and deliberate. I do not speak French, not really, but in the way of dreams I understood every word. It already knows you are here. I woke up gasping at 4:17 in the morning, the bedroom dark and the frogs screaming outside and the sheets damp with sweat. I lay there until my breathing steadied. Then I got up, went to the kitchen, ran cold water over my wrists the way my therapist had once shown me, and stood at the sink looking out the window at the road. The blue-white light from my dream was not there. Of course it was not there. But, on the porch across the road, in the absolute dark of 3 hours before dawn, the wooden chair that Clement Arsenault sat in every morning was occupied. He was there, sitting exactly as he always sat, hands on knees, back straight, hat level, in the middle of the night, watching my kitchen window with the patient certainty of someone who had known I would appear in it. I stepped back from the window immediately, pressing my back against the kitchen wall, my heart working hard in my chest. I stood there in the dark of my kitchen, not breathing, for what felt like a very long time. Then, carefully, I moved to the side of the window frame and looked out at an angle, the way you do when you need to see without being seen. The porch was empty. The chair was there. The hanging bones turned slowly on their wire. The mason jar caught a fragment of moonlight through the trees. But chair was empty, and the porch was empty, and the road was empty. And I stood in my kitchen at 4 a.m. in a house on a road called Blackwater, and understood for the first time that the rational framework I had been constructing was not going to hold. The next morning, I drove to Cecilia. I needed groceries, that was true, but what I needed more was the specific comfort of other human beings in an ordinary space. The sound of a cash register and fluorescent lights and someone asking me how I was doing and meaning nothing by it. I filled a basket and brought it to the counter, and the same woman who had helped me on my first day, her name tag read Paulette, began scanning items with the methodical ease of someone who had done this 10,000 times. "Settling in okay?" she asked, not looking up. "Getting there?" I said. "Quiet out on Rue de Lunoir." Her hand slowed very slightly on the scanner, not stopping, just slowing. "That is where you are staying?" she said. Her voice was the same, pleasant and even, but something had moved behind it the way a fish moves beneath still water. A shift of weight, a displacement, gone before you could be certain you had seen it. "The Thibodeau rental," I said. "Yes." She finished scanning. She told me my total. As she handed me my change, her hand closed around mine for just a moment. Not romantic, not aggressive, the specific grip of someone who needs you to pay attention. "You got neighbors out there," she said quietly, looking directly at me now for the first time. "One," I said. "Across the road. Older man. Arsenault." Paulette looked at me for a long, still moment, the kind of look that contains more information than the person giving it has decided to release. "How long you planning to stay?" she said. 6 months, I said. "My lease runs through December." She nodded slowly, released my hand, looked down at the register. "Come back and see us," she said. And then, just as I was turning toward the door, so quietly I almost did not catch it beneath the hum of the refrigerated cases, "Do not let him inside. Whatever reason he gives you, do not let that man inside your house." I turned back. But she was already helping the next customer, her face pleasant and composed, her eyes on the register, and the moment it closed over itself as completely as the basin water closes over a stone. I drove back down Rue de la Noire, with her words sitting in the passenger seat beside me like something with weight and temperature, and the Spanish moss moved overhead in the windless heat, and the water between the cypress roots was very dark and very still. And when I pulled onto the crushed shell beside my house and looked across the road, Clement Arsenault was on his porch, sitting, watching, his pale eyes following my Jeep from the road to the parking spot with the slow, absolute attention of something that does not need to hurry, because it already knows, I thought before I could stop myself, the echo of the dream voice arriving uninvited and settling into the back of my mind like smoke, because it already knows you are not going anywhere. Paulette's warning would stay with me through the rest of that day and into the next, and I would turn it over and over the way you turn a strange object in your hands trying to understand what it is. But The understanding I was reaching for would not come from anything as simple as a warning, and that night, the basin itself would begin to speak in ways I had not yet learned to hear. As the last light of that afternoon burned itself out against the tree line, and the basin settled into its nighttime register, I sat at the plank table with Paulette's warning turning slow circles in my mind, and my laptop open to the local history blog I had found the day before. I had read the full post now, twice, carefully. The way you read something when you are hoping the second reading will make it less than what the first reading suggested. It did not. The blog belonged to a retired school teacher named Elodie Fontenot, who had taught Louisiana history at the parish school in Brobridge for 31 years before her retirement in 2009. Her writing was precise and unsentimental, the prose of someone accustomed to presenting complicated material to young people who had not yet decided whether they cared about it. There were no dramatic flourishes, no campfire embellishments. She wrote the way a person writes when they believe completely in what they are saying and feel no need to persuade you of it. The Rougarou, she explained, was not simply a werewolf in the European tradition, not the cinematic creature of Hollywood invention. In Cajun and Creole Louisiana, the Rougarou was something older and more specific than that. It was a curse passed through transgression, through the breaking of sacred rules. Catholic Lenten obligations most commonly in the older accounts, though the tradition predated French Catholicism in the region by generations, drawing from something deeper and less nameable in the indigenous and African spiritual traditions that had layered themselves into the Bayou culture over centuries. The transformation was not always physical in the classic sense. In many of the older accounts, the Rougarou was less a creature than a condition, a state of being in which the boundary between the human and something else had been eroded, gradually, privately, invisibly, until what remained was something that wore the shape of a man but operated according to entirely different imperatives. It could not enter a home uninvited. Every account, every version of the legend across every parish where it appeared, carried this detail with remarkable consistency. It required permission, an invitation, spoken or implied. And once it had that permission, once the threshold had been crossed, the nature of the haunting changed completely. I read that paragraph 3 times, did not let him inside. Whatever reason he gives you, I closed the laptop and sat in the quiet of the kitchen for a long time, listening to the frogs and the water and the slow tick of the house settling on its stilts in the cooling air. Outside, the dark had come fully down, the gravel road invisible beyond the reach of the porch light, the tree line a solid black wall. The basin sounds were different tonight. I could not immediately identify how, only that they were. Some quality of the frog chorus altered, some gap in the texture of sound where there had not been a gap before, like a recording with a section of silence edited in where silence did not belong. I got up and checked the front door. Locked. The back door. Locked. The windows were screened but not latched, and I went through each one and pushed the small latches into their slots, which felt both necessary and slightly absurd, the way sensible precautions sometimes do when the thing you are taking them against does not yet have a clear shape. I was latching the last window in the back bedroom when I heard it. A knock at the front door. 3 times, measured and unhurried, the knock of someone who was not uncertain about whether they should be there. I stood very still in the bedroom doorway. The knock came again. Same rhythm, same patient cadence, not loud, not aggressive. Simply present, the way Clément Arsenault himself was simply present, with the absolute undemonstrative certainty of something that has no concept of the possibility that it might not be answered. I walked to the front of the house without turning on the porch light. I positioned myself to the side of the door, as I had done with the kitchen window, and looked through the narrow gap where the door met its frame, where a sliver of the exterior was visible. He was standing on my porch, the wide-brimmed hat, the dark canvas clothing, those large hands hanging at his sides. He was facing the door directly, and in the fragment of them I could see through the gap. His posture was entirely composed, entirely still. Not the restlessness of someone who is knocked and is waiting for an answer, but the stillness of someone who is simply occupying a space and is fully prepared to occupy it indefinitely. I did not move. I did not speak. I stood at the side of the door with my back against the wall, and my heart moving hard and measured in my chest, and the silence between his last knock and whatever came next stretched out and out, filling with the sound of the frogs in the water, and the particular tight quiet of my own held breath. Monsieur Frey. His voice came through the door without effort, low and even, as though the wood between us were not there. I have something for you. From the basin. I said nothing. It is a courtesy, he said, between neighbors. A pause. I will leave it on the step. I waited. I heard nothing further. No retreating footsteps. No crunch of gravel. No sound of movement at all. After perhaps 2 full minutes of silence, I moved to the kitchen window and looked out at an angle toward the porch. He was gone. The road was empty. His porch across the way was dark. On my front step, visible in the weak spill of the porch light, was a small object. I did not open the door that night. I left whatever it was on the step, and went back to the bedroom, and sat on the edge of the iron-frame bed with the overhead light on, which I had not done since the first night, and I thought about calling someone, my mother. A friend from the city. I thought about calling Mrs. Thibodeau and telling her there was something wrong with the situation and asking her to release me from the lease without penalty. I thought about all of those things and did not do any of them. The way you do not do the sensible thing when some part of you has already decided that it needs to understand what is happening before it can leave. That part of me, I recognized even then, was going to be a problem. In the morning, gray and heavy with the promise of rain that had been building for 2 days, I opened the front door. On the step was a bundle of cypress bark, tied with the same red thread I had seen on the herb bundle hanging in my kitchen. Nestled inside the bundle, wrapped carefully in a piece of dark cloth, was a small carved figure, perhaps 3 inches tall, rough-hewn from what looked like driftwood, the shape of it human, but imprecise. The features suggested rather than defined. Around its neck, on a loop of the black thread I had seen on the hanging bones across the road, were 3 small objects. A piece of what looked like iron pyrite, a fragment of dried root, and a tiny glass bead of deep, translucent red. I picked it up. It was lighter than I expected, and warmer than the cool morning air should have made it, as though it had been held recently in a closed hand. I turned it over. On the flat base of the figure, scratched into the wood with something sharp, were 2 words in French. I photographed it and typed the words into a translation search on my phone. Pour protection. For protection, I stood on my porch in the gray pre-storm morning holding a carved figure that my possibly centuries-old neighbor had left on my doorstep in the night, and I looked across the road at his empty chair and his hanging bones and his mason jar of murky liquid, and I tried to decide what it meant that someone who frightened me had just given me something meant to keep me safe. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall on the gravel, then, slow and deliberate, each one making its own dark circle in the pale shell, and across the basin the sky had gone the color of a bruise, green-black at the edges. The particular color that people who have lived in Louisiana all their lives know to take seriously. The carved figure was warm in my hand. I went inside, and somewhere in the tree line across the road, at the edge where the yard became the basin, and the basin became everything else, something moved between the cypress trunks in a way that was not the wind and was not an animal, and was gone before I could be certain I had seen it. There and then, not there. The way things are in the moment, just before a storm breaks open and the world goes loud and the seeing of anything at all becomes impossible. The rain came down. The storm would last through the night and into the following morning, and I would sit in that house on stilts above the rising water with the carved figure on the table in front of me, and Elodie Fontenot's words open on my screen. And by the time the rain stopped, I would have found something buried further in her blog. Something she had written and then, according to a footnote, partially retracted. That would reframe everything I thought I had begun to understand about Clement Arsenault and what he was, and what, exactly, he had been trying to protect me from. The storm sat over the basin like something that had decided to stay, and through the night, it made the house on its stilts tremble in a way that was not violent but was constant. A low, persistent shuddering, the way a living thing shivers when it is cold or afraid. The rain on the tin roof was enormous in volume, and surprisingly varied in texture, shifting from a broad, steady roar to something finer and more intimate. A sound like static, like the white noise between radio stations where people used to say you could hear things if you listened with the right kind of attention. I did not sleep. I sat at the plank table with the carved figure in front of me, and my laptop open to Elodie Fontenot's blog, working through her older posts in the archive, the way you work through a document when you suspect the most important part is not at the beginning. The hotspot connection stuttered in the storm, pages loading in fragments, images refusing to appear at all, text arriving in blocks that sometimes cut off mid-sentence, and required a reload that might or might not produce the rest of what had been cut. I worked through it patiently, the rain coming down outside and the water rising slowly in the yard below the stilts. The frogs, remarkably, still audible beneath the storm, their course unbroken and absolute. I found the post at 2:40 in the morning. It was dated 4 years earlier than the Rougarou post, which meant I had scrolled past it without reading it on my first pass through the archive. The title was plain and without drama, the way the titles of things that matter often are. A correction and a clarification regarding the Arsenault account. Elodie Fontenot wrote that she had published, some years prior, a piece for the Parish Historical Society newsletter in which she had included the Arsenault family as an example of the Rougarou legend's integration into local genealogical history. She had framed it as folklore. She was writing now, she said, to clarify certain things she had not included in that piece, partly because she had not fully understood them at the time, and partly because she had been, in her own word, afraid. I sat up straighter in my chair. She had, in the course of her research, spoken to an elderly woman in the town of Laroville named Marguerite Doucet, who was at that time 93 years old and who had grown up on Rue de l'Eau Noire in the 1920s and 30s. Marguerite had known the Arsenault family personally, had known Clement Arsenault personally, in the years before the Second World War, when she would have been a young woman and he would have been, according to all available parish records, which Elodie had checked and rechecked, a man already well into his 60s. I read that again. In the 1930s, already in his 60s, Marguerite Doucet had told Elodie something that Elodie had initially dismissed as the confabulation of extreme old age, the way memories compress and blur over 9 decades, until a grandfather becomes a father, and a father becomes a son, and the generations collapse into a single figure repeated across time. She had dismissed it, she wrote, until she found the photographs, not just the one that appeared on the blog, the group photograph from 1931, but a series of images held in a private family collection that a descendant of one of the other men in the photograph had allowed her to examine. Images spanning from the 1880s through the 1950s. Different occasions, different groupings of people, different styles of clothing marking the decades clearly, and in image after image, at varying distances and in varying light, the same tall figure, the same broad shoulders, the same wide-brimmed hat, the same quality of standing slightly apart from the people around him, the same suggestion of watching rather than participating, the same face. Elodie wrote that she had spent considerable time attempting to construct the family resemblance explanation. It was not sustainable. The consistency across 70 years of images was not the consistency of inherited features. It was the consistency of a single person photographed repeatedly across time in which they had not visibly aged. She had gone back to Marguerite Doucet with this. The old woman had listened to her findings without surprise. What Marguerite told her then was this: the Rougarou of the Arseno line was not what the popular legend described. It was not a curse of violence, not a predatory transformation, not the monster of Cajun cautionary tales told to keep children from wandering into the swamp after dark. It was something rarer and in certain ways more terrible than that. A bargain, made generations back, by an ancestor whose name Marguerite either did not know or would not say. A bargain with something that lived in the deep basin, something that predated the French settlers and the indigenous peoples, and possibly the land itself in its current form. The bargain had preserved the Arseno line, had given the man who made it, and all who carried the bloodline after him, a kind of continuity that normal human life does not possess, but preservation of that kind is never without its terms. The terms, as Marguerite understood them, were these: the Arseno who carried the bargain most fully, always the eldest, always the one who remained on Rue de l'Eau Noire, was bound to the basin, could not leave it, not permanently, not without consequence, and in exchange for what had been given to him, he was required to maintain a specific and vigilant relationship with the thing in the deep water, to watch it, to mark its movements, to keep it oriented toward the basin and away from the places where people lived. He was not the monster. He was the keeper of the monster. And the monster, Marguerite had said, her voice dropping to something barely above a breath, according to Elodie's account, the monster was drawn to newcomers, to people who arrived on Rue de l'Eau Noire without knowing what the road was, without knowing what the basin held. It was drawn to them the way certain deep-water creatures are drawn to light, not with intelligence exactly, but with a terrible, patient, unerring instinct. It had been quiet for years, Marguerite said, decades even. But it was never gone. It was simply waiting, the way things that do not experience time the way we do can afford to wait, with a patience so vast it is indistinguishable from stillness. I sat back from a laptop. The rain was still coming down on the tin roof, and the water in the yard below had risen further, visible now in the gray dark through the rear window, a flat black sheet reflecting nothing. The carved figure on the table in front of me was still warm. I had not touched it since I sat down, but it was warm, and in the low light of the kitchen lamp, the grain of the driftwood it was carved from seemed to move very slightly, the way wood grain seems to shift when you stare at it too long. I looked away from it and back at the screen. Elodie's post continued. She wrote that she had attempted, after her conversation with Marguerite Doucet, to make contact with Clément Arsenault directly. She had driven out to Rue de l'Eau Noire on a weekday afternoon in early autumn and knocked on his door. He had answered. He had listened to her explain who she was and why she had come, and then he had said something to her that she had transcribed as precisely as she could remember it, because she had written it down immediately upon returning to her car. He had said, "It is already awake. It woke up when the last one came. The one before you who came to ask questions. I do not know why strangers keep coming to this road, but when they come, it wakes up, and it does not go back to sleep on its own." Elodie wrote that she had asked him what it was, what lived in the basin, what the bargain had been made with. He had looked at her for a long moment with those pale eyes, and then he had said simply, "Something that was here before the water was, something that will be here after the water is gone. It does not have a name that a person can say and remain the same afterward." Elodie had published the post, and then, 6 weeks later, she had added the footnote I had seen referenced in the search results, a single italicized line at the bottom of the page. I scrolled to it now and read it for the first time. Addendum. I have been asked by a member of the Arsenault family to remove this post. I have declined to do so, but wish to note that I have not returned to Rue de l'Eau Noire since its publication, and do not intend to. To anyone reading this who is staying or considering staying in that area, please understand that I am not writing fiction. I am writing what I was told by people who had no reason to lie to me. What you do with that is your own decision. I hope you make a careful one. I closed the laptop slowly. The rain was beginning to ease, dropping from its roar to something quieter and more deliberate. The water in the yard below had stopped rising. The frogs were very loud in the returning quiet, louder than they had been all night, their sound pressing against the window screens with a kind of urgency I had not noticed before. And beneath the frog chorus, beneath the diminishing rain and the soft creak of the house on its stilts, I heard something else. From the direction of the basin, from the deep water beyond the tree line, a sound that was low and rhythmic and entirely unlike anything I had heard in the weeks I had been on this road. It was not an animal sound, not exactly, though it had the texture of something biological, something that breathed or produced its sound through a process involving the movement of air or water through a body of considerable size. It rose and fell in a pattern that was almost but not quite regular, almost but not quite a rhythm, the way a heartbeat sounds when something is wrong with it. I did not move toward the window. I sat at the table with the warm carved figure in front of me, and my hands flat on the wood on either side of it. And I breathed slowly and deliberately, and I listened to the sound from the basin rise and then gradually, over the course of perhaps 10 minutes, subside back into the water and the dark and the returning stillness. When it was fully gone, the frogs went quiet all at once. Every single one of them, simultaneously, as though a switch had been thrown. The silence that followed was the most complete I had ever heard in my life. It lasted exactly long enough for me to understand what it meant, and then, from directly beneath the house, from the water that had risen to touch the base of the stilts, came a single sound, a slow, deliberate movement in the water, something large and patient passing directly below where I sat, close enough that I felt rather than heard the displacement of water against the wood of the stilts. A pressure, a presence, moving from the basin side of the house to the roadside and then away. Gone. The frogs began again. The rain picked up slightly, then let go entirely, and the night was just the night, and the basin was just the basin. And I sat at the table until the gray pre-dawn light came through the windows, and my coffee went cold in the mug, and I had still not moved my hands from the table on either side of the carved figure, which was by then almost too warm to touch. When the morning came fully and the storm had passed and the road steamed gently in the returning sun, I would do the thing I had been building towards since the moment Paulette had closed my hand in hers across the grocery counter. I would go back across the gravel road and knock on Clement Arnaud's door, not with the careful social script of a neighbor introducing himself, but, with the specific and urgent need of someone who has run out of rational explanations and requires, now, the truth. As the morning light came through the steam rising off the gravel road, and the yard below the stilts drained slowly back toward the basin, carrying with it the smell of churned mud and something deeper and older beneath that, something organic, and faintly sweet in the way that things which have been submerged a long time smell when they surface. I stood at the kitchen sink and drank cold coffee and looked at the chair across the road and made a decision. The chair was empty. It was the first morning since my arrival that it had been empty at this hour, and that fact settled into me with a weight that was not relief but something closer to its opposite. His presence on that porch, which had frightened me consistently and completely since the first morning I had seen it, had also, I understood now, been a form of information. He was there, which meant he was watching. He was watching, which meant whatever he was watching for had not yet required him to do anything other than watch. The empty chair meant something had changed in the calculus of the night before, and I did not know what, and not knowing was considerably worse than the fear had been. I set the coffee mug down. I crossed the road. The gravel was soft and dark from the rain. The crushed shell darkened to gray, and my footprints pressed into it clearly as I walked. The puddles between the cypress roots on his side of the road were larger than on mine. The ground lower, the drainage slower, and I stepped around them carefully, aware of what I now knew moved through that water when it pressed close to the structures built above it. The hanging bones on his porch beam were still, the air completely calm after the storm's passing. The mason jar had been knocked onto its side at some point in the night. Its contents spilled across the porch boards in a dark stain that had already begun to dry at the edges. I knocked on the frame of the screen door. Nothing. I knocked again, 3 times, and called his name Monsieur Arsenault, in the way he had called mine through my door the previous evening, with the specific courtesy that the situation seemed to require regardless of everything else. The word felt strange in my mouth. That formal address, but it also felt correct. The way certain formalities feel correct when you are in the presence of something that exists on a different scale than ordinary life and ordinary manners. The screen door opened. He looked, if anything, less rested than I felt. There were lines in his face that I did not think had been there before. Or perhaps I was simply seeing them now in a different quality of light. The flat, post-storm morning light that strips everything of shadow and shows you exactly what is there without flattery or concealment. His pale eyes were the same, that washed-out gray that seemed to reflect light without absorbing it. But there was something in them this morning that had not been there at our previous encounters. Not warmth, not exactly. Something more like recognition. The look of someone who has been waiting for a specific conversation and is now, with some combination of relief and resignation, about to have it. He stepped back from the door without a word. An invitation, clear and unambiguous. I hesitated on the threshold, not because of the legend's detail about invitation and entry. That was his threshold, not mine, and the dynamic worked differently in that direction. But because crossing it felt like a commitment, like agreeing to know things I could not unknow, like stepping past the point where the rational framework, already badly damaged, could be repaired. I stepped inside. The interior of the house was dim and close, the window small and deep-set in walls that were thick with decades of paint, layered over paint, each coat trapping the one beneath it. The smell was complex. Wood smoke and something herbal and sharp, something mineral underneath that, and beneath all of it the basin smell, the mud and green water smell, pervasive and fundamental, as though the house itself were partly composed of the swamp it sat beside. The furniture was old and heavy and dark, the kind of furniture that belongs to a place so completely it could not be imagined anywhere else. On every flat surface, the mantelpiece, the windowsills, the narrow shelves built into the walls on either side of the fireplace, were objects similar to what hung on the porch. Bundles of dried plant material, small jars of various sizes containing various substances I could not identify, carved figures in the same rough driftwood style as the one he had left on my step, but larger, more numerous, arranged in configurations that suggested intention rather than decoration, and on the wall beside the fireplace, a series of framed photographs. I recognized the style of the oldest ones immediately. He moved to the kitchen without speaking, and I heard the sound of a gas burner igniting, the tick and catch of an old stove, the settling of a pot onto the grate. I stood in the front room and looked at the photographs. There were 11 of them, spanning from one I estimated as the 1880s to the most recent, which appeared to be from the 1980s based on the color saturation and the quality of the print. 11 photographs across 100 years, and in each one, present but not centered, standing at the edge of the frame or in the background of a group. The same figure. I had known I would see it, and it still stopped my breath. He came back from the kitchen, carrying 2 thick ceramic mugs, and handed one to me without asking whether I wanted it. Coffee, black, extraordinarily strong, the smell of it cutting cleanly through the layered atmosphere of the room. He sat in a chair beside the fireplace, unlit now, its grate holding the ash of the previous winter, and gestured to the chair across from him. I sat. I wrapped both hands around the mug and looked at him directly. "How long?" I said. I did not elaborate. I did not need to. He drank from his mug. set it on his knee, looked at the empty fireplace for a moment, then back at me. My grandfather made the arrangement, he said, or what you would call my grandfather. The English word does not carry the right weight. The French word is closer, but still not right. He paused. 1843. There was a famine year. Sickness in the community. The crops failed. 3 children dead before winter. He went into the deep basin to die, I think, or to find something that would prevent the dying. He found something. The bargain, I said. Those pale eyes came to me steadily. He was not surprised that I knew the word. You have been reading, he said. Elodie Fontenot's blog, I said. Yes. Something moved across his face that was not quite an expression, more the shadow of one there and gone. She is a careful woman, he said. She wrote what she understood. She did not understand everything. What did she not understand? I said. He was quiet for a long moment. Outside, a woodpecker began its hollow knocking in a dead cypress somewhere close, the sound carrying cleanly in the post-storm air. From the direction of the basin came the normal sounds of morning, the birds reconvening after the storm, the slow movement of water through root systems and between trunks, the bass note of the swamp resuming its ordinary operations, all of it entirely normal. All of it I now understood, a surface beneath which something else entirely was also occurring. She understood what it is, he said finally. She did not understand what it wants. What does it want? I said. He looked at me with those pale, ancient, exhausted eyes. The same thing everything that has been in the dark a very long time wants, he said. To come out of it. To move from where it is to somewhere else. To cross the boundary between the basin and the world that people live in. He drank from his mug. It cannot do this without a path, a channel, something that connects where it is to where it wishes to be. A person, I said. The word arrived in my mouth before I had consciously formed the thought, rising up from somewhere that had been assembling this understanding quietly for days. He nodded once, slowly. It chooses carefully, he said. It is patient. It has been patient longer than this parish has existed, longer than the French came here, longer than anyone whose name we know walked this ground. It watches. It waits for the right. He paused, choosing the word with deliberate care. The right configuration. Someone alone. Someone whose interior life has a particular quality. An openness. A searching. He looked at me steadily. A wound, perhaps, that is not finished healing. Something in them that is still looking for something without knowing what it is looking for. I thought about my therapist. About situational burnout. About 4 years of a relationship that had ended without drama and without resolution and left me hollowed out in a way I had not been able to name precisely. About driving west on Highway 90 until the city noise faded and stopping when I could not hear it anymore. It recognized that in you, Clément said, not unkindly, the way a doctor states a diagnosis, with the specific compassion of someone who delivers difficult information because the alternative is worse. Before you arrived, before you'd even seen this road, it has ways of arranging things, small things, a listing that appears at the right moment, a price that seems exactly right, a name on a road that you do not think to translate until you have already turned onto it. The room was very quiet. The woodpecker had stopped. Even the basin sounds had subsided momentarily, as though everything outside were pausing to listen. The figure I left you, he said. You still have it. On the table, I said. Yes. Keep it there, he said. Keep it in the room where you sleep at night. Do not move it outside. Do not leave it anywhere that is not inside the 4 walls of that house. He held my gaze. And do not, under any circumstances, for any reason, in any state of mind, go to the water after dark. Not to the edge of the road where it pools. not to the basin side of the yard, not anywhere that the water touches the land between the setting of the sun and its rising. Because it moves at night, I said. Because at night the boundary's thinner, he said, and because it has been awake now for 3 weeks, since you came. He said this without accusation, simply as information. It woke when you arrived and it has not gone back, and I've been— He glanced toward the wall of photographs, and something crossed his face that was too tired to be grief and too old to be fear. Managing it, as I always manage it, as this line has always managed it. But I am the last of the line, Monsieur Frey. I have no one after me, and managing a thing for this many years, with no one coming behind you. He stopped, drank from his mug. It gets harder, I said. It gets harder, he said. Yes. We sat in the dim, close room for a while after that, both of us with our mugs, the basin resuming its sounds outside, the morning fully establishing itself in the way mornings do, whether you are ready for them or not. I looked at the 11 photographs on the wall. I thought about what it meant to be the last, to have maintained a vigil across more than a century, and to know, with the particular clarity that comes from that much time and that much knowledge, that the vigil would end with you. Why did you not tell me sooner? I said eventually. When I first came over to introduce myself, you told me this was not a good place to be alone. You could have told me more. He looked at me steadily. People who are told do not believe, he said. People who find out. He gestured, a small movement of one large hand, indicating me, the room, the conversation we were having. They are ready to believe, because they have already seen enough to need it to be true. He paused. You needed to find it yourself. That is how it always works with newcomers, who are worth talking to. And the ones who are not worth talking to? I said. His expression did not change. They leave, he said simply. Or they do not. It depends on what it decides about them. I set my mug down on the table beside my chair. I looked at this man, this impossible, ancient, exhausted man, and I thought about the weight of what he carried, and it carried for longer than the country I lived in had existed. And then I asked him the question that had been forming since I had read Elodie Fontenot's post in the middle of the night with the storm coming down. Is there a way to end it? I said. Not manage it. End it. Put it back permanently. Make it so that no one who comes to this road after you is in danger. He was quiet for a very long time, long enough that I thought he was not going to answer, long enough that the morning light shifted perceptibly through the deep-set windows, moving across the floor in a slow, bright bar. Then he looked at me with those pale and ancient eyes, and what I saw in them now was not the recognition of before, or the exhaustion, or the specific weight of the last keeper of a centuries-old vigil. What I saw was something that looked carefully and cautiously, and against what seemed like considerable practice in not allowing it, like hope. Yes, he said quietly, there is a way, but it requires someone who is not of this line, someone from outside who came here not knowing, and who stayed not knowing, and who in the staying became known to it. He paused. It requires someone like you, Monsieur Frey. It requires that you understand completely what you would be agreeing to before you agree. The basin moved outside. The light moved on the floor. The carved figure sat warm on the table in my house across the road. Tell me, I said, what Clément Archenet told me in that dim, close room, over coffee that had gone cold in our mugs, and morning light that moved across a floor worn smooth by more than a century of the same feet walking the same path, would take the rest of that day to fully absorb, and by the time the sun began its descent toward the tree line again, I would have made a decision that I understood, even as I was making it, could not be unmade. What Clément Arsenault told me took the better part of 3 hours, and he told it the way he did everything, slowly, without decoration, with the specific economy of someone who has reduced a thing to its essential components through long familiarity and no longer has any interest in the parts that do not matter. The coffee went cold. The light moved across the floor in its slow bar, crossing from the east-facing window to the west-facing one, with the patience of something that has been marking time in this room for a very long while. I did not interrupt him. I sat in the chair across from him and listened, the way you listen, when you understand that what you are hearing will not be repeated and cannot be looked up afterward. The thing in the basin, he told me, was not evil in the way that word is commonly applied. Evil implies intention, implies a moral framework that has been deliberately inverted, implies something that understands goodness and chooses against it. What lived in the deep water of the Atchafalaya had no such framework. It was old enough that the concepts did not apply to it. It was simply a force, vast, patient, and acquisitive in the way that certain natural processes are acquisitive, the way a river acquires everything in its path, not out of malice but out of the simple imperative of its own nature. It wanted to expand. It wanted to move from where it was to where it was not. This was not a desire in the human sense. It was closer to gravity, closer to the way water always finds the lowest available point, not because it chooses to but because the alternative is not within its nature. The bargain his ancestor had made in 1843 had not contained it exactly. Containment was not possible, not permanently, not with something of that scale and that age. What the bargain had done was create an orientation, a relationship between the Arsenault line and the thing in the basin that functioned something like a tether, the keeper's presence on the road, the keeper's attention, the specific rituals of watchfulness that had been maintained across generations. These did not prevent the thing from moving, but they gave it something to orient toward that was not the wider world, a fixed point, an anchor. The keeper, in a very real sense, was the thing's primary relationship with the land above the water, and as long as that relationship was maintained, the thing's attention was held. Like a light, I said when he paused. You are the light it orients toward, so it does not look for other lights. He considered this. Close enough, he said. The problem, he continued, was that the arrangement required the keeper to be here. Physically, continuously, perpetually present on this road. He could travel short distances, into Cecilia, into Bro Bridge, as far as Lafayette, on an errand that was completed and returned from within the same day. But he could not leave the basin permanently, could not relocate, could not simply decide one day to go somewhere else and begin a different life. The tether worked in both directions. He was the anchor, but the thing in the water was also, in its way, his anchor. And without an heir, without someone of the line to pass the arrangement to when he was gone, the tether would simply cease when he ceased. The orientation would dissolve, and the thing in the basin, suddenly untethered after more than 180 years of relationship with a fixed point, would do what untethered things do. It would move. The way to end it permanently, he said, setting his mug on the floor beside his chair and folding those large, weathered hands in his lap, is not to break the arrangement. Breaking it simply removes the tether without removing the thing. What is required is, he paused, choosing with his characteristic precision, a dissolution. The arrangement must be brought to a completion rather than a termination. Closed properly, the way a door must be properly closed to be truly shut rather than merely not open. What does that require? I said. Someone must go to the water, he said, at the hour before dawn, when the boundary is at its most permeable. Someone who has been known to the thing, who it has already fixed its attention upon and begun its process of. He paused again. Recruitment. Someone it believes is close to becoming the channel it requires. That person must go to the water and offer something. Offer what? I said, carefully. Not themselves, he said, reading the direction of my question with the accuracy of someone who has watched many people arrive at this point in the conversation. It does not want your body or your life. It is not interested in those things. What it wants, What it has always wanted from the people it chooses is a path, a connection, a way out of the deep water and into the world. He looked at me steadily. What must be offered is the opposite of a path. What must be offered is a closing, a sealing. In the old tradition, this was done through an object of personal significance, something that carries the specific frequency of the person who carries it, that the thing has already been reaching toward through its process of attention and acquisition. If the thing accepts the object as a substitute for the path, if it takes what is offered and incorporates it, then the reaching stops. The acquisition instinct is satisfied, in the way that a hunger can sometimes be satisfied by something other than what it originally wanted, if the substitution is offered at exactly the right moment and in exactly the right way. I thought about this for a moment, and the arrangement, your arrangement, the tether, is no longer necessary, he said. If the reaching stops, the orientation is irrelevant. A thing that is not trying to move does not need to be anchored. He looked at the photographs on the wall. It took me a very long time to understand this. I spent decades believing the only possible outcome was continuation. Find an error, pass the arrangement, maintain the vigil in perpetuity. It was Marguerite Dosset's granddaughter who finally helped me see that continuation was not the only architecture available. His pale eyes came back to me. But it required the right person. Someone the thing had already chosen. Someone it had already invested its attention in. And that person had to come here on their own, without being brought, without being guided. They had to arrive the way you arrived, Monsieur Frey, following something they could not name, looking for something they could not describe, finding this road without fully understanding why. The morning was nearly gone. Through the small, deep-set windows, the light was the high, pale gold of late morning, and somewhere outside the woodpecker had returned to its cypress, its hollow knocking patient, and rhythmic and oddly comforting in its absolute normalcy. The object, I said. It needs to be something the thing has already been reaching toward, something connected to me specifically. Yes, he said. I thought about the carved figure on my table. Warm in a way it should not be. Too warm since the storm, since the sound beneath the house, since the thing in the water had passed directly below where I sat. I thought about what it meant that the figure had been warm, whether the warmth was protection, as Clément had intended, or whether something else had happened to it in the night, whether the thing in the basin, in its patient and unerring way, had already begun the process of making it its own. The figure you gave me, I said. He looked at me for a long moment, then he nodded very slightly, with the expression of someone who has found confirmation of something they had already suspected. It has already touched it, he said quietly. Not a question. It passed beneath the house last night, I said. During the storm. I felt it through the stilts. Something moved in his face that was the closest thing to alarm I had seen there. He was quiet for a moment, his large hands tightening slightly in his lap. That is closer than it has come in. He stopped. That is very close, he said. It is moving faster than I expected. The storm drew the water up, and the water gave it range. He looked at me with a new and sharper attention. If it has touched the figure already carries the connection between it and you. That is, he paused, and for the first time in our conversation he seemed to be recalibrating something, adjusting to information that had shifted the landscape of what he knew. That is actually better, he said finally, for the purpose of the offering. But it means the timing must be soon. How soon? I said. 3 nights, he said. The moon will be at its lowest point in 3 nights, the light at its minimum, the boundary at its thinnest. If we are going to close this properly, it must be then. He held my gaze. But I need you to understand what I am asking of you before you agree. Going to the water in the dark, at the boundary hour, with the thing awake and close, and already reaching, it will know you are there. It will come to the surface. You will see it, or some portion of it, and what you see will be, he chose the word with visible care, significant. It will test you, not violently. It does not operate through violence, but it will show you things. It will offer you things in the way that it offers, which is not in words and not in images exactly, but in something more direct than either, a kind of knowing that it places inside you, a feeling of recognition and completion and arrival that is designed to be almost irresistible to someone who has spent a long time feeling lost. He paused and looked at me with an expression that was grave and entirely without drama. You must refuse it, he said. Whatever it shows you, whatever it offers, whatever feeling it produces in you, you must refuse it. And then you must place the figure in the water and speak the words that I will teach you. And you must not look at the water after the figure goes in. Not for any reason. Not regardless of what you hear. The room was very quiet. I looked at the photographs on the wall. 11 frames, more than a century, one face recurring through all of it, with the patient constancy of something that has simply kept its post because the alternative was unthinkable. You have been doing this alone for a very long time, I said. He did not answer immediately. He looked at his hands in his lap. Then he looked up and across at me, and in those pale, exhausted eyes was everything that 180 years of solitary vigil accumulates. Not self-pity, nothing as simple or as human as that, but something vast and settled and very, very tired. Yes, he said, I have. I picked up my cold mug and drank the last of the cold coffee and set it back down. Teach me the words, I said. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he stood and moved to the narrow shelf beside the fireplace and took down a small book. Not a book exactly, more a collection of handwritten pages bound together with the same black thread that appeared on the hanging bones and the carved figures. The pages yellowed and dense with close handwriting and a mixture of French and something older that I could not identify. He brought it back to his chair and opened it with the care of someone handling something irreplaceable. And in the late morning light of the post-storm day, with the basin moving outside and the Spanish moss hanging still in the windless air, and 3 days remaining before the moon reached its lowest point, Clement Archenot began to teach me what I needed to know. I listened with everything I had. I understood, sitting in that room, that the listening was the most important thing I had ever done. That the 6 months of lease and the drive west on Highway 90 and the listing that had appeared at exactly the right moment, and the price that had been exactly right, and the name on the road that I had not translated until I had already turned onto it, all of it had been moving toward this room. This morning, this teaching. Whether it had been arranged by the thing in the basin, drawing me here for its own purposes, or by something else entirely, working in a different direction toward a different end, I could not know. Perhaps I thought it did not matter. Perhaps what mattered was only what I chose to do with where I had arrived. The pages turned. The light moved. The basin breathed outside. 3 nights, with the old words settling into my memory like stones into still water, and the weight of 3 days pressing forward from that morning like something with its own gravity. I would return to my house across the road and spend those days in a specific and deliberate preparation. And on the 3rd night, when the moon had dropped to its lowest arc, and the boundary between the basin and everything else had grown as thin as it would ever be, I would walk down to the water's edge in the dark and do what needed to be done, with the old words settled into my memory like stones laid carefully into mortar, each one in its precise position and order. I crossed back over the gravel road in the late morning light and went into my house and sat at the plank table and did not open my laptop and did not touch my phone and did not attempt to work. I sat with the carved figure in front of me and the words in my head and the 3 days between me and the water's edge, and I breathed slowly and let the reality of what I had agreed to find its proper dimensions inside me. It was large. That was the honest assessment. It was considerably larger than anything I had agreed to in my previous life. In that life of apartments and relationships and technical manuals, and the particular small exhaustions of a person who had been living carefully for so long that the carefulness itself had become the exhaustion. I had come here to find quiet, and I had found something that made the concept of quiet seem almost quaint. Not because it was loud, but because it was so much more present than anything I had encountered before that the word quiet no longer seemed to contain enough room for what I was experiencing. I spent the first of the 3 days in preparation of a specific and interior kind. I walked through the rooms of the house and looked at everything in them. The plank table, the mustard-colored sofa, the iron-frame bed, the narrow kitchen with its gas stove and its window, and the dried herb bundle on its nail. And I tried to understand what I was doing here, not in the metaphysical sense that had been occupying me for days, but in the simplest and most personal sense, why I had come, what I had been looking for without knowing I was looking, what the wound was specifically that Clement had identified with such quiet precision, the thing that had made me visible to what lived in the water, the frequency I was broadcasting that had drawn its ancient, patient attention. I thought about the relationship that had ended, not dramatically, which was part of what had made it so difficult to process. We had simply grown into different shapes, Marcus and I, over 4 years, and one day we were standing in the kitchen of our apartment and looking at each other with the specific bewildered grief of two people who have just understood simultaneously that the thing they built together is no longer the shape of either of them. No anger, no betrayal, just the slow, quiet devastation of love that has completed itself and has nowhere further to go. I had not cried in the apartment. I had driven west on Highway 90 and cried somewhere around Grosse Tête, alone in the Jeep with the flat green landscape on either side and the Spanish moss beginning to appear and the city receding behind me. And by the time I reached the gravel road, I had thought I was done with it. I had not been done with it. The thing in the basin had known that before I did. I spent the second day learning the landscape between the house and the water's edge, not going to the water. Clement had been ambiguous about that boundary in the remaining days, but understanding the terrain, mapping it with my eyes from the safe distances available to me. The yard behind the house descended in a gentle slope toward the tree line, perhaps 30 feet of open ground before the first cypress trunks rose from the waterlogged soil, their knees breaking the surface in irregular formations that in certain angles of light looked uncomfortably like figures kneeling. Beyond the first row of trees, the ground became uncertain, the line between soil and water blurring progressively, until there was no distinction at all, just the dark basin water threading between roots and trunks and stretching away into the interior channels that bent and split and rejoined in configurations that were not navigable without prior knowledge. The path to the water's edge was a narrow track worn through the grass by decades of the same feet walking it. Clement's feet, and before his, whoever had preceded him in the keeping of this vigil. The track ran from the back of his property rather than mine, angling through a gap in the first row of cypress trunks to a small natural clearing where the bank was firm and the water was open. Not a wide opening, perhaps 10 feet across. A window in the tree canopy that let the sky reach the surface and the surface reflect the sky. He had walked me to the edge of his yard and pointed it out from a distance, describing it with the patient specificity of someone who knows a place so well they can see it with their eyes closed, and is trying to help you see it the same way. You will know when you are in the right place, he had said. The water will be still there. It is always still there. Even when the rest of the basin is moving, it does not disturb that water because that water is where it surfaces. It treats it the way certain animals treat the ground directly above where they sleep, with a specific and instinctive care. I had looked at that distant gap in the trees and thought about what would be in it in 3 nights, and had said nothing, and he had said nothing further, and we had stood at the edge of his yard in the afternoon heat, with the basin breathing around us until enough time had passed for the silence to feel like an agreement rather than an absence. On the 3rd day, I did not look out the windows toward the road. I understood, without being told, that looking would be a kind of engagement, and that engagement in any form on the 3rd day was something to be avoided. The thing in the water would be close today, closer than it had been on any previous day, the boundary at its progressive thinning, its attention sharpening as the night approached. Slit-Mouthed explains that on the day of the offering, the chosen person should occupy themselves with the ordinary, with the physical and the immediate and the unremarkable, as a way of keeping their internal frequency at a kind of neutral, not suppressed, not artificially calmed, but genuinely occupied with things that had nothing to do with what was coming. So I cleaned the house, thoroughly and methodically, the way cleaning becomes meditative when you commit to it entirely. I swept the floors and wiped the counters and washed the dishes that had accumulated, and made the bed with hospital corners the way my mother had taught me when I was young, and which I had never bothered with in my adult life, but which felt exactly right today. The precision of it, the specific satisfaction of a tucked corner. I cooked a real meal for the first time in days. Rice and red beans from the pantry, the smell of it filling the house in the warm, substantial way of food that takes time and cannot be rushed. The smell of something being properly made. I ate slowly. I washed the pot and the bowl. I sat with the carved figure until the light outside began its amber decline, and I spoke the words Slit-Mouthed had taught me, quietly and carefully, the way you practice something that must be done correctly, and whose correctness depends on the speaking being genuine rather than performed. The French words and the older words beneath them that I still could not identify, but which sat in my mouth with a particular weight, a density, as though they had been compressed over a very long time into something smaller and more concentrated than language usually is. At 10 in the evening I knocked on Slit-Mouthed's door. He opened it immediately, as though he had been standing on the other side. He was dressed differently than I had seen him before. The same dark canvas, but with the sleeves down and buttoned at the wrist, and around his neck on a length of the black thread was a carved figure similar to mine, but older, the wood darker and smoother with what must have been decades of contact with his skin. He looked at me, and I looked at him, and neither of us said anything for a moment. The night air thick and warm between us. The basin sounds steady and full around the specific silence we were standing in. "You are ready," he said. It was not a question. "I think so," I said, which was the honest answer, and which he accepted with a single nod. We went together, not speaking, through his yard and along the worn path through the gap in the first row of cypress trunks. He carried a small lantern, not electric, an actual kerosene lantern. Its flame enclosed an old glass that threw a warm and limited circle of light around us and left everything beyond it in a darkness that was absolute and close and alive with the sounds of the nighttime basin. The frogs were at their fullest volume, the air dense with their sound, and beneath it the insects, and beneath that the water moving in its slow and various ways, and beneath all of it, barely perceptible, that other sound, the rhythmic almost heartbeat from the deep basin that I had first heard during the storm, closer now, more defined, like a recording played at a slightly higher volume. The clearing was exactly as he had described it from a distance. The bank firm underfoot, a slight shelf of root-reinforced earth where the tree line opened and the water lay exposed. The surface of the water in that small opening was completely still, as he had said it would be, a mirror, flat and black, reflecting the starless sky with the precision of something that had been polished. The cypress trees around the clearing were still. Nothing moved in them. The frogs, I noticed, were quieter here, not silent. They were never fully silent except in the moments of immediate presence, but quieter. Their chorus pulled back from this specific place, as though they understood the geography of something's attention and were staying at its edges. Slit-Mouthed stopped at the tree line. He would come no further, he had told me. His presence at the water in this context would create interference, the specific interference of a known relationship that the thing in the basin was accustomed to orienting toward. It needed to orient toward me tonight, clearly and without distraction. I walked to the bank's edge alone. The carved figure was in my right hand. I could feel its warmth through my fingers, that specific warmth that was more than wood and more than the temperature of my own palm. And for the first time I understood it not as something alarming, but as something informative, as the signature of a connection that had been made, the specific warmth of a thing that has been recognized and reached for by something vast and patient, and now very close. I stood at the water's edge, and looked at the still black surface and spoke the first of the words. They came out of me differently than they had in the house. In the house they had been practiced, careful, considered, performed with concentration. Here at the water's edge, in the dark, with the almost heartbeat pressing up from below the surface, they came from somewhere different, somewhere below consideration. They came the way breathing comes when you are not thinking about breathing, from the body's own understanding of what it needs to do. The surface of the water changed, not dramatically, not with any violence or sudden movement. It simply shifted, the way a face shifts when the person behind it has decided to stop pretending, when the maintenance of a particular expression becomes unnecessary because the pretense it was serving is over. The reflections on the surface moved, rearranged, resolved themselves into something that was not the sky, and was not the trees, and was not anything that belonged to the world of ordinary optics. I saw, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to find adequate language for this, and will always fall short. A depth. Not the depth of water, which is simply distance below a surface, but a depth that was categorical. A depth that had nothing to do with physical measurement, and everything to do with time. I was looking at something that had existed longer than the concept of looking, something that had been old when the basin was formed, and older than that, and older than the geology that would eventually hold the water that would fill the basin, and older than the processes that produced the geology. Something that had been waiting in the specific way that only things with no concept of time can wait, not patiently because patience implies an awareness of passing time, but simply, unchainingly, with the absolute and groundless certainty that what it was reaching for would eventually arrive, and it showed me what it was offering, not in images. Clement had been precise about that, and he had been right. It was not images. It was a feeling, the specific feeling of completion, of arrival, of the particular ache that I had been carrying since the kitchen of the Baton Rouge apartment resolving itself, not by being processed or healed or worked through the slow and painful way that wounds actually heal, but simply by ceasing, by being filled, the hollowness filled, the searching finished. The door that had been open in me since I drove west on Highway 90 closed quietly, gently, with the specific and devastating relief of something you have wanted for so long that you had stopped believing it was possible. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt, and it was completely, absolutely, elaborately false. I knew it was false the way I knew the words I had spoken were real, not through analysis, but through something below analysis, some layer of knowing that was older than my grief, and older than my loneliness, and older even than my capacity to be deceived by the things I most wanted. The wound it was offering to fill was real. The filling was not. The completion it was showing me was a door, not a destination, a channel, a path from where it was to where it wished to be, built from the specific materials of my own longing, constructed with the patient expertise of something that has made this offer, in various forms, to various people more times than I can count, and across more time than I can hold. I refused it, not dramatically, not with anger or with the stiffening resistance of someone fighting against something. I refused it the way you set something down that you have been carrying too long and have finally recognized as not yours to carry. Gently, completely, with a full understanding of what I was putting down and why, and a full acceptance of the weight that would remain after the false lightness was removed. I held the carved figure over the water. I spoke the final words, the older words, the compressed and weighty ones, and I released the figure, and it entered the water without a splash, without a sound, sinking immediately in that perfectly still surface without disturbing it at all, as though the water had simply opened and received it and closed again. I did not look at the water. I turned and walked back toward the tree line where Clement stood with his kerosene lantern. Behind me, from the surface of the water, came a sound. I will not describe it here. I made a promise to myself in the moment that I would not try to describe it, because I believe that the attempt to put it into language would require me to look at it again in some interior sense, and I do not wish to look at it again. I will say only that it was not violent, and it was not prolonged, and that by the time I reached Clement at the tree line it had already stopped, and the clearing behind me was quiet, and the frogs had resumed their full chorus, all of them at once, flooding the night air with their enormous living sound, in a way that felt like, and I know how this sounds, and I accept how it sounds, like relief. Clement looked at me. The lantern light moved on his weathered face. He looked at my hands, at my expression, at something in my eyes that I could not see from my side, but which he was clearly reading with the attention of someone who needs to know the result of something and is capable of reading it without being told. Then his face did something I had not seen it do in all the days since I had arrived on this road. The tension in it let go, not all at once, not completely. 180 years of maintained vigilance does not release in a single moment, but something in the set of his jaw, in the holding of his eyes, in the particular carriage of those broad shoulders, shifted. The way a structure shifts when a load it has been bearing is removed, the way a room feels when a sound that has been constant for so long you stopped hearing it finally stops. He put his hand briefly on my shoulder, once, firmly, the specific touch of one person acknowledging something enormous to another without having any words adequate to it, and then he turned and walked back up the path toward his house. I stood for a moment in the dark between the cypress trees with the frogs all around me, and the warm Louisiana night pressing close, and I breathed, and the breathing was the cleanest thing I had ever done. Then I walked back up the path behind him, and the gravel road was silver in the thin starlight, and my house across the way had its porch light on, warm and ordinary and exactly where I left it, what remained of that night, and what I found when morning came to Rue de l'Honneur, what had changed and what had not, and what Clement Arsène to me across his porch in the first light, and what I understood at last about why I had come to this road, and what it was I had actually been looking for. All of that waited in the few hours still remaining before dawn broke over the basin, and showed me what the water looked like when the thing in it was finally, permanently still, as the breathing settled in my chest, and the gravel road held its thin starlight beneath my feet, and the porch light of my small blue-green house pulled me forward through the dark with the simple and absolute reliability of an ordinary thing in an extraordinary night. I understood something that I had not expected to understand so soon after what had just happened at the water's edge. I was hungry, not metaphorically, not in the deep and searching way that the thing in the basin had attempted to fill with its false completion, genuinely physically, specifically hungry, the hunger of a body that has spent 3 days on careful meals and nervous energy, and is now, in the sudden release of something it had been bracing against, remembered that it is a body, and that bodies have requirements that exist entirely outside the territory of the ancient and the uncanny. I almost laughed, standing there on the crushed shell beside my Jeep in the warm Louisiana night. I did not quite laugh, but something in me moved in that direction, and it felt like the first fully human thing I had felt in a very long time. I went inside. I made toast and ate it standing at the kitchen counter because I was too tired to sit. I drank a glass of water and then another. I looked at the table where the carved figure had sat for weeks, the small warm depression it had left in my perception of that surface, the absence of it now both noticeable and correct, like the absence of a splinter that has been properly removed, and I felt the specific quality of a space that has been returned to itself. I went to bed. I slept the way I had not slept since before the night of the footprints beneath my window, since before the text message from the unknown number, since before the dream of the road stretching into absolute black, and the pale eyes gone dark, and the French words that arrived in my understanding, without passing through my comprehension. I slept without architecture, without the shallow monitored half-sleep of the previous weeks, without the cataloging of sounds and the measuring of silences. I slept the way the body sleeps when it has been permitted, finally, to trust the dark. I woke to bird song, not the woodpecker, not the frogs, though both of those were present in their usual positions in the morning soundscape. What woke me was something I had not heard since arriving en route to Le Noir. A wood thrush somewhere in the cypress trees across the road, producing its clear and spiraling song in the pre-dawn air, with the unself-conscious fullness of a bird that has decided this particular morning is worth the full expression of what it contains. I lay in the iron-frame bed and listened to it with my eyes open in the gray pre-dawn dark, and felt something that took me a moment to identify, because I had not felt it in long enough that the sensation had gone slightly unfamiliar. I felt all right. Not healed, not transformed, not arrived at some elevated state of being through the experience of the previous night. Simply all right. Present in myself in a way that the previous weeks, if I was being precise, the previous year, had not produced. The hollowness was still there, because it was real. Because Marcus and the apartment and the life I had been living were real. And real things leave real absences when they end. But the hollowness had changed its quality. It was no longer the kind of empty that pulls at you, that broadcasts itself outward and makes you visible to things that are drawn to gaps. It was simply an empty space, a room that had been cleared, waiting in the neutral and unhurried way of cleared rooms for whatever would come to occupy it in its own time. I dressed and made coffee and carried it out to the porch as the dawn came properly over the tree line, turning the basin water first to silver and then to that luminous early morning gold that exists for perhaps 20 minutes before the day asserts itself fully and the quality of light becomes simply light rather than something more specifically beautiful than that. Across the road, Clément Arsenault was on his porch. He was sitting in his chair as he had sat every morning since my arrival, in the same posture, with the same stillness. But something was different, and it took me a moment of looking to understand what it was. The quality of the stillness had changed. For the weeks I had been watching him from this porch and from the kitchen window, his stillness had been the stillness of vigilance, alert, directed, the stillness of something that is not moving because it is watching, and watching requires a particular kind of motionlessness. This morning the stillness was simply rest. The stillness of a man sitting on his porch in the morning, because he is old, and the morning is beautiful, and there is no longer any specific reason to be anything other than exactly where he is. He raised one large hand when he saw me. Not a wave exactly, an acknowledgement. The gesture of one person recognizing another across a road in the morning. I raised my coffee mug in return. We sat on our respective porches as the morning established itself, and the wood thrush continued its spiraling song, and the Spanish moss moved in the first faint suggestion of a morning breeze that came off the water from the east, and the basin went from gold to the deep, layered green of full Louisiana summer daylight, and nothing moved in it that was not the ordinary movement of an ordinary morning in a living landscape. The water was still. I could see it from where I sat, the portion of the basin visible between the cypress trunks across the road, the dark mirror of it between the roots. It was still in the way that water is still when nothing beneath it is moving. Simply water, simply the flat and unremarkable surface of a swamp on a summer morning in Louisiana, reflecting the sky and the trees with the mechanical fidelity of reflection and nothing more. I went inside after a while and opened my laptop and looked at the technical manual I had been neglecting for days. The agricultural equipment company had sent 2 follow-up emails, both patient in tone, both clearly masking a patience that was approaching its limit. I wrote back to my project manager and apologized for the delay, and told her I had been dealing with a personal situation and that I would have the outstanding sections completed by the end of the Justin week. She wrote back within the hour, sour she was in a different time zone where the workday had already been running for some time, and said that was perfectly fine and she hoped everything was all right. I sat with that for a moment. Then I wrote back and told her that yes, everything was all right. that things were, in fact, considerably more all right than they had been for a while. I scented before I could qualify it into something smaller. 3 days later I drove into Cecilia for groceries. The same fluorescent lights, the same cash register, the same comfortable municipal hum of an ordinary small-town store in the middle of a weekday morning. Paula was at the counter. She looked up when I came in, and something in her expression shifted in a way that I recognized. Relief mixed with the careful management of relief. The expression of someone who had been worried about something they had no framework for worrying about officially. She did not say anything until I brought my basket to the counter. She scanned items in her methodical way, and when she handed me my change, her hand did not close around mine this time. She simply held my gaze for a moment with her direct and clear brown eyes. "You look different," she said. "I feel different," I said. She nodded slowly, in the particular way of someone who understands more than they are going to say out loud in a public place. "Settling in all right, then," she said. Her voice was the same, pleasant and even, but the undertone of careful warning that had been there before was gone. Simply a question. Simply one person asking another how they are getting on. "Getting there," I said, which was the same thing I had told her on my first visit. The same words. But they meant something entirely different now, and we both seemed to understand that, without discussing it. I drove back down Rue de l'Amour with the windows down and the summer air coming through warm and green and full of the smell of water and growing things. And the road was just a road, a gravel track with a French name and cypress trees on either side, and the basin moving slowly beyond them, doing what basins do, existing in its vast and particular way with the complete indifference to human concern that large bodies of water have always possessed. I turned onto the crushed shell beside the house and sat in the Jeep for a moment with the engine off, listening. The sounds were the same as the first day. The frogs and the birds and the water and the slow settling of the world around a place that had its own pace and its own logic, and did not adjust these things for anyone who arrived from somewhere else. But the texture of the silence was different. The gap I had noticed in those early days, that edited-out section of stillness where something had been exerting its attention, was gone. The soundscape was complete, uninterrupted, a living landscape simply being itself, without anything moving beneath it in the dark, without anything pressing upward against the boundary between where it was and where it wished to be. I brought the groceries inside and put them away, and made lunch and ate it at the plank table in the afternoon light, and then I opened the technical manual document and worked through the remainder of the afternoon with the clean and uncomplicated concentration of a mind that has been returned to itself and finds, in the return, that the ordinary capacities it had taken for granted are more than sufficient for the work in front of it. The weeks that followed had a quality that I am still trying to find the precise language for. Not peace exactly, because peace implies the absence of difficulty, and difficulty did not disappear from my life simply because the ancient thing in the basin had been satisfied and stilled. The grief for Marcus was still there, working itself through in the way that grief actually works, slowly and non-linearly, with good days and less good days and the occasional hour of unexpected sharpness that arrived without warning and had to be simply sat with until it passed. The uncertainty about what came next, where I would go when the lease ended, what shape the next chapter of my life would take, was still present, still unresolved, still waiting for answers I did not yet have. But all of that was mine, genuinely, unambiguously mine, not amplified by something feeding on it, not broadcasting itself outward to attract the attention of forces that operated on scales I had no framework for, not keeping me open in the specific way that had made me visible to what lived in the deep water. It was simply my life, in its ordinary human complexity proceeding. That, I understood now, was not a small thing. I saw Clement most mornings from my porch. We developed a wordless ritual of acknowledgement, the raised hand, the lifted mug, that contained within its simplicity everything that had passed between us, and required no elaboration. On some evenings I crossed the road and knocked on his door, and we sat in the dim front room with coffee and talked. And what we talked about was mostly ordinary. The weather, the basin, the particular behavior of the herons that roosted in the cypress stand to the north of his property, a book he had been reading in French that he described with the precision of someone who takes reading seriously and expects you to take his descriptions of it equally seriously. We did not talk about the water. We did not talk about what had happened in the clearing. It existed between us as a shared knowledge that did not require language to remain present and acknowledged. The way certain experiences between certain people settle into the foundation of a relationship and simply become part of what the relationship is built on, unremarked and essential. One evening in late August, sitting on his porch as the light went amber over the basin, and the wood thrush did its evening version of the song it had done on that first morning after, he said something that I have thought about on many occasions since. He was looking at the water, at the visible portion of it between the trees, and his expression was the settled and rested expression I had seen replace the vigilance on the morning after the offering. He said it quietly, without preamble, in the way of someone completing a thought that has been running quietly in the background for some time. "I did not think it would be someone like you," he said. I looked at him. "What do you mean?" I said. He was quiet for a moment. I thought when the right person came, the person who would do what needed to be done, I thought they would be someone who came looking for it, someone who had heard something, read something, who arrived with intention and preparation and the specific courage of someone who has decided in advance to be brave. He paused. I did not think it would be someone who came here simply because they were sad and needed quiet and found a listing at the right moment for the right price. He glanced at me briefly, and in those pale eyes was something that was unmistakably warmth. Old warmth. The warmth of something that has been held a long time against the cold. "I think that is why it worked," he said. "You were not performing courage. You were simply doing what the situation required, because the situation required it, and you were the person present. That is a different thing. It is a more reliable thing." I thought about that for a while. The light continued its decline over the water. "What will you do now?" I said. I gestured, a small movement indicating the basin, the road, the long continuity of what had been maintained here and was now concluded. With the time, he considered this with his characteristic unhurried seriousness. "I do not entirely know," he said, and then, with the faintest suggestion of something that in a younger or less weathered face would have been a smile, "That is, I think, the first time I have said that in a very long while." We sat until the light was fully gone and the stars came out over the basin. More stars than I had ever seen in my life, the kind of sky that requires distance from everything that produces light to exist, the kind of sky that makes you understand what the word vast actually means when applied to the universe rather than merely to a concept. The frogs were magnificent. The water moved in the dark with its usual patient industry, doing what water does, going where water goes, carrying nothing now but itself. My lease ran until December. I stayed until December, and then I called Mrs. Thibodeau and asked if the property was available through the following June. It was. I renewed. I finished the technical manual. I took on new work. I called my mother more often, and the calls were better than they had been, fuller, less performed. I drove into Bro Bridge on weekends sometimes, and walked the streets along Bayou Tush, and ate at the places along the waterfront, and talked to people, and found that talking to people had become, quietly and without my having specifically arranged for this to happen, something I wanted to do rather than something I managed. The wound did not vanish, but it finished eventually. It completed its work, the way wounds do when they are left to heal in their own time without something feeding on them. And when it was done, what remained was not a scar exactly. A scar implies damage marked permanently in tissue, but something more like a waterline, a record of how high things had risen and how thoroughly they had receded. Evidence of a capacity for depth that I had not previously known I possessed. I went back to the water's edge once more, in the daylight, in the mild and golden light of a November afternoon, when the basin had gone to its autumn colors, russet and amber in the deep, specific green of cypress needles against gray water. I stood on the firm bank in the small clearing and looked at the surface, which was simply water, which reflected simply the sky, which held nothing in its depth that pressed upward against anything. I stood there for a while. Then I said quietly, to the water and the trees in the afternoon, and whatever it is that receives words spoken in good faith to the open air, thank you. Not to the thing that had been here. That was gone, or stilled, or returned to whatever state preceded its long and acquisitive wakefulness, but to the road and the basin, and the particular configuration of events that had brought me to this specific bank on this specific November afternoon, changed in ways I was still only beginning to understand, more present in my own life than I had been in as long as I could remember. On the last morning of November, I crossed the road and knocked on Clemaine's door. He answered it, and we stood in the doorway for a moment, and I told him I was thinking of staying on through the spring, through the summer perhaps, that I had come to find the quality of life on this road suited the kind of work I did, and the kind of person I was finding myself to be, and that I hoped he did not object to the ongoing company. He looked at me for a long and characteristically unhurried moment. I have not had company in a very long time, he said. Genuine company. He paused. I do not object. We had coffee on his porch in the November morning, which was cool and clear and carried the smell of the basin in its clean autumn version. Water and cypress and the faint sweetness of fallen leaves composting into the dark soil, the smell of things becoming other things in the slow and patient way of nature's chemistry. The chair I sat in was the one that had stood beside his on the porch for as long as I had been here, unused, holding its position with the patient readiness of furniture that has been waiting a very long time for someone to make use of it. It fit me exactly. The basin moved beyond the cypress trees, and the frogs sang in the cool morning air, and the Spanish moss drifted in the light breeze from the east, and the water caught the November sun in long, bright fragments between the roots, and the road was simply a road, and the morning was simply a morning, and across the whole broad, breathing, ancient landscape of the Atchafalaya, something that had pressed against the boundary between dark water and living world for longer than anyone could measure, was finally, completely, permanently still, and in the stillness everything else could be heard. The birds, the water, the wind in the moss, the sound of two people sitting on a porch in the morning with their coffee, not saying anything in particular, simply being present in the same place at the same time, which is, when you have been alone for long enough in the particular way that we had each been alone, not a small thing at all. Not a small thing at all. The child on the camera. I need you to listen to what I am about to tell you, because I have spent the better part of a year trying to figure out how to say it accurately, and I want to get it right. The first time I saw him, I thought the camera was broken. It was 2:17 in the morning on a Tuesday in late October, and I was standing in our kitchen in Bellingham, Washington, wearing a pair of flannel pajama pants and the old university sweatshirt I have owned since 2011. The house was quiet in the way that houses only get quiet after midnight, not the comfortable quiet of an empty afternoon, but the particular silence that has a weight to it, a density, like the air is holding its breath. I had gotten up to get a glass of water because I could not sleep. I had not been sleeping well for about 3 weeks at that point, and I will tell you right now that the sleep problem started before any of this did. I want to be clear about that. I was already stretched thin when the camera showed me the boy. He did not cause the insomnia. The insomnia just made me awake enough to see him. My phone was on the kitchen counter. I had been checking it compulsively, not for messages, just doing that anxious 3 a.m. scroll that means nothing and helps no one, and the Ring app notification came through at 2:17 and 12 seconds according to the log I pulled later. It said motion detected, back patio, which was odd, because we had only installed the new camera system 11 days before, and in those 11 days the back patio camera had triggered exactly twice, once when a raccoon knocked over the recycling bin, and once when the wind blew a paper bag across the concrete. So, I opened the app, and there he was, standing at the far left edge of the frame, just inside the reach of the floodlight sensor, which, by the way, had not triggered. The floodlight was off. The patio was lit only by the ambient glow coming from the camera's night vision. That particular shade of pale green-white that makes everything look like it exists in a world underwater. He was small. I would estimate between 8 and 10 years old based on his height relative to the patio table. He was wearing what appeared to be light-colored pajamas. Not the cartoon kind, not the thick flannel kind, but the old-fashioned kind. The kind with the long sleeves and the button collar that you see in photographs from the 1950s and 60s. His feet were bare. His arms were at his sides. He was not moving. He was not looking around. He was just standing there, perfectly still, facing the sliding glass door at the back of our house, and in the grainy, green-white light of the night vision feed, I could not make out his face clearly enough to read his expression. I stood there in my kitchen, and I stared at my phone, and my first thought, I am not ashamed to tell you, was entirely rational. Someone's kid wandered into our yard. He is sleepwalking. Or he is lost. Or he came from one of the neighboring houses, and something happened. I was already moving toward the back door when I thought to check the timestamp again. 2:17. The notification came through at 2:17 and 12 seconds. The live feed I was watching showed 2:17 and 41 seconds. Less than 30 seconds had elapsed. I unlocked the back door and stepped out onto the patio. The night air hit me immediately, cold and sharp and smelling of the Pacific Northwest fall that I have always loved. That wet leaf smell, that mineral smell of rain-soaked concrete and pine. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s. The floodlight triggered the moment I stepped out and flooded the patio in white light, and I stood there in the sudden brightness and looked at the left edge of the patio, the exact spot where the boy had been standing. There was no one there. I walked to the edge of the light and looked into the dark of the backyard. Nothing. The lawn stretched back to the pine trees at the fence line, wet and dark and perfectly still. I called out, quietly, asking if anyone was there. The question was absorbed by the night with no response. I went back inside and checked the camera feed, and the recording showed the boy standing in exactly the same position he had been in when I looked at my phone. And then at 2:17 and 38 seconds, he was simply not there anymore. No movement, no walking away, no turning. He was there, and then he was not. And the grass at the edge of the patio where he had been standing was as still and undisturbed as if nothing had ever touched it. I told myself it was a camera glitch, a bad frame, a digital artifact of some kind. I went back to bed and did not sleep for the rest of the night. My name is Daniel Marsh. I am 38 years old. I am a structural engineer by training and profession, and I tell you that, not as a credential, but as a context, because it matters for what comes later. I think in load-bearing frameworks. I think in stress tolerances and failure points. When I assess a structure, I look for what the evidence tells me, not what I want it to say. I am not someone who looks for ghosts. I am not someone who has ever particularly believed in them. I want you to hold that about me as you read this. My wife Rachel and I had moved into the house on Chestnut Drive in Bellingham 18 months before this started. We have 2 kids, a daughter named Cora, who was 6 at the time, and a son named Miles, who was 9. The house is a 1972 split-level 4 bedrooms, a good-sized yard for the Pacific Northwest, a covered patio out back with a concrete slab, a picnic table, and a propane grill that Rachel bought at the hardware store 2 summers ago. We bought the place from an estate. The previous owners, an older couple named Harlan and Beverly Ware, had lived there for 31 years before Beverly died in 2018, and Harlan moved into an assisted living facility in Mount Vernon about 14 months after that. We knew all of this from the realtor. We knew the house had been in one family for a long time. We knew it had been well maintained. We knew the roof was newer, the water heater was newer, and the electrical panel had been updated sometime in the 90s. We did not know much else about the Weaver family, and at the time, we did not particularly think to ask. The house sits on a street of similar split levels, most of them built within a few years of each other in the early 1970s when that part of Bellingham was developed. The neighborhood has the character of those Pacific Northwest residential streets that feel simultaneously suburban and deeply rooted in the landscape around them. Tall Douglas firs at the back of most lots, the Cascade foothills visible on clear days to the east, the air always carrying that particular smell of the region, which is damp and clean and faintly mineral, like rain on granite. In autumn, which is when all of this started, the maples that line the street turn a deep red-orange and drop their leaves in drifts along the gutters and across the lawns, and there is a week or two every October when Chestnut Drive looks like a postcard of what a residential street is supposed to look like, all color and wood smoke and front porches. It is the kind of street where children play in the cul-de-sacs after school, and where people wave from their cars, and I had felt from the first day we moved in that it was a good place to raise Miles and Cora. I still feel that way. That part has not changed. The security system had been Rachel's idea, not mine. We had never had one before. In October of that year, a house 2 streets over had been broken into while the family was at a football game, and the story circulated as school pickup and at the neighborhood Facebook group until everyone on our side of the hill had either bought cameras or was seriously considering it. Rachel bought a 4-camera ring system. We put one on the front door, one on the driveway, one on the side gate, and one on the back patio. I installed them on a Saturday afternoon while Miles helped hold the ladder and handed me screws with great seriousness and concentration. It was a perfectly normal October Saturday. Leaves in the gutters, a pot of soup on the stove, the sound of Cora watching something on the television in the other room. 11 days later, I saw the boy. Do not tell Rachel right away. This is the thing I'm still not entirely comfortable with. Looking back, not because I think I did anything wrong, but because I understand now that my instinct to keep it to myself was itself a kind of evidence. If I had truly believed it was a camera glitch, I would have mentioned it in the morning. I would have said, "Hey, the back camera caught a weird artifact last night. Probably just a processing error." And that would have been the end of it. The fact that I did not say that, the fact that I filed it away somewhere quiet and private, tells me that some part of me already knew it was not a glitch. I checked the camera out more frequently after that. I would wake up at night and lie in the dark and not check my phone, telling myself that this was healthy, that this was rational, and then 40 minutes later I would pick it up and open the app and scrub through the overnight footage, and nothing would be there. And I would put the phone down and feel relieved in a way that felt too intense to be proportional. I examined the footage from that first night dozens of times over the following days. I paused it frame by frame at the moment of disappearance. At one frame, the boy is there, clear, upright, in position. The next frame, he is not. There is no intermediate frame showing partial disappearance, no blur of movement, no trailing pixels. He is present and then he is absent, with the clean, abrupt certainty of something that was never quite subject to the normal rules of transition. I went out to the patio in the daytime and stood in the spot where he had appeared. The concrete showed nothing. The adjacent grass showed nothing. I examined the area around the patio table and along the fence line and found no footprints, no disturbance of the wet soil, no evidence of any kind that any physical presence had occupied that space at any point in the recent past. This went on for 9 days. On the 9th day, a Thursday, the 3rd of November, the notification came through at 1:54 in the morning. Motion detected. Back patio. He was in the same position, same spot on the left side of the frame. just inside where the camera could see him, right at the edge of where the floodlight would reach if it had triggered. Same pajamas, same stillness, same bare feet on the cold concrete. This time I looked at the live feed for almost 2 full minutes before I got up. I watched him. He did not move at all in that time. Not a shift of weight, not a tilt of the head, nothing. I have watched the recording many times since then, and I can tell you with certainty that in the 2 minutes and 14 seconds of footage from that night, the boy is completely motionless. He does not breathe visibly. He does not blink as far as the camera resolution allows me to determine. He simply stands there, facing the back door, arms at his sides, in the dark. At 2:13 and 44 seconds, I came out of the back door. At 2:13 and 41 seconds, 3 seconds before I came out, the boy disappeared from the frame. He knew I was coming, or something new, or, and this is the interpretation I kept forcing myself back to in the weeks that followed. The camera had a 3-second delay in its live feed, and he had simply walked out of frame naturally, and the way it looked was a coincidence of timing. I went outside. The floodlight came on. The patio was empty. I checked the grass at the left edge of the patio. The lawn was wet. There had been light rain that afternoon, and the grass was undisturbed. No footprints. No depression in the wet soil. No sign that any weight had rested on the ground in that spot at any point in the recent past. I stood in the cold for a long time. The pine trees at the back of the property were perfectly still. The neighbors' wind chimes, which were usually the loudest thing in the nighttime yard, were not making a sound. I went back inside and sat at the kitchen table for a while in the dark, and I thought very carefully about what I believed and what I did not believe. And after a long time, I made a decision. The next morning, I told Rachel. She did not dismiss it. That is the first thing I want to say about my wife. Rachel is a nurse practitioner. She has the same pragmatic relationship with reality that I have. She thinks in evidence and observable outcomes, and she does not put much stock in things she cannot verify, but she also has, in ways that I think her profession has given her, a very healthy respect for the fact that the world contains things that have not yet been adequately explained. She has sat with people in their final hours. She has watched the body at the moment it stops. She has a kind of open-handedness about the limits of the explainable that I lack, or lacked at the time. She listened to me tell the story. She asked me to show her the footage. We sat at the kitchen table with my laptop and watched both recordings together. First the night of the 21st, then the 3rd of November. And when it was over, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "That does not look like a camera artifact." I agreed with her. She asked me if I had noticed anything else unusual. I said no. She asked me if Miles or Cora had said anything strange. I said no. She asked me to describe the pajamas again. The old-fashioned kind, the button collar, the long sleeves. She was quiet when I described them. She said, "We should find out who used to live here." Finding out who used to live in a house is easier than people think. I started with the county assessor's records, which are public and searchable online. The Weir family had owned the property since 1983, which lined up with what the realtor had told us. Before that, a family named Calloway had owned it from 1972 to 1983, a span of 11 years. Before that, the property had been held by the development company that built the house. So the house had had 2 families in its history, the Calloway family from 1972 to 1983, and the Weir family from 1983 until Beverly Weir passed away and Harlan moved to Mount Vernon. I pulled what I could find. The Calloway family, a husband and wife, Robert and Judith Calloway, and according to the records, at least 1 child, which I determined from a school district enrollment notice I found in the digital archive of the Bellingham Herald. The article was from the fall of 1979. It was a tiny piece, the kind of thing local papers used to run. A brief note about the new school year beginning at a local elementary school, with a photograph of several children in front of the building. The caption listed their names: One of them was identified as Martin Calloway, age 7, of Chestnut Drive. Martin Calloway, age 7, Chestnut Drive. I sat with that for a long time. Then I went back to the Bellingham Herald archive and searched the name Calloway in connection with the address, and I found the second article. It was from the summer of 1981. It was not a happy article. I am going to tell you what the article said, and I want to be careful here, because I have since been in contact with a living member of the Calloway family, and I want to be respectful of their privacy. I will tell you the substance of what I found without reproducing details that belong to them. In the summer of 1981, a child from our address on Chestnut Drive was found deceased in the backyard of the property. The child was 8 years old. The circumstances, as reported at the time, indicated that the child had been a known sleepwalker and had gone outside in the middle of the night during an unusually cold night in late June. The back door had not been properly latched. The child had apparently walked to the back of the property and fallen into the drainage ditch that used to run along the back fence line before the neighborhood drainage system was updated in 1989. The coroner's ruling was accidental death. The child's name was Martin Calloway. He had been 8 years old. I sat at my desk for a very long time after I read that article. My hands were not shaking, which surprised me. I think I had known, somewhere before I found the article, that this was what I was going to find. The knowledge had preceded the confirmation. It was the feeling of a conclusion clicking into place, not the feeling of a surprise. Martin Calloway, sleepwalker, 8 years old, died in the backyard of our house in the summer of 1981, 43 years ago. Our back camera was capturing him at 1:50-something in the morning, standing on the concrete patio in pajamas with bare feet, facing the back door. He was trying to come home. I need to stop here and tell you something about what I was not experiencing, because I think it matters. I was not terrified. I want to be very precise about this. There was fear in what I was going through. A low, persistent unease. A reluctance to look at the camera footage after dark. A tendency to move through the house more quickly at night. To not let my eyes settle on the sliding glass door for too long. But it was not the fear of malice. It was not the fear of danger. From the very first time I saw him on that footage, the boy had given me no sense of threat or hostility. He was just standing there, barefoot, in the cold, facing the door. What I was experiencing, and I have thought about this for a long time now, tried to find the right word for it, was grief. A profound, vertiginous sadness. A child had died in our backyard. Not the backyard as it was now, with the picnic table and the propane grill and the kneeling pad Rachel uses for her container herb garden. But the same ground, the same property, the same concrete slab, 43 years ago. A boy in pajamas who walked in his sleep had gone outside on a cold summer night and had not come back. And whatever remained of him, whatever it was the camera was picking up, was still doing what he had done in life. Still walking. Still facing the door. Still barefoot in the dark. I told Rachel about Martin Calloway that evening after the kids were in bed. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she reached across the kitchen table and put her hand over mine. She did not say anything for a while. Then she said, "What do you want to do?" I said I did not know yet. She said, "We have time. We are not going anywhere. Over the next 4 weeks I did research. I want to be honest about the scope of what I was doing, because I think it is important for you to understand how seriously I was taking this, not as a ghost story, but as a question that deserved the same methodical attention I would give to any structural problem. I was not trying to prove anything supernatural. I was trying to understand what I was dealing with. The first thing I looked into was security camera artifacts and anomalies. I spent considerable time on photography and surveillance technology forums, reading about the ways that digital cameras can produce false positives, image distortions, and what are sometimes called ghost pixels, image data from previous recordings that bleeds into new footage under certain conditions of compression or storage. I found a number of documented cases where security camera footage appeared to show figures that were later attributed to these kinds of technical errors. I had our footage reviewed by a colleague of mine, a civil engineer named Patrick, who has a background in digital imaging and does forensic consulting work on the side. I sent him the footage from both incidents, without any explanation beyond I am getting strange results on my home camera and wanted another set of eyes. He spent 3 days looking at it. His response was thorough and careful, and ultimately inconclusive. He told me that the footage did not display the characteristics you would expect to see in the most common forms of digital artifact. The pixel bleeding, the compression errors, the frame doubling that typically produces false figure anomalies. He said the figure in the footage moved through the image space in a way that was consistent with something physically present in the camera's field of view. He said he could not explain how the figure appeared and disappeared without any transitional frames. He was very clear that he was not telling me the footage showed a ghost. He was telling me he could not find a technical explanation for what it showed. He also pointed out something I had not noticed in my own examination, something that became significant to me later. He said that in both recordings the figure cast would appear to be a faint shadow on the concrete, visible in the night vision image just below where the feet should be. It was subtle, and he noted that it could be an artifact of the camera's own infrared illumination, but it was there. A shadow, faint and brief, and not quite the right shape for a shadow cast by a human body in that lighting, but there. I thanked him and did not tell him about Martin Calloway. The second avenue of research I pursued was in the area of documented cases of recurring apparitional phenomena captured on surveillance or security equipment. I want to tell you about 3 of these cases in some detail, because when I found them during those weeks of research, they changed the way I understood what was happening in our house, not because they proved anything, but because of what they had in common. The first case I found was from 2014 in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. This will be familiar to anyone who has spent time in the ghost tourism industry that surrounds that area. But what I am referring to is not the staged ghost tour version of events. I am referring to the documented security footage from a historic property, a bed and breakfast that has been operating in a Civil War-era building since the early 1970s. The property has an extensive record of documented camera anomalies, but the specific incident from 2014 involved footage from an outdoor motion-activated camera that repeatedly captured the image of a small figure near the rear of the property at night. The figure appeared to be a child. The property manager's incident log described him as approximately 8 to 10 years of age, standing still, facing the main building. The figure appeared on footage on 11 separate occasions over a 3-week period, always between 2 and 3 in the morning, always in approximately the same position, always facing the structure. A security systems company reviewed the footage and could not identify a technical source for the anomalies. Most significantly, the figure was never captured on the adjacent cameras that covered overlapping fields of view, which the security company found particularly difficult to explain. The camera that captured him was the only one that saw him, even when other cameras should have picked up motion in the same general area. The property manager, after considerable deliberation, submitted the footage to a group of paranormal researchers associated with a regional university. The researchers spent 2 weekends on the property with their own equipment and produced a report that was careful and inconclusive in ways that I found, frankly, more credible than if they had come back with a definitive declaration either way. They documented the anomalies. They documented the absence of identifiable technical causes. They documented the consistency of the appearances, time, location, posture, duration, and noted that this kind of regularity was itself unusual. They recommended further monitoring and did not speculate publicly about interpretation. The property is located near a section of the battlefield that saw particularly intense fighting, and the specific patch of ground behind the building had been used, according to historical records from the 1860s, as a field medical station during and immediately after the battle. The researchers noted this as context, not conclusion. The second case was from 2019 in Coventry, England. A family in a Victorian terraced house installed a security system following a spate of break-ins in their neighborhood. A situation almost identical to ours, which struck me when I first read it. Over the course of 6 weeks, their rear garden camera captured what appeared to be a child standing near the back wall of the property on 11 separate occasions, always between midnight and 3 in the morning, always in approximately the same position, always facing the back of the house. The family contacted a journalist at a regional newspaper, and the resulting story prompted several other residents on the same street to come forward with similar accounts from their own cameras. A local historian subsequently identified a record from 1923 documenting the drowning death of a 7-year-old boy in a flooded garden well on that street during a particularly wet autumn. The well had been filled in during redevelopment in the 1950s. The address in the 1923 record was not the same as the house where the footage was captured, but it was 3 doors down, and the historian noted that property boundaries in that neighborhood had been substantially redrawn during the mid-century redevelopment. It was possible, she said, that the garden where the footage was captured was partially or wholly on the same land as the original property where the child had died. What struck me about both of these cases, Gettysburg and Coventry, was the precision of the pattern. In both documented cases, a child figure captured on motion-activated security cameras. In both cases, the figure was stationary, arms at sides, facing the structure. In both cases, the figure appeared consistently in the same location, at the same approximate time of night, always in the hours between midnight and 3 a.m. In both cases, adjacent cameras did not capture the figure. In both cases, the figure disappeared from the frame without any visible transition movement. And in both cases, in both of them, a child had died on or near the property, and the death involved the child being outside at night, unsupervised, in circumstances connected to water, to cold, to the dark, to the particular vulnerability of a small body that went somewhere it was not supposed to go. Martin Calloway had sleepwalked out of our back door on a cold June night in 1981, and gone to the back of the property where the drainage ditch was. He was standing on our patio at 2 in the morning, facing the door. The pattern was not ambiguous. The third case I want to tell you about is the one that affected me most deeply, and it is also the least well documented of the 3, which I want to acknowledge up front. It comes from a source I cannot fully verify, a submission to a paranormal documentation forum that has since been taken down, but which I saved in its entirety to a local file before the site disappeared. I cannot prove this account is genuine. What I can tell you is that the details it contains are specific enough and unusual enough that I find it very difficult to attribute them entirely to invention. The account was submitted by a woman using the name Elise M. Location listed as Portland, Oregon. According to her account, she and her husband had installed security cameras on their property in 2017, following the birth of their first child, a common decision among new parents, she noted, driven by the desire to feel like they had some control over the safety of their home. The couple lived in a house built in the 1920s, in a residential neighborhood in northeast Portland. She described the neighborhood in terms that I found immediately recognizable. The old craftsman bungalows, the large maples, the particular quality of the Pacific Northwest autumn that I know from living in it, the way the rain comes in sideways off the coast range in November, and the streets smell of wet bark and dead leaves, and something sweetly fermented from the fallen fruit of the ornamental crablisle trees. She wrote with a specificity that suggested she was actually there, actually looking at those streets, actually smelling those smells. Over the course of 8 months beginning in 2018, the back camera on the property captured what Elise described as a small boy, maybe 6 or 7, in old-fashioned light-colored pajamas, standing in our backyard at the fence line, always at night, always facing the house. The account went on to describe the same characteristics I had observed in my own footage. No movement, no interaction with the environment, disappearance without transition, no triggering of adjacent cameras, no footprints or physical evidence. She described the emotional experience of watching the footage in terms that matched mine with an accuracy that made the hair on my arms stand up. Not terrifying, she wrote, unbearably sad, like watching something that did not know how to stop doing the only thing it had ever known how to do. She described researching the property's history. She described finding a record in the Multnomah County archives of a child who had died on a property 2 lots over in 1931, a boy named Andrew, 5 years old, who had wandered out of his family's house during a late autumn rainstorm and had been found the following morning in the creek that used to run through what was now the neighborhood park. A sleepwalker, she had determined from the inquest records. The creek had been culverted in the 1940s. The park had been built over it. Before I tell you what she described doing, I want to tell you about a 4th case, one that came from outside the United States, and that I found only because a commenter on the same forum thread linked to it in a language I had to run through a translation service to read. It was a short piece originally published in a regional news site in New South Wales, Australia, from 2021. A family in the Hunter Valley, in one of those old rural properties that was originally part of a pastoral lease, had installed cameras after a series of equipment thefts from their outbuildings. The back camera, facing the veranda and the paddock beyond, began capturing a small figure standing at the edge of the veranda's light, just outside the reach of the motion sensor. The figure appeared on 17 occasions over a period of 2 months. It appeared to be a child, standing with arms at sides facing the house. Always at night, always in the same position, always gone by the time anyone went to check. The family had done research similar to mine and had found in the records of the local historical society a reference to a child's death on the property in 1906. A boy named Thomas, 7 years old, the son of the original leaseholder. He had been found in the morning at the edge of the paddock, barefoot, having apparently walked out of the house in the night. The inquest at the time listed the cause of death as exposure. It was the middle of winter. The night he died had been one of the coldest on record for that region. The family had contacted the Historical Society. The Historical Society had put them in contact with a descendant of the original family, a woman in her 70s who still lived in the region. When the family described the footage to her, there was a long silence on the line. Then the woman said, "Thomas walked in his sleep. Everyone knew it. My grandmother told me. They used to tie a string to his wrist and attach it to the bedpost. The string had broken the night he died. I read that account sitting at my desk at 11 p.m. on a Wednesday in November, and the detail of the string, that small, specific, devastating detail, made something shift in my understanding of what I was looking at. Not just one family's particular grief, not even 3 or 4 families' particular grief, a pattern with a shape to it, a consistency of mechanism. Children who walked in their sleep, going outside in the cold or the dark or the rain, failing to come back, and then decades or a century later, a new family installs a camera, and the camera can see something that the house has been carrying all along, something that was always there but for which there had previously been no instrument sensitive enough to catch it. I thought about how many houses must be out there, how many properties worldwide that have this history, how many cameras, installed for entirely mundane security reasons, are looking at patios and backyards and garden fences and capturing things that nobody has yet thought to look at carefully. The thought was not comfortable. What made her account different from the others I had found, what made it the one I thought about most in the weeks that followed, was what she described doing. According to Elise M., after 6 months of footage and a similar process of research to the one I had undertaken, she sat down in front of the back camera and spoke to the boy. Not to thin air, not to the yard. She looked directly into the camera lens because that was where he appeared, and she spoke to him. She told him his name. She had found it through the same kind of historical research I was doing. She told him she knew what had happened to him. She told him that the house was still there, still standing, still lit up at night. She told him he did not have to keep looking for the way back. She told him, very gently, that it was all right to stop. She said she had felt foolish while she was doing it. She said her husband had watched from the doorway and had not said a word. She said she had spoken for about 15 minutes and then had sat quietly for another 30, just sitting in front of the camera in the dark, and had felt, and this is the word she used, witnessed, like something was present in the space between her and the lens, something that was listening. According to her account, the footage never showed the boy again after that night. The post had been online for 4 months before the forum went down. In those 4 months, it had received 112 responses. The majority were from people who had had similar experiences. Reading through those responses is something I have not done the second time, because the first time was enough to make me understand that whatever I was experiencing was not unique, and that uniqueness had been one of the last shelters I had been allowing myself. I did not find any institutional body that had addressed this specific phenomenon directly. There is no federal database of security camera anomalies cross-referenced with property death records. There is no academic department that formally studies this. What I did find, in the course of my research, were fragments of institutional acknowledgments scattered across various documents and publications that, taken together, suggested a larger pattern of avoidance rather than ignorance. I found a 2016 paper published in a parapsychology journal, a legitimate peer-reviewed publication, whatever your views on the field, that attempted to document and categorize what the authors called technologically mediated apparitional events, meaning instances where cameras or recording equipment captured anomalies that witness testimony and subsequent investigation could not explain by conventional means. The paper documented 47 cases across a 20-year period and identified several consistent features. The figure was always stationary or nearly so, always facing a structure, always appearing during the same 2 to 3 hour window in the early morning, and always associated with a verifiable historical death on or adjacent to the property. The authors were cautious about interpretation. They did not use the word ghost. They used the phrase residual event marker, which I found both scientifically careful and personally unsatisfying. I also found a 2018 response to a Freedom of Information request, filed with a regional police department in the United Kingdom, which had received multiple reports from members of the public about security camera footage showing unexplained figures. The response, which was itself available online, stated that the department had no formal protocol for investigating such reports, and that such matters were outside its jurisdictional remit. It did not say the reports were being dismissed. It said they were outside the remit. There is a difference. What I found most telling was a feature article from 2022 in a technology magazine that focused on the rapid proliferation of home security cameras and the statistical likelihood that, as more cameras covered more residential properties, the volume of anomalous footage being captured and uploaded to cloud servers was increasing at a rate that no one was systematically reviewing. The article was primarily about privacy and data security, but it contained one paragraph that I have read many times since. The author noted, almost in passing, that security camera companies had internal protocols for flagging footage that contained unexplained motion events, and that these flagged files were routed to a dedicated review queue. He did not speculate about what was found in that queue. He mentioned it and moved on. But it is the one detail in 4 weeks of research that has stayed with me most persistently. Someone is looking at what these cameras are capturing. Someone is classifying it. I do not know what category they have created for what I saw in my own footage, but I know that a category exists. I mentioned this to Patrick, my colleague, when I ran into him at a conference in December. I did not reference my own situation. I asked him in general terms whether he was aware of how security camera companies handled anomalous footage. He said the major manufacturers all had some version of a review process, primarily for liability reasons, to ensure that footage that looked technically corrupted could be distinguished from footage that was technically normal and simply contained something unusual. He paused. He said the technicians who do that review tend to have low turnover but high sick day rates. He said it like a joke. I do not think it was entirely a joke. There is also a historical dimension to this. that I did not fully appreciate until I had done enough research to see it. The specific pattern I was observing, the child sleepwalker, the unlocked or unlatched door, the nighttime wandering, the fatal encounter with water or cold, is not a modern phenomenon. It appears in records going back centuries. Before there were cameras to capture the recurring presence, there were other technologies. The diary, the letter to a newspaper, the inquest record, the oral tradition. Houses in rural England had local names associated with the child who had died there. Properties in colonial America were described in letters home as unsettled or unquiet, or simply as having a presence without further elaboration, the writer apparently assuming the reader would understand what was meant. The specific figure of the child at the door, facing in, waiting to be let back through. This appears in folk traditions across northern Europe, in the coastal regions of Japan, in the rural communities of upland West Africa, always associated with a child who died outside the home, always described as not malevolent but simply persistent, simply present, unable or unwilling to stop doing the last thing they did in life. The academic word for this category of phenomena is revenant, from the French meaning one who returns. The word carries no judgment about mechanism or cause. It simply names the observation. Something that went away has come back. Something that left is still in some form here. Martin Calloway had left through the back door on a June night in 1981. 43 years later, he was still at the door, facing in. He had not gone anywhere. He had just been waiting for someone who could see him clearly enough to know what to do. Let me tell you what I found out about the Calloway family. It took me the better part of 2 weeks. Public records, archived newspaper coverage, and social media work that I am not entirely proud of in terms of the hours I spent on it. But eventually I found what I was looking for. A woman named Catherine Calloway Brandt, who appeared to be in her early 60s based on publicly available information, and who had grown up in Bellingham, Washington. A little more searching confirmed what I suspected. Her maiden name had been Calloway. She had grown up on Chestnut Drive. She had been Martin's older sister. I thought very carefully about whether to contact her. I thought about it for 4 days. I talked it over with Rachel, who helped me think through the ways it could go wrong. The shock of being contacted by a stranger. The intrusion into a grief that was decades old. The very real possibility that this woman had spent 40 years building a life that did not involve regularly thinking about her dead brother, and that a message from the man currently living in her childhood house saying, "I think I have footage of your brother's ghost," was not something she was owed or had asked for. On the 5th day, I wrote her a letter. A physical letter, not an email. I used the most careful, plain, respectful language I could manage. I did not lead with the camera footage. I said I was a homeowner on Chestnut Drive doing historical research on the property, that I had become aware of the Calloway family's time in the house, and that I had come across some material I thought she might want to know about. I included my phone number and email. I said that if she had no interest in hearing from me, she was under absolutely no obligation to respond, and I would respect that completely. I mailed it and then spent 11 days trying not to think about whether I'd made a mistake. She called me 11 days later. Her voice on the phone was steady and clear, with that particular quality that belongs to people who have processed something very painful over a very long time. Not brittle, not raw, but with a solidity to it, like stone that has been worn smooth by water. She said she had received my letter and she had thought about it for a while before calling. She said she had talked to her husband about it. She said she had decided that if someone was reaching out from her childhood home about her brother, she wanted to know why. She asked me why I was contacting her. I told her everything. I started from the beginning. The camera system, the first notification, the footage, my going outside to find nothing, the second incident, the research into the property history, the newspaper article. I told her what her brother had looked like in the footage. Small, in light-colored pajamas, arms at his sides, barefoot. I told her the time it always happened. 1:50 something in the morning. There was a long silence on the line. Then she said, "That is when he always went out." I did not say anything. She said, "He had been sleepwalking since he was 4 years old. My parents put a chain lock on the back door, high up where he could not reach it, because he would go out in the night. But that summer, the summer she stopped. She started again. The chain lock was taken off when my father painted the back of the house in early June. He was going to put it back up. He just had not gotten around to it yet. I said, "I am very sorry." She said, "What does he look like on the camera? Is he all right?" And I thought about how to answer that question, a question I had not expected and had not prepared for. And I thought about what I had actually seen in the footage, the stillness of him, the patience of it, the fact that in all the recordings across all the nights, he had never done anything frightening. He had just stood there, facing the door, as if he were waiting for someone to let him back in. I said, "He looks peaceful. He is just standing there. He is not in distress." Another silence. When she spoke again, her voice had changed slightly, not broken, just softer. She said he loved that house. He always said he loved that house. He used to say that when he grew up, he was not going to move. He was going to stay in that house forever. I did not know what to say to that. I held the phone and the silence moved between us, and it did not feel like an uncomfortable silence. It felt like two people standing in the same room with something very large and very old, giving it the space it needed. Sure, we talked for almost 2 hours that first evening. Catherine told me about her family, about the house as it had been in the 1970s. She described the kitchen differently than it looked now. She remembered a vegetable garden her mother kept along the left fence that was long gone. She described a tire swing in the backyard that Martin had loved. She told me about her brother, a quiet boy, studious, who liked to build things. She said he had a particular attachment to their grandmother's stories, sat close to her at family gatherings, and listened with complete attention while the adults talked around them. He had a habit of carrying small stones in his pockets because he liked the weight of them. She told me that when their mother had sat Shiva, the family was not religious, she said, but their maternal grandmother had insisted on the tradition. Martin's schoolmates had come to the house, and one of them had left a small stone on the porch step, the way some people leave stones on gravestones. No one had known quite who had left it, or quite how to feel about it. But Catherine said she had put it in her pocket and carried it for a long time afterward. She told me that after Martin died, her parents had not been able to stay in the house. The house was where it had happened, or near enough where it had happened. The back of the property, the drainage ditch, and the presence of the place was too heavy. They had moved the following spring, when she was 12. The house had been sold to the Weira family. She had driven past it once, maybe 15 years later, on a visit back to Bellingham. But she had not stopped. She had not been back since. She asked me about the house now, what we had done with it, what it looked like, whether the big oak tree in the front yard was still there. It was, I told her. She said she was glad. She said Martin used to climb it, and had once gotten high enough that their father had had to get the ladder to get him down. At the end of the conversation, she asked me what I was going to do. I told her I had been thinking about something. I told her about the account from Portland from Elise M., and about what she had described doing. I said I had been considering something similar. There was a pause. I could hear her breathing. Then she said, "Will you tell him?" She stopped. She started again. If you do that, will you tell him that his sister is fine? Will you tell him that I'm fine and that I think about him? Will you tell him that it was not his fault and that Mom and Dad knew that even at the hardest times, they knew it was not his fault? My throat felt very tight. I said, "Yes, I will tell him all of that." I did not sleep much in the nights between that phone call and what happened next. I was not anxious exactly, but I was in a state of heightened alertness that made rest difficult. I kept going back through what I had found, the footage, the archive, the cases from Gettysburg and Coventry and Portland, the conversation with Catherine. I kept examining the shape of it, the way you examine a structural diagram, looking for the load-bearing element, the thing that holds everything else up. What I kept coming back to was this. In every case I had found where the appearances stopped. Something had happened between the witness and the figure. Not an exorcism, not a ritual, not anything dramatic or theatrical. Just a person sitting in front of a camera in the dark and saying a name out loud and speaking plainly about what had happened and what it was all right to do now. In Elise M's account, she described a feeling during those 15 minutes that she could not entirely articulate. Not a presence in the physical sense of something sharing her space, but a kind of attention. The sensation of being listened to by something that could hear her even if it could not answer. She said it felt like leaving a message on someone's voicemail and not knowing if they would ever hear it. But leaving it anyway, because leaving it was the right thing to do. I understood that completely. The third time Martin appeared on the camera was on a Wednesday night in late November, November 22nd. The notification came through at 2:09 in the morning. I had told Rachel what I was going to do. She had said, "Do you want me to come with you?" I had said I thought this needed to be quiet, just me and him, and she had understood that without me needing to explain further. She had squeezed my arm and said, "Be careful," which I knew was not about physical danger, but about the other kind of care, the kind you have to take in moments that matter, and she had gone back upstairs. I got up and went downstairs. I did not turn on any lights. The kitchen was lit only by the street light coming through the window above the sink, a thin orange glow that caught the edge of the counter and the side of the refrigerator and left everything else in gradations of shadow. I stood at the counter for a moment with my phone in my hand, looking at the live feed. He was there. Same position, same stillness, same pale pajamas, same bare feet on the cold November concrete. The night vision made him look slightly phosphorescent, like something viewed at the bottom of a tide pool, present and strange and very still. I set my phone down on the counter, screen up, camera facing the ceiling. Then I crossed to the sliding glass door. I want to be careful here, because what I am about to describe is the part of this account that I know sounds the most difficult to believe, and I want to be as accurate as I can about what I actually experienced versus what I may have layered onto it in retrospect. I was not in an elevated emotional state when I opened that door. I was not frightened. I was calm in the way that you get calm when you have made a decision and committed to it fully, when there is no longer any question of what you were going to do, and all that remains is to do it. I opened the sliding glass door. The cold air came in immediately, a wall of it, carrying the smell of wet pine and cold concrete and the faint mineral scent of the nearby hills. I stepped out onto the patio without triggering the floodlight. The sensor sometimes takes a moment to register when you move slowly, and I looked toward the left edge of the patio. There was no one there that I could see. And I had expected this, because what I had learned across 3 incidents was that the camera could see him when I could not, and that my physical presence in the space caused him to vanish from the frame. So I was not looking for him with my eyes. I was looking at the camera. The Ring camera was mounted on the exterior wall of the house, about 8 feet up, angled to cover the width of the patio. I walked toward it and stood about 6 feet away from it and looked directly into the lens. The floodlight triggered then. The patio filled with white light, and I was standing in it, lit up like an actor on a stage, speaking into a camera to a child who had been dead for 43 years. I said, "Martin." I said it quietly. The neighborhood was asleep. The street was completely silent beyond the fence. I said, "My name is Daniel. I live in this house now with my wife and my daughter and my son. We are taking good care of it. The oak tree out front is still there. It is bigger now than it was when you lived here, but it is the same tree. It is a good tree." I stopped. I thought about what I was doing. I thought about whether I felt foolish. The answer was no. I did not feel foolish. I felt something I can only describe as a kind of solemn responsibility. The same feeling I get on job sites when something structurally important needs to be addressed carefully and correctly, when the margin for error is zero and the work has to be done right. I said, I found out what happened to you. I read about it in the newspaper archive and I found your sister. Her name is Catherine now. She married. She has a different last name. She is in her 60s. She is well. She has a family and a life, and she is doing well. I paused. The cold was significant now, working through the flannel of my pajamas, settling into my arms and chest. I said, Your sister asked me to tell you some things. She asked me to tell you that she is fine and that she thinks about you. She asked me to tell you that it was not your fault. What happened to you, that was not your fault. The door was not latched properly. You were asleep. You were just doing what you always did. None of that was on you, and your mother and father knew that, even at the hardest times. They knew. The yard was completely still. The pine trees at the back fence were motionless. Nothing stirred. I said, I have been watching the footage of you. I want you to know that you do not look trapped. You look patient, like you are waiting for something. I think maybe you have been waiting a very long time for someone to come to the door. So here I am. I am at the door. My throat felt strange. I am not a person who cries easily, and I did not cry then, but my throat felt tight in the way that it does when something is pressing against it from the inside. I said, You do not have to stand out here in the cold anymore. You do not have to keep looking for the door. The door is right here, and it is open, and when you are ready, when it feels right, you can go. You can go wherever you are supposed to go. You are not stuck here. You are not forgotten. But you do not have to stay. I stepped back from the camera. I looked at the patio once more, at the concrete where he had stood on 3 occasions now, at the edge of the night vision's reach where he had always appeared, small and still and patient. I said, I am going to leave the door open for a while, just in case that helps. I hope you find your way, Martin. I hope you find something good on the other side of this. You deserve that. 43 years of standing out here in the cold is enough. Then I went inside and I left the sliding glass door open for 1 hour. I sat at the kitchen table in the dark, and I did not look at my phone. I just sat there, in the quiet of the house, in the cold air coming in through the open door, and I thought about a boy who loved stones in his pockets and a tire swing in a backyard that no longer existed, who had climbed the oak tree out front high enough that his father had to get the ladder, who had sat close to his grandmother at family gatherings and listened to every word she said. I thought about him standing on this patio on 40 or 50 or perhaps 150 cold nights over 43 years. I had no way of knowing how long this had been happening before we installed the camera, facing the door, waiting. After an hour, I slid the door closed. I went upstairs and got into bed. Rachel was awake. She did not ask me anything. She just reached out and took my hand in the dark, and I held on to it, and after a while I fell asleep. In the immediate aftermath, the next morning, the day after that, I felt something I can only describe as provisional, like I was waiting for a result to come back. I checked the camera footage every morning, cataloging each overnight recording with the same methodical attention I would bring to a site inspection report. Nothing unusual on the 23rd, nothing on the 24th, nothing through the Thanksgiving weekend, during which Rachel's sister and her family visited, and our house was full and loud and blessedly normal in all the ways I had taken for granted before October. A week passed. 2 weeks. The first week of December came and went. I expanded my review of the camera footage to include all 4 cameras, not just the back patio. Nothing on any of them. The backyard was exactly what it had always been before any of this started. A patch of Pacific Northwest lawn, wet and dark green in the November and December rain, ordinary and unremarkable. I did not know what to conclude from this. I still do not know with certainty what to conclude. What I know is what I observed. 3 appearances over a 6-week span, and then nothing. I know what I said on the patio, and I know that afterward the pattern stopped. I contacted Catherine again in mid-December. I told her that the camera had not shown anything in the 3 weeks since that night. I told her everything I had said to her brother. I repeated her message back to her, that she was fine, that she thought about him, that it was not his fault. There was a silence on the line when I finished, and then she thanked me in a way that was quiet and specific, and that I will not try to reconstruct here, because some moments belong to the person who experiences them and should not be translated into content. We talked for about 40 minutes that call. She told me more about Martin, his love of building things, his collection of smooth stones that he kept in a shoebox under his bed organized by color, his particular attachment to a stuffed bear with a missing eye that he had named Stanley. She told me about the night it happened, not in graphic detail, but in the way you circle around something you have spent decades approaching carefully. She had woken up the next morning and found the house quiet, found her parents' bedroom door closed, found the house wrapped in a kind of stillness that she had never forgotten, a stillness that she said even at 11 years old, she had recognized as the particular stillness of something permanently changed. Before we hung up, she said, "You know, the last thing he said to me, the night before, was that he liked his room. We had just gotten a new bed frame, and he was so pleased with it. He showed me where he had put his stone collection on the new shelf. He said, 'I like my room.' I have thought about that so many times. I said, 'The room that was his, it is my son's room now. Miles. He is 9. He likes it very much.'" She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That is nice. That is really nice to know. I want to tell you about one more thing that I found in my research, something I have not discussed yet because it felt like it belonged at the end rather than the middle. In the course of pulling archived Bellingham Herald articles, I found a letter to the editor from the fall of 1983, 2 years after Martin Calloway's death, and the same year that Harlan and Beverly Weir purchased the property. The letter was written by Harlan Weir. In it, he described a series of experiences the family had had in their first summer in the house. Experiences he framed carefully, with evident self-consciousness about how they would be received. He described seeing, on several occasions, a small figure in the backyard at night, visible through the sliding glass door. He described telling his wife, who had seen the figure as well. He described how the figure always stood still, always faced the house, and always vanished if they went to the door. He had not known about Martin Calloway when he wrote the letter. He said in the letter that he had asked the previous owners, Robert and Judith Calloway, about the history of the property before the sale, and that they had not mentioned anything unusual. He said he did not want to be the kind of person who believed in ghosts. He said he was writing to the newspaper simply because he did not know what else to do with the experience, and because he thought if he put it in writing somewhere, it might feel less like something he had imagined. The letter did not receive a published response. There was no follow-up in subsequent issues, no letter from the Calloways, no note from the editors. It was just there in the archive, 6 paragraphs long, from a man who had moved into a house with a child's ghost in the backyard, and had done the only thing he could think to do with it, which was to write it down. Harlan Weir had lived in that house for 31 years. From what I can determine from various documents, he and Beverly had never had children. I found 2 more references to Harlan in the digital archive over those 31 years. A mention of a community garden project he had been involved with in the 90s, and a letter about a local zoning issue in 2004. No further mentions of anything unusual in the house. Whatever he and Beverly had seen in the summer of 1983, he had not spoken publicly about it again. He had kept it and carried it for 3 decades. I think about that often. Harlan Weir standing at his sliding glass door in the summer of 1983, a new homeowner in a neighborhood he did not yet know well, and seeing a small boy standing still in his backyard at 2 in the morning, facing the house, telling Beverly. Beverly seeing it too. The two of them standing at the door together, and the boy vanishing the moment they moved toward it, and then neither of them knowing what to do with that. No internet, no forums, no community of people who had experienced the same thing, no framework at all for making sense of it, and eventually deciding to write a letter to the newspaper because it was the only thing available to them that felt like doing something. I do not know if the appearances stopped for Harlan and Beverly on their own eventually, or whether they persisted through the entire 31 years. I do not know if Beverly Weir ever told anyone, in the last years of her life, what she had seen in the backyard of that house. I do not know what Harlan carries with him now, in the care facility in Mount Vernon, in the diminished world of extreme old age, whether the memory of the small boy in a backyard surfaces for him sometimes in the night, whether he has ever spoken of it to anyone, whether it comforts or disturbs him or some combination of both. I wonder sometimes what the experience was like for Harlan in those long years after the initial sightings, whether the appearances had eventually stopped, or whether they had just become part of the texture of life in that house. The way old houses have sounds you learn not to interpret, presences you learn to acknowledge without fear. Beverly Weir had died in 2018, and Harlan had moved to Mount Vernon, and he was still alive as far as I could determine, 84 years old and living in a care facility on the other side of the county. I have thought many times about driving to Mount Vernon to talk to him. I have not done it yet. I am not sure whether it would help him or disturb him. And I have already intruded enough into other people's grief for 1 year. But I have not ruled it out. Harlan Weir is the only other living person I know of who stood in our backyard and saw what I saw. Him with his eyes through the glass, me through a camera, and the thought of him carrying that alone for 3 decades without any framework for what it was or any understanding of who the boy was sits uncomfortably with me. Maybe that drive to Mount Vernon happens eventually. Maybe it does not. Some doors you stand at for a while before you decide whether to knock. The last thing I want to tell you about is my son Miles. About 2 weeks after the night I stood on the patio and spoke to Martin, Miles came downstairs for breakfast and sat at the kitchen table and said, without any particular emphasis or drama, without any context, "Dad, who was the boy who was looking at my books?" I set down my coffee cup very carefully. I said, "What boy?" He said, "The boy in my room. He was just standing there looking at my bookshelf. He was wearing old pajamas, the kind with the collar." My heart was doing something complicated in my chest. I kept my voice level. I said, "When did you see him?" Miles thought about this. He said, "A couple weeks ago. Maybe more. He was just standing there. He was not doing anything." He looked up from his cereal bowl. I thought he was a dream at first, but I was awake. I could feel that I was awake. I asked him if he wanted to borrow a book, and he just looked at me. I said, "Were you scared?" Miles thought about this for a moment with the deliberate seriousness that 9-year-olds bring to questions they consider important. He said, "No." He did not seem scary. He just seemed like he was looking at the books, like maybe he wanted to read one and did not know if it was all right. I said, "Did you see him again after that?" Miles shook his head, just the once. Then he added, with the matter-of-fact practicality of a child, "I left one of the books on the shelf with a stone on it, so he would know which one was for him, in case he came back." I said, "Which book?" Miles said, "The building one. The one about how bridges are made." I thought if he was standing in my room he might want to learn something while he was there. I had to look away for a moment after that. I looked at the window and the wet November street outside, and I thought about a boy who liked to build things, who collected stones organized by color in a shoebox under his bed, standing in a room full of books in the small hours and looking at a shelf, and not knowing if it was all right to touch. And I thought about my son waking up and finding a quiet boy in his room, and deciding the right thing to do was to offer him something, There are things I still do not know, and I want to be honest about all of them. I do not know for certain what was on the camera footage. Patrick could not explain what he saw, but he is not the kind of person who would claim it proved anything supernatural, and neither am I. The footage shows what it shows. The interpretation is mine, and I hold it accordingly. I do not know for certain that what Miles saw was the same thing the camera had been capturing. He is 9 years old. Children have vivid inner lives and a permeability to experience that adults tend to lose, and I genuinely could not determine with certainty what was operating in that particular case. What I know is that he was not frightened, and that he described the figure with specific details, the pajamas, the collar, the stillness, that I had never discussed with him or within earshot of him. I do not know what happened to Martin Calloway in the 43 years between his death and the night I stood on the patio and spoke to him. I do not know what he experienced. I do not know whether the concept of experience even applies to whatever he was. I have thought about this at considerable length, with the tools of logic and engineering analysis that have served me well in my professional life, and I have arrived at the honest conclusion that those tools do not reach this particular problem. Some questions do not have load-bearing answers. Some structures are held up by principles I have not been trained to measure. What I know is what I observed. What I know is what Catherine told me about her brother. What I know is what Miles said over cereal on a November morning, without drama or embellishment. What I know is that the camera has not shown anything since November 22nd, and that the backyard looks the same as it did before any of this started. What I know is that a boy loved this house, and that for a very long time after he died, he was still standing outside it, barefoot in the dark, facing the door. And what I know, the last thing, the one I think about most, is that he is not standing there anymore. I put this account together in January, about 6 weeks after that night on the patio. I have hesitated to share it. I have thought about all the ways it sounds when you say it plainly. I think my security camera was capturing a ghost. I know how that lands. I know what rational, pragmatic people do with claims like that. Because I am a rational, pragmatic person, and I know what I would have done with this story 2 years ago, which is file it with the other things I had no use for. But here's the thing about documented cases, about patterns, about the careful accumulation of evidence. You cannot ignore what you see just because you cannot explain it. In my profession, if a load calculation gives you a result you did not expect, you do not delete the calculation and assume you were wrong to run it. You look at the result. You sit with it. You find out what it means. The camera showed me something. I sat with it. I found out what it meant. What I want to say, now that I have found it, is this: I believe this is happening elsewhere. I believe there are other cameras and other patios in other cities that are capturing other figures in other yards right now, in this moment, as you listen to this. I believe that the proliferation of home security equipment in the past decade has created, without anyone intending it, an instrument sensitive enough to detect something that has always been present in the houses where children died. And I believe that most of the people whose cameras are capturing these images are dismissing them. They are attributing them to technical errors, to shadows, to reflections, to the understandable human tendency to see patterns and noise. They are not researching the history of their property. They are not finding the newspaper archive. They are not writing the letter. The Coventry case I mentioned. The family who came forward after a local journalist published the first family's account is instructive here. The journalist received in the 2 weeks following publication 41 emails from other households in the Coventry area describing security camera footage they had previously dismissed. 41 households in one medium-sized English city. In 2 weeks, most of them had attributed the footage to animals or technical glitches, or the understandable paranoia of looking at footage late at night when you are already tired and your mind is prone to pattern finding. Only a handful had ever looked into the history of their property in response to what they saw. I do not know what the true scope of this phenomenon is. I do not think anyone does, because no one has yet built the infrastructure to find out. There is no clearinghouse for this kind of report. There is no organization that cross-references security camera anomalies with property historical records. The two pieces of information, the footage and the history, exist in entirely separate systems, and the person most likely to connect them is the homeowner who happens to be awake at 2 in the morning, who happens to open the app, who happens to be the kind of person who goes to the trouble of finding out who lived in their house before them. I was that person. By accident, by insomnia, by my wife's idea to install cameras after a neighbor's house was broken into. None of it was intentional. All of it was necessary. If you have a security camera on your property, and you have footage you cannot explain, and the figure in that footage is small and still and patient and barefooted and facing your house, please do the research. Find out who lived there before you. Look at the county records. Look at the newspaper archive. Find the family. Write the letter. It may feel strange. It may feel foolish. It will not be either of those things. It might be the most important phone call you ever make. Not for you. For the family. For the child who is still standing at the door. Houses remember things we do not know they carry. The people who lived in them and loved them and suffered in them do not always leave cleanly. Sometimes something remains not malevolent, not threatening, just present. Just waiting. Just facing the door. And sometimes all it takes to release them is to say their name out loud in the dark, and to leave the door open long enough. Miles so keeps a book on the shelf for Martin. The Bridges book, which he says is the one that seemed right. He puts a new stone on it every few weeks. Small, smooth ones he picks up in the schoolyard, or on our walks, and he arranges them carefully, organized by color. He does not make a big deal of it. He just does it, the way he does all the things that matter to him, with a kind of quiet conviction that requires no audience and no explanation. I have told him a little about Martin Calloway, his age, his love of building things, his collection of stones. I have not told him about the camera footage. He is 9 years old and he does not need that particular weight yet. What he knows is that a boy who loved this house used to live here, and that the boy is gone now, but that it is right to remember him. He accepted this information the way children accept things that make a kind of essential sense to them. He nodded. He thought about it. He went back to looking at his bookshelf. He said, "I am going to leave the building book out, in case he ever comes back and wants to read it." I said, "That is a very kind thing to do." He said, "Well," and then he did not finish the sentence. The way people do when the thing they would say next is so obvious it does not need to be said. Stay safe. Pay attention to what the camera shows you. And if it ever shows you a child standing still in the night, facing your back door, wearing old-fashioned pajamas with bare feet on cold concrete, please be gentle with them. They are not trying to frighten you. They are just trying to find their way home. The eyes came home. I am standing in my hallway at 3 in the morning, and every single person in every single photograph on these walls is looking directly at me. Not at the camera, not at the photographer, at me, right now, with expressions I have never seen in their faces in life. My mother's eyes locked onto mine from inside a silver frame, wide, urgent, terrified. My father's jaw set tight, the way it always looked when he was about to say something that could not be unsaid. My grandmother, who has been dead for 11 years, mouth slightly open, like a word is caught there, waiting. I cannot breathe. I cannot move. The hallway smells like old wood and something faintly floral, the bouquet of dried lavender I have had on the entry table for 3 months. And all I can do is stand here, in my robe, barefoot, on the cold hardwood, and feel the weight of all those eyes pressing against me like hands. This started 4 weeks ago, right around the time I began planning my daughter Claire's wedding. I want to be clear about something before I go further. I am not the kind of person who believes in this sort of thing. I am 52 years old. I am a retired school librarian. I drive a sensible car, and I keep a sensible house in a small, quiet town in eastern Pennsylvania, in the kind of neighborhood where people wave to each other from their driveways and leave zucchini on each other's doorsteps in late summer. I am not dramatic. I do not imagine things. And yet, Claire's wedding is 6 weeks away. She met Daniel 3 years ago at a graduate program in Maryland, and I liked him immediately, or I thought I did. He is handsome in a polished, careful way. He always brings wine when he comes for dinner. He always compliments the house. But there is something about the way he stands just slightly too close when he talks to Claire. Something about how she glances at him before she answers questions that are clearly meant for her. Something that I could not name. I told myself I was being overprotective. I told myself it was simply the grief of watching your only daughter step into Rome life. I told myself a lot of things. I started the wedding preparations in the second week of October, pulled out the family photo albums, started selecting photographs for the reception slideshow. Claire as an infant, Claire at her first birthday, Claire losing a tooth, Claire in her prom dress with her hand on her father's arm, 1 year before he died. That was when I first noticed it. I pulled an old frame photograph from the hallway shelf. A family portrait taken sometime in the late 90s. The 4 of us standing in front of the house on Maple Drive that we no longer own. I set it on the kitchen table to get a better look at it. And as I was walking away to pour myself a cup of coffee, I happened to glance back over my shoulder. My father was looking at me, not at the camera, not at my mother who was standing beside him, whose gaze was still directed at whatever point the photographer had asked us to focus on. My father's eyes were turned just slightly in my direction. His head was not turned, just his eyes. I stood there for a very long time. I told myself the lighting had shifted. I told myself my eyes were tired, that I had been staring at old photographs for too long. I picked the frame up, carried it to the window, held it in the gray October light, and examined it carefully. It looked normal. He was looking at the camera. They all were. I put it back on the shelf and did not think about it for 4 days. Then it happened again. I was dusting the hallway, moving from frame to frame the way I do every Sunday, lifting each one and wiping the glass and setting it back in its place. I had just replaced the portrait of my grandmother taken in her garden in 1983, pink roses behind her, that blue dress she loved, her smile quiet and sure, and I was reaching for the next frame when something made me stop. I looked back at her photograph. Her eyes were not on the roses. They were not on the garden. They were on me. And her expression was not the quiet, sure smile I had known my entire life. She looked afraid. I set the dust cloth down. I sat down on the hallway bench. I stayed there for I do not know how long, watching that photograph, waiting for the feeling to pass, waiting for the image to return to what it had always been. The light moved across the wall as the morning advanced. The house settled around me in its small, familiar sounds. She did not look away, and that was the moment. Not some dramatic middle-of-the-night revelation, but a quiet, terrible Sunday morning with a dust cloth in my lap that I understood something had begun. I did not know yet what they were trying to tell me, but I knew, in the deep and wordless place where a mother carries the things she has not yet allowed herself to say aloud, that it had something to do with Claire. That night, after a dinner I barely tasted, I walked back down the hallway and looked at every single photograph on the wall. Every single face was looking at me, and every single expression was the same, that open, urgent, desperate look of someone who has something to say, and has been waiting for a very long time, for someone to finally stop and listen. I turned off the hall light and went to bed. But sleep did not come easily, because through the gap under my bedroom door, in the thin dark of the corridor, I could feel them watching still. All those eyes, all that love, all that terrible, patient warning, pressing against the dark like breath against cold glass. What the dead know, The faces in the photographs had all turned toward me, every one of them carrying that same desperate, wordless expression, that open, straining look of people trying to push something enormous through an opening far too small for it to fit. I had gone to bed. But I had not slept. Not really. Here's a thing people never tell you about grief. It does not end. It shifts. It moves from room to room inside you like weather, like a slow pressure front that you stop noticing until the day it finally breaks. My husband Robert died 4 years ago this past March. A heart attack, fast, no warning. A Tuesday morning in the kitchen while the coffee was still brewing. Claire was 26. I was 48. And the particular cruelty of losing someone that suddenly is that you spend years afterwards in a constant low-grade state of alertness, waiting for the next thing to arrive without warning. So, when strange things begin to happen in a house where a grieving woman lives alone, the mind has options. It can say, "This is real." Or it can say, "This is what loss does to a person." This is the brain exhausted and lonely, manufacturing meaning from shadows. For the first week after that Sunday morning with my grandmother's photograph, I chose the second explanation. I told myself I was under stress. Wedding planning is genuinely overwhelming, especially when you're doing it mostly alone. Especially when every centerpiece and seating chart and vendor call is threaded through with the absence of the man who should have been standing beside you for all of it. I threw myself into the logistics. Flower arrangements, catering tastings, dress fittings with Claire in a bridal boutique in Philadelphia. The two of us laughing in a white curtained dressing room, while a seamstress pinned the hem of a gown that cost more than my first car. Claire was radiant. She always has been. But in that dressing room, watching her turn slowly in the mirror, I noticed something I had been pushing away for months. A tightness around her eyes, a slight hesitation before every smile, as though she were checking, internally, whether the smile was appropriate before allowing it to appear on her face. I know my daughter. I've known her since before she had words. And the girl in that mirror was managing something. I did not say anything. I handed her the veil and told her she was beautiful, because sometimes love is knowing when to wait. 3 days after the fitting, I was in the living room sorting through a box of old photographs for the slideshow, when my hand closed around a picture I had not looked at in years. It was taken at Claire's 6th birthday party. The backyard full of children, a pink cake with 6 candles. Robert crouched down with his arm around her shoulder, both of them mid-laugh at something just outside the frame. I set it down gently on the coffee table and turned away to find a tissue. When I turned back, Robert was not laughing anymore. He was looking at me, straight at me, through the photograph. Through 4 years and a Tuesday morning and all the space between the living and whatever comes after. His expression was not frightening. It was not angry. It was desperate. It was the expression he got when he was trying to tell me something important and was afraid I was not going to hear him. That particular crease between his brows, that slight forward lean, the way his eyes would hold mine and refuse to let go until I acknowledged that I understood. I understood nothing. I sat back down on the couch and I held that photograph in both hands and I said, out loud, to an empty room, to a man 4 years gone, "Robert, what is it?" The house gave me back only silence. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the wet street, and yet I sat there for a long time holding the photograph, feeling, I know how this sounds, I know feeling in the most specific and bodily way that I was not alone in that room. That was the night I stopped explaining it away. The next morning I did what a librarian does. I started researching. Not the supernatural angle. Not yet. I started with Daniel. I will be honest. I had let myself be charmed by him. He is good at being charming. He has that quality that certain men carry like a cologne. A warm, attentive energy that makes you feel, in his presence, like you are the most important person in the room. He remembered things I said months later. He called me Margaret, not Maggie. because I had mentioned once that I preferred it, and he had filed that away. He sent flowers on the anniversary of Robert's death, both years since he and Claire had been together. I had taken all of this as evidence of character. I had not considered that it might also be evidence of something else, of someone who had learned very precisely how to manage the people around him. I started small. I searched his name online, Daniel Marsh, 31, a financial analyst from Connecticut. His social media was minimal and curated. A few professional photographs, a handful of posts about hiking. Nothing personal, nothing candid. The kind of digital footprint that is itself a choice, in an age when most people cannot help but leave a trail. I found his LinkedIn. I cross-referenced his listed employers, and then I did something I am slightly embarrassed to admit. I called the alumni office of the university he said he had attended. I said I was confirming a reference for a former student, a small lie, the kind a mother tells. The name was not in their system. I held the phone for a long time after I hung up. I told myself there could be any number of explanations. Wrong year, name variation, a different campus. I told myself I was spiraling. I told myself that grief and stress and sleep deprivation and photographs that move in the dark were conspiring to make me paranoid about a perfectly decent young man who loved my daughter. I almost convinced myself. Then I walked into the hallway to get my coat, and I stopped. My grandmother's photograph had moved. Not dramatically. Not in any way that anyone else would have registered as movement at all. But I looked at that photograph every day for 9 years, and I knew exactly where her eyes rested in the frame, exactly the angle of her chin, exactly the gentle leftward tilt of her gaze toward the roses. She was not looking at the roses. She was looking at the front door, and her mouth, that careful, closed, dignified mouth I had known my entire life, was open, just slightly, the way a mouth opens when a word is arriving, when a warning is arriving, when something is right on the other side of a door, and there is still, barely, time. I stood in the hallway. I looked at my grandmother. I looked at the front door. And then I heard from the driveway outside the sound of a car I did not recognize pulling slowly to a stop. I did not move. I did not breathe. I stood in the space between the woman in the photograph and the door she was staring at, and I felt the hairs along my arms rise, one by one, in that ancient, animal way that the body has of knowing things before the mind catches up. The car sat in the driveway for a very long moment. Then the engine cut out, and a car door opened. My grandmother had been staring at the front door, her mouth parted around a warning I could not yet read. And outside, those slow, deliberate footsteps had reached the porch. What I saw through the sidelight window was a woman. And the moment I laid eyes on her, something cold and certain moved through me. The way cold moves through a house when a window has been left open in winter, finding every room, touching everything. She was perhaps 35. Dark coat, plain, practical. Brown hair pulled back at the neck. She was not remarkable in any visible way, and yet she stood on my front porch with the particular stillness of a person who had been preparing for this moment for a long time. She was not looking at the door. She was looking at the sidelight, at me, as though she had known I would be standing exactly here. I opened the door because I did not know what else to do. "Are you Margaret?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but only just. Underneath the steadiness was something strung very tight. I said that I was. She said her name was Nora Callahan. She said she had driven 4 hours from a town in upstate New York that I had never heard of. She said she was sorry to arrive without calling, and that she had tried to find another way to do this, but that there was no way to do this over a phone. And then she said, "I need to talk to you about Daniel Marsh, because 2 years ago I was exactly where your daughter is right now, and I barely got out." I brought her inside. I did not think I made a conscious decision to do it. My body simply stepped back, and she stepped forward, and we ended up at my kitchen table with 2 cups of coffee neither of us was drinking, the October light coming gray and thin through the window above the sink. She talked for nearly 2 hours. I am going to tell you what she told me, but I want to say first that I did not want to believe it. I want to be honest about that because I think it matters. There is a particular kind of resistance that rises up in a mother when someone sits across from her and begins dismantling the life her daughter has chosen. It feels like an attack. It feels like an accusation, not of the man, but of you, of your judgment, of every dinner and holiday and Sunday afternoon where you sat across from this person and felt nothing wrong. I resisted. Even as she spoke, I resisted. And I am telling you this because I think it is important to understand how good Daniel Marsh is at what he does. Nora had met him at a conference in Albany 3 years ago. He was charming. She used that exact word. The same word I would have used, and something in my stomach shifted when I heard it. He was attentive. He remembered small details. He sent flowers on difficult days. He made her feel, she said, like the only woman in any room they ever shared. The relationship moved quickly. Within 6 months, she had relocated from her apartment in Syracuse to be closer to him. Within 8 months, she had stopped seeing her friends regularly. Not because he demanded it, she was careful to say, but because he had a subtle talent for making her feel, after every social engagement, that something about the evening had been wrong, that she had laughed too loudly, or paid too much attention to someone else, or said something that reflected poorly on both of them. Never an accusation, just a quiet, considered observation, delivered with what seemed like genuine concern. He makes you feel like he is the only one who really sees you, she said, and then, very gradually, he makes you feel like everyone else sees something wrong. She had a restraining order against him now. She had obtained it 14 months ago, after an incident that she described in careful clinical language that told me she described it many times before, to police, to lawyers, to a therapist. The incident involved a locked door and a broken phone. In 3 hours, she said she did not fully remember even now. She had found Claire through Daniel's social media, one of the few photographs he had posted. A holiday dinner, Claire laughing at the edge of the frame, a barely visible corner of what Nora recognized as Daniel's apartment in New Haven. She had spent 2 months trying to decide whether to reach out. She had decided finally because of what she had not done when someone had tried to warn her. "Someone tried to warn you," I said. She wrapped both hands around her coffee cup and looked at me. His previous girlfriend before me. She sent me a message on social media. 2 weeks after Daniel and I met. She paused. I did not respond. I thought she was jealous. I thought she was unstable. That is what he had told me about her, you see. That she was unstable. That he had tried to help her and she had turned it into something ugly. The kitchen was very quiet. "I need you to know," she said, "that I am not unstable. I am a high school biology teacher. I own a home. I have a restraining order, 3 police reports, and a therapist who will put all of this in writing if you need her to." She slid a folded piece of paper across the table. These are the dates, the incident numbers, and her contact information. I am not asking you to take my word for it. I am asking you to look. I unfolded the paper. I looked at it for a long time without speaking. "How long do we have?" I finally asked. "The wedding is in 6 weeks," she said, and the fact that she knew exactly how long we had was itself a kind of answer. After Nora left, I stood in the hallway for a long time, not moving, not thinking in any organized way, just standing in the particular silence of a house where something irrevocable has just happened. I looked at my grandmother's photograph. Her eyes had moved again. She was no longer looking at the front door. She was looking at me, directly and completely, and her expression had changed. The fear was still there, yes, but beneath it, or perhaps alongside it, something else had entered. Relief. She looked the way she had looked on the afternoon, 20 years ago. when I had called her from a gas station payphone at 2 in the morning, stranded with a flat tire on the highway, and she had said simply, without reproach, "I am already getting my keys," the way she looked when help had finally arrived, just in time. I pressed my hand flat against the glass of her frame. I felt the cool of it against my palm, and I said, very quietly, "I hear you. I hear all of you. I am paying attention now." The house settled around me. The late afternoon light thinned toward evening, and somewhere across the state, in an apartment in New Haven that I had visited 11 times and never once questioned, my daughter was with a man whose name was not entirely his own. I picked up my phone. I opened my contacts. I found Claire's name. I put the phone back down. Not yet. I needed to know more before I spoke to her. I needed to be certain, because there is a particular and devastating way that a daughter can close against her mother, when the mother arrives too soon with too little and says the wrong thing about the man the daughter loves. I had seen it happen to other women. I had watched friendships and families fracture along that exact fault line. I was not going to lose my daughter to a misstep, not when I was this close to understanding. I went to Robert's photograph on the living room shelf. I picked it up. I held it in the last of the October light, and I looked at his face. That face I had loved for 26 years, and I made him a promise. I said, "I will not let this happen to her." And in the photograph, in the quiet and impossible way that had been happening for weeks now, Robert's expression shifted. Just slightly. Just enough. The desperate crease between his brows eased, as though for the first time in 4 years, he felt he could exhale. I was reaching to set him back on the shelf when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. A text message. From Claire. Just 4 words. And they arrived like a stone dropping through the surface of still water, sending rings outward in every direction. It said, "Mom, something is wrong." Whatever had been quietly breaking inside my daughter had finally cracked through, and what she told me when I called her back, my hands shaking. The phone pressed hard against my ear. The last of the October light, bleeding out of the kitchen window, was worse than anything Nora Callahan had prepared me for. Claire did not answer the first time I called. I stood in the middle of my living room and listened to it ring and go to voicemail. And the silence after the beep was so total that I heard my own heartbeat in it. I called again. She picked up on the second ring, and the first thing I heard was not her voice. It was the sound of her breathing, tight, controlled, the way a person breathes when they are trying very hard not to let something show. "Mom," she said, and I said, "I am here. I am right here. Tell me." What came out of her then was not a single story. It was fragments arriving in the wrong order, the way things do when they have been locked up for too long and finally find the door open. A weekend trip to visit his college friends. She had not been allowed to join because he said she would not enjoy it. She would find them boring. She would be happier at home. A dinner party she had organized for his colleagues, where he had afterward, in the car on the way home, quietly enumerated every social error she had made. The reading group she used to attend on Thursday evenings that she had stopped going to so gradually she could not identify the exact moment she had stopped, only that she had. She told me she had started keeping a notebook under the bathroom sink, inside a box of old hair products, hidden in the way that a person only hides something when they have learned, without being explicitly taught, that certain things are not safe to leave in the open. She had been writing things down for 4 months. Dates, incidents, exact words he had used. She had not known why she was doing it. She said it felt like building a case against her own life. That word. Case. The same instinct Nora Callahan had described, the documentation, the careful recording of a reality that someone else was working very hard to make her doubt. I pressed the phone to my ears so hard it left a mark. I said, "Claire, I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear me, even if what I am about to say feels impossible." I told her about Nora. I did not soften it. I told her about the 4-hour drive, the 2 hours at my kitchen table, the police reports with their incident numbers, the restraining order, the biology teacher in upstate New York who had sat across from me and described in precise and careful language the same man my daughter was planning to marry in 6 weeks. The silence that followed was the longest silence I have ever lived through. Then Claire said, in a voice I had not heard since she was very small and very frightened, "Mom, he told me his ex-girlfriend was unstable. He said she had harassed him. He said he had tried to help her, and she had made it into something ugly." Word for word. The same sentence. The same architecture of language, deployed on a different woman, in a different city, in a different year. I sat down on the floor, right there on the living room rug, the phone in both hands, my back against the couch. I sat down because my legs simply decided they were done holding me up. "I know," I said. "I know we did. We talked for 3 hours. By the time we finished, it was past 10 at night. The house had gone fully dark around me, and I had not turned on a single light. I had just sat there on the floor as the dark came in, listening to my daughter's voice, holding the phone, letting her talk. She had a lot to say. 4 months of a hidden notebook's worth. I learned that Daniel had begun, in the last 2 months, to ask questions about Robert's life insurance settlement. Careful questions, framed as financial planning, framed as wanting to understand their combined future, but questions that had a direction to them, a destination, the way water finds a drain. I learned that he had proposed they merge their finances before the wedding, rather than after, and that when Claire had hesitated, he had turned quiet for 2 days in a way that she had learned to read as punishment. I learned that he had told her on at least 3 separate occasions that her closest friend from college, a woman named Jess, who had been her roommate for 3 years and her bridesmaid, was jealous of her happiness and was not a true friend. Jess was not a bridesmaid anymore. Claire had asked her to step down in September. She had not spoken to her since. I asked Claire if she still had Jess's number. She said she thought so. I asked if she thought Jess would take a call. There was a pause. A long one. "I do not know," Claire said softly. I said some things. When I asked her to step down, he told me what to say. Another pause, shorter and sharper, like something snapping. I said what he told me to say. To my best friend. I did not tell her it would be all right. I did not offer her that comfort, because it was not mine to offer yet, and she deserved something better than a reassurance I could not guarantee. Instead I said, "That was not you. You know that was not you." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Yes, I think I do know that." After we hung up, I sat in the dark for a while longer. Then I got up, turned on the lamp by the couch, and stood in the doorway of the hallway. Every photograph on the wall was watching me. But something had changed. The urgency that had been in their expressions for 4 weeks, that straining, desperate, forward-leaning look of people pressing against the limits of wherever they are, had eased. Not gone, but eased. They were still watching, all of them, my grandmother and my father and Robert and the others, all those beloved faces in their silver and wooden and cheap plastic frames. But the quality of their watching had shifted. It was less like a warning now. It was more like a vigil. I understood the difference. A warning is what you send before something can still be stopped. A vigil is what you keep while someone you love is doing the hard and necessary work of surviving. They were not alarming me anymore. They were staying up with me. I went to my grandmother's photograph. I looked at her for a long moment. The blue dress, the pink roses just barely visible at the edge. That face I had loved my entire life. Her mouth was closed now. Her eyes were steady on mine, and in them was something I recognized from 100 moments across 40 years of being known by her. It was the particular expression of a woman who is holding space, who is present without demanding anything, who is simply, solidly, There. Thank you, I said. And I meant it for all of them. I did not sleep that night either, but this time it was not from fear. I sat at the kitchen table with a notepad and I made a list. Practical, specific, ordered. I wrote down Nora's contact information. I wrote down the names and numbers of the police departments involved in her case. I wrote down the name of her therapist. I wrote down the date of Claire's wedding and counted backwards from it, marking what needed to happen and in what order. I wrote, call Jess. I wrote, find out what Daniel Marsh's real name is. That second item had been forming in my mind since Nora had mentioned, almost in passing, that the name he had used when they first met was not the name on the restraining order. She had not elaborated. I had not thought to push. But it sat there now, at the edge of everything I thought I understood about this man. And it changed the shape of the problem considerably, because a man who moves between names is not simply a controlling partner. He is something more calculated than that, something more practiced, something that has done this enough times, in enough places, to know that a clean name in a new city buys a certain amount of time. And time, I was beginning to understand, was exactly what he had been running out the clock on. I looked at the wedding date on my notepad. 6 weeks had become 5. I picked up my phone. It was nearly 1 in the morning. I found the number Nora had written on the folded piece of paper. I looked at it for a moment. Then I sent her a text. I need to know everything you know about who he was before you met him. The reply came back in under 2 minutes, as though she had been awake and waiting and had known this question was coming eventually. It said, I was hoping you would ask that. Call me tomorrow. And Margaret, do not let him know that Claire has spoken to you. Not yet. He will move faster than you expect if he thinks he is losing her. I set the phone down. I looked at the notepad. I looked at the wedding date. Then I looked up, through the kitchen doorway, at the hallway, at the row of photographs glowing faintly in the light from the kitchen lamp. All those eyes, all that love, all those people who had known me, truly, completely known me, and had found some way, from wherever they now were, to hold a candle in the dark until I could find my own. I was not alone in this. I had never been alone in this. And tomorrow, the real work would begin. What I learned about Daniel Marsh in the 48 hours that followed would have been enough to stop any wedding. But Daniel, it turned out, had already noticed something, and a man like that, when he feels the ground shifting beneath him, does not wait to see what happens next. I called Nora at 7 the following morning. She picked up before the second ring, the way people do when they have been lying awake since before dawn, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the world to start moving again. She taught for 90 minutes. I sat at the kitchen table with my notepad and wrote without stopping, and by the time she was done, 4 pages were filled front to back in handwriting that got smaller and tighter as the weight of what she was telling me accumulated. His name, his legal name, the one on the restraining order, the one that appeared in the court documents Nora had obtained at considerable personal cost, was not Daniel Marsh. It was David Marcus Hale. He had used variations of it across at least 3 relationships that Nora had been able to trace. Daniel Marsh, David Hale, Marcus Daniel. The same initials, always. She did not know why he kept the initials. Perhaps habit. Perhaps some vestige of sentiment in the man who appeared to have very little of it left. He had grown up in Western Ohio. He had attended 2 colleges and finished neither. There was a civil suit filed against him in 2016 by a woman in Columbus. A breach of contract claim that had been settled quietly and was sealed, but whose existence Nora had confirmed through a paralegal friend with access to the relevant courthouse database. There was a name change filing in 2019 in the state of Connecticut, which was public record. That was how Daniel Marsh had been born, legally, from a man named David Hale. A procedural shedding of skin, timed, Nora believed, to coincide with his relocation to New Haven and the beginning of a new chapter with new people who would not know to search for what had come before. He is not a criminal, Nora said carefully. Not in the way that gets you arrested easily. What he does is technically legal, most of it. The control, the isolation, the financial pressure. It lives in the gray. It lives in the space between what the law can see and what the law can touch. That is why he is still out there. That is why he has been doing this for as long as he has. I asked her how long she thought that was. She was quiet for a moment. The woman before me, the one who tried to warn me, the one I did not listen to. She had found 2 others before herself. So at minimum, we are talking about a decade, possibly longer. I set my pen down. I looked at the 4 pages of notes in front of me. I looked at the wedding date I had circled at the top of the first page and the number beside it that I had written and underlined. 38 days. Nora, I said, did he ever when you started to pull away? Did he ever do anything that felt like a threat? The pause that followed told me everything before she said a word. He did not threaten me directly, she said. He is too careful for that. But there was a period near the end when things happened. Small things. My car was in the same parking space every day at work, and one morning every tire was flat. Not slashed, just deflated. Perfectly, evenly, all 4. My supervisor received an anonymous email suggesting I had falsified my academic credentials. My therapist, a different one, before the one I have now, received a formal complaint about her licensure that she said she had never seen anything like in 20 years of practice. Another pause. None of it could be traced to him. None of it. I understood then the specific species of fear that Nora Callahan carried. Not the fear of violence, though that was there too underneath, but the fear of someone who operates through systems, through the quiet machinery of institutions and reputations and anonymous mechanisms, and who does it so cleanly that you are left holding the damage with no way to point at who handed it to you. I have to ask you something, I said, and I need you to be honest with me even if the honest answer is frightening. She said, go ahead. If he finds out that Claire is talking to me, if he senses that she is pulling back. What do you think he does? The pause this time was very brief. She had already thought about this. She had probably been thinking about it since she drove 4 hours to stand on my front porch. He accelerates, she said. He does not confront. He does not rage. He accelerates. He moves the timeline forward. He increases her dependency. He finds a way to isolate her from you before you can give her enough solid ground to stand on. She stopped. Then, he would try to get her to cut contact with you, Margaret. That will be his first move. And he will make her think it was her idea. I had barely set the phone down when it rang again. Not a call. A text. From Claire. And the message was so precisely what Nora had predicted, that for a moment I simply stared at it, the cold returning, spreading out from somewhere in the center of my chest. The text said, Daniel thinks maybe I've been leaning on you too much lately. He says it might be good for us to have some space before the wedding, just to focus on each other. He means well, Mom. I hope you understand. I read it 3 times. Then I read it a 4th time. Slowly, the way I used to read passages aloud to students when I wanted them to notice something they had passed over too quickly. He means well, Mom. 4 words that are not Claire's words. Claire has never in her life said he means well. It is not her construction, not her cadence, not the way she moves through language. It arrived in that text already wearing his fingerprints. I did not respond immediately. I put the phone face down on the table, and I sat very still and I thought about what Nora had told me, and what Claire had told me, and what 4 pages of handwritten notes were telling me. And I made a decision. I was not going to fight him from a distance. I was not going to let my daughter be managed out of reach of my voice while I sat in eastern Pennsylvania, sending texts that he might well be reading over her shoulder. I was going to go to New Haven. I called my neighbor Helen and asked her to watch the house. I packed a bag in 20 minutes. The kind of packing you do when you are not sure how long you will need to stay. I loaded the car. Then, before I left, I walked one final time through the hallway. I had not planned to stop. I had told myself I did not have time to stop. But my feet slowed anyway, the way they always did in that corridor, and I stood among the photographs in the gray morning light and looked at the faces I had spent my life being loved by. My father, straight-backed, steady, the man who had taught me to drive on an empty church parking lot on a Sunday morning, who had never once raised his voice in my memory, who had once sat outside a hospital room for 14 hours without complaint while I recovered from a surgery I had been terrified of. My mother, who had pressed her forehead to mine when I was 8 years old and overwhelmed and said, "You are not the kind of girl who gives up." She had been right. She had always been right. My grandmother, her blue dress, her roses, that face that had held more wisdom than most books I had ever loved. Robert, my Robert in the birthday photograph, mid-laugh, forever mid-laugh, arrested in the moment just before everything changed. They were all looking at me, but the vigil quality I had seen the night before had shifted again. And what was in their faces now was something I recognized from every important threshold I had ever stood at in my life. It was the look of people who believed in me. Not hoping, not wishing, believing, with that particular bone-deep certainty that only people who have known you in every season of your life are capable of. I put my hand against Robert's frame. I left it there for a breath, 2 breaths, 3. Then I picked up my bag and I walked out the front door. The drive to New Haven is 3 hours and 40 minutes under normal circumstances. I made it in 3 hours and 15, and I spent most of it on the phone, legally, through the car's speaker. I want to be clear about that. Working through the list I had made the night before. I called Jess first. Claire's college roommate, the bridesmaid who had been asked to step down in September. The friend Claire had hurt with words she had not chosen herself. The phone rang 5 times, and I had already composed the voicemail I was going to leave when she picked up. She was guarded at first. Understandably. I told her who I was, and I told her that I was not calling to explain or defend what Claire had said. I told her that I was calling because I believed Claire was in trouble, and that I believed Jess knew it too. Because people who have genuinely loved each other for the better part of a decade do not stop being able to read each other simply because one of them has been managed into cruelty. There was a long silence. Then Jess said, "I have been waiting for this call for 3 months." She told me things that filled in the gaps Nora's account had left, details from the inside of Claire's daily life that a mother does not always have access to. The weekends Daniel had refused to attend family events, and the guilt Claire had carried about it. The job offer in Boston she had turned down because he had expressed, in that quiet and considered way of his, that it seemed like the wrong direction for their life together. The doctor's appointment she had mentioned to Jess in a whispered phone call that she had not told Daniel about because she did not know how he would react to her going alone. That last detail landed in me like a stone hitting deep water. A 29-year-old woman, whispering to her best friend about a doctor's appointment, afraid to tell the man she was engaged to that she had gone to see a physician by herself. I gripped the steering wheel. The highway unrolled ahead of me, flat and gray under a November sky, and I thought about my daughter. My brilliant, funny, quietly fierce daughter who had once, at the age of 9, organized a neighborhood petition to save a condemned oak tree, and collected 47 signatures in a single afternoon, reduced to whispered phone calls and hidden notebooks and texts that carried another man's fingerprints. "Jess," I said, "I need to ask you something important." She said, "Ask. If Claire calls you today, if she reaches out, will you answer?" The pause was shorter than I expected. I never stopped hoping she would, she said. I was 40 minutes outside New Haven when my phone lit up with a number I did not recognize. I let it ring. It went to voicemail. I pulled off at the next rest stop and sat in the parking lot with the engine running and the heat on and listened to the message. It was Daniel. His voice was warm, measured, carrying that careful, attentive quality that had fooled me across 11 dinners and 2 years of Sunday afternoons. He said he was so glad to catch me. He said Claire had mentioned I might be a little worried about things, and that he completely understood, that it was only natural for a mother to feel uncertain as the wedding approached. He said he wanted to set up a time for the three of us to talk, openly because he believed in communication, and he wanted me to feel comfortable and included. He did not mention that he knew I was coming. He did not mention the car I was sitting in, 40 minutes from his apartment. But he had called within 2 hours of Claire's text telling me to give them space, and the warmth in his voice, that smooth and practiced warmth, had a different quality when you listened to it knowing what you knew. When you had a notepad with 4 pages of handwriting on the seat beside you, and a biology teacher's restraining order photographed on your phone, and a woman named Jess's voice still fresh in your ear. The warmth was not warmth. It was management. It was the sound of a man assessing a situation and deciding how to contain it. I did not call him back. I pulled out of the rest stop and got back on the highway. 22 miles to New Haven. 22 miles to my daughter. And as I merged back into traffic, my phone lit up again. Not a call this time. Not a voicemail. A text. From Claire's number. But the words, when I read them at the next red light, were not the words of a woman who had been afraid to tell her fiancé about a doctor's appointment. There were 6 words. 6 words that told me something had changed in that apartment. Something had shifted or broken or finally been said aloud. The text said, "Mom." I told him I know. I pressed down on the accelerator. The exit for New Haven was 11 miles ahead, and I was driving toward whatever those 6 words had just set in motion, hoping with every mile that I was not too late. I tried calling Claire 3 times. Each time it rang through voicemail. I tried texting. The messages showed as delivered but not read. I watched that little notification on my screen the way you watch a vital sign monitor, willing it to change, feeling something cold tighten in my chest with each mile that passed without a response. I called Nora. She picked up immediately. I told her what the text said. 6 words. "Mom." I told him I know. There was a pause. Not the hesitant kind, but the kind a person makes when they are running calculations very quickly. "Drive straight there," she said. "Do not call the building. Do not text him. Go directly to her door." Another pause. "He will not do anything with you physically present. Men like him are not built for witnesses. His entire method depends on privacy." I kept driving. The November sky had gone the color of old pewter by the time the New Haven skyline came into view. I had been to Claire's apartment building enough times to navigate on instinct, taking the familiar turns without thinking, my mind running ahead of the car to the 6th floor, apartment 614. The door with the small wreath Claire had hung in September that she had texted me a photograph of, proud of the little domestic detail. I had saved that photograph. I still had it. I parked badly, half in, half out of a visitor space, something I would never normally do. I did not care. I was through the lobby and into the elevator before the car door had fully swung shut behind me. And I stood in that small mirrored box watching the numbers climb, and I talked to Robert, quietly, under my breath, the way I had learned to talk to him in the 4 years since the kitchen and the Tuesday morning, and the coffee that never finished brewing. I said, "Stay close. Both of you, all of you." The elevator opened on 6. The hallway was quiet in the specific way that apartment building hallways are quiet. That compressed, carpeted hush that absorbs sound and gives nothing back. I walked to 614. The wreath was still on the door. A small thing woven from dried eucalyptus and pale ribbon, slightly lopsided, exactly as Claire had hung it. I knocked. 15 seconds, 20, 30. Then the door opened, and my daughter was standing in front of me, and I understood in the first half second of seeing her face that I had arrived at the right moment. Not too late. Not a moment too early, but precisely when I was needed. Her eyes were red. Her hair was pulled back in the unself-conscious way it gets when she has been crying and stopped caring about appearances. She was wearing the old sweatshirt from her undergraduate university, the one with the cracked lettering across the chest, the one she had owned for 11 years and would not throw away no matter how many times I had gently suggested it. She looked in that moment like herself. More herself than she had looked in months. She said, "Mom." And the word came out like something that had been held underwater for a very long time, finally breaking the surface. I stepped inside. I put my arms around her. She pressed her face into my shoulder the way she had not done since she was a child. And I held on and did not say anything at all, because some moments do not need words placed inside them. Daniel was not there. His coat was gone from the hook by the door. His keys were not on the entry table. In the particular stillness of the apartment, I could feel his absence as a physical thing. The air already clearing, the rooms already beginning to exhale. After a while, Claire pulled back and looked at me. "He left," she said, "about 40 minutes before you got here. When I told him I knew about Nora, about the name, about all of it, he did not get angry. He just got very quiet. And then he said he needed to take a walk." She paused. He took his passport. I looked at her. "I know," she said. "I know what that means." We stayed in that apartment for 2 hours, moving through it together, Claire showing me the things she had already begun to locate and separate: her documents, her financial records, the items that were unambiguously hers. She had pulled her hidden notebook out from under the bathroom sink and set it on the kitchen table, and I sat with it in my hands and felt the weight of 4 months of careful, frightened documentation, her handwriting getting smaller and more compressed toward the later entries the way mine had on the notepad at home, both of us recording the same story from different positions within it. She called Jess while I was there. I stepped into the kitchen to give her privacy, stood at the window looking out at the gray November street below, and listened to the sound of my daughter's voice in the next room, first halting, then gathering, then becoming something steadier and more continuous, the sound of a person finding the thread of themselves again after a long time in the dark without it. When she came back into the kitchen, her eyes were wet, but her jaw was set, and she sat down across from me at the table with her shoulders level and her spine straight, and she looked exactly like Robert did when he had made a decision he was at peace with. She said, "I want to file a report." I pushed my notepad across the table. The 4 pages of handwriting, Nora's incident numbers, the court record dates, the name David Marcus Hale printed clearly at the top where I had underlined it twice. "I know a woman," I said, "who will stand beside you when you do." What followed was neither fast nor easy. I want to be clear about that, because stories have a way of compressing the hard parts, and the hard parts deserve their space. It took 11 days to file the initial report. It took 3 weeks for the detective assigned to the case to make contact with the Columbus courthouse regarding the sealed civil matter. Nora flew down from New York and sat beside Claire in a police interview room and gave a statement that corroborated Claire's account across 14 specific points of overlap. The same language, the same patterns, the same escalation sequence, documented independently by 2 women who had never met until a month earlier. David Marcus Hale did not return to the New Haven apartment. His whereabouts for the first 10 days after he walked out with his passport were unknown. On the 11th day, he surfaced. Not in Connecticut, in Portland, Oregon. He had connected, it emerged, with a woman he had met at a professional conference the previous spring. The detective assigned to Claire's case made a call to Portland. What David Hale had not accounted for was that the woman in Portland was a civil litigation attorney, and that she had been doing her own quiet research for 3 weeks, for reasons that had nothing to do with Claire or Nora, and everything to do with what she herself had begun to notice. She had a very productive conversation with that detective. It would take another 8 months before the case resolved in any formal legal sense. A civil protective order. Professional consequences for a financial license obtained under misrepresented credentials, and an ongoing investigation into the Columbus matter that I am not at liberty to discuss in detail because it is not yet closed. Not a perfect ending, not a movie ending, but a real one, with the weight and texture of real things, which is the only kind that actually holds. The wedding, of course, did not happen. The venue deposit was lost. The caterer was sympathetic and refunded half. The dress was returned, though the boutique kept the alteration fee, which felt, in the context of everything else, almost funny. Jess came to stay with Claire for 2 weeks while she found a new apartment. I drove up on 3 of those weekends, and the 4 of us, Claire, Jess, myself, and Nora, who had driven down again and simply stayed, because some circumstances create their own logic of connection, sat around Claire's new kitchen table in the smaller, quieter place she had rented 3 miles from the old apartment, and we ate takeout and drank decent wine and talked about ordinary things, jobs, movies, a book Jess was reading, a trip Nora was considering. The kind of conversation that only feels ordinary because you have survived something extraordinary to get back to it. There were hard nights. I will not pretend there were not. There were nights when Clara called me at 2 in the morning, not because she was in danger, but because the silence of her new apartment felt like something pressing against her from the inside, and she needed to hear a voice she trusted. I answered every time. I will always answer every time. That is not a sacrifice. That is just what a mother is. I want to tell you what happened in the hallway, because I think it is the part that matters most, and I have been building toward it since the beginning. 3 weeks after I brought Claire home for her first visit after everything, a long weekend in December, the 2 of us baking the almond cookies we make every year, the house smelling of butter and warm sugar, a light snow coming down outside the kitchen window. I was walking down the hallway to answer the door for the pizza delivery I had ordered, and I stopped. I stopped because something made me stop. Not fear. Not that cold animal alertness I had lived with for months. Something quieter and entirely different. I looked at the photographs. My father, in his straight-back, steady way, was looking at the camera. Just the camera. The same photograph he had always been. The same angle. The same expression. The same rightward tilt of his gaze that I had memorized over decades of passing this frame every day. My mother, looking at the photographer, chin slightly lifted, that particular composure she always carried. My grandmother, her blue dress, her roses, her closed, quiet, certain smile, directed serenely at a point just above the lens. Robert, mid-laugh, looking at something just outside the frame, at Claire probably, or at the person heaving the camera, or at whatever small and ordinary thing had made him laugh at the exact moment the shutter clicked, looking simply at the world he had lived in and loved. They were not looking at me. None of them were looking at me, and I stood in the hallway with the faint smell of my grandmother's dried lavender from the entry table, and the sound of Claire laughing at something on television in the next room, and I understood that the vigil was over, not because they were gone. I do not think they are gone. I will never think that again, not after what I witnessed in those months. Not after feeling the specific and unmistakable weight of being watched over by people who loved me, across whatever distance lies between here and wherever they are, but because they had done what they came to do. They had held the light until I could find my own, and now the light was mine, and my daughter was safe, and the cookie dough was in the refrigerator, and outside the kitchen window, the snow was coming down in that slow, deliberate way it does when it intends to settle, and through the wall I could hear my daughter's laugh, her real laugh, the one I had not heard in too long, full and unguarded and completely, entirely hers. I pressed my hand flat against Robert's frame, one last time in the way I had learned to say things to him without words. Then I went to answer the door. I do not know what you believe. I am a retired librarian from eastern Pennsylvania. I drove a sensible car. and kept a sensible house. And I had, for 52 years, considered myself a person who dealt in the verifiable and the concrete. I still do. The verifiable and concrete evidence, the police reports, the court records, the statements, the documentation, is what saved my daughter. That is real. That matters. If you are reading this and something in your own life feels wrong, trust that instinct. Write it down. Find another person who has been where you are. Build your case in the real world, with real evidence, and do not stop until someone in a position of authority is holding the paper. But I will also tell you this. There were people who loved me, watching from places I cannot explain and do not need to. They found a way to reach me through the only language still available to them, through the fixed and frozen faces of old photographs, through the eyes that should not have moved and did. And because of that, my daughter is sitting in my living room right now, eating almond cookies, watching something that makes her laugh. I do not need anyone to believe me. I know what I saw. I know what they did. And I know that love, real love, the kind that has been building across a lifetime, the kind that does not stop at the border of whatever comes next, is the most powerful and most reliable thing I have ever encountered. Trust the people who have always known you, even when you cannot see them anymore, especially then. The house remembers. I am not someone who imagines things. I spent 11 years as a forensic engineer, the kind of professional called in after a building has failed, after a floor has collapsed, after a structure has done something it was not supposed to do. My job was to look at physical evidence, eliminate every possible rational explanation, and arrive at the most defensible conclusion supported by measurable fact. I was not paid to guess. I was not paid to speculate. I was paid to be precise and to be right. So, when I tell you that the chairs moved by themselves, I want you to understand that I do not mean what you probably think I mean. I mean that my wife and I went to bed with every chair in the dining room pushed squarely against the table, with the rug lying flat, with the painting of the autumn birch trees hanging at exactly the angle I had adjusted it to that morning. And we woke up to find the chairs arranged in a semicircle facing the window, the rug folded back 3 inches along its eastern edge, and the painting turned 11 degrees clockwise. I measured it. I measured everything. That is what I do. The security cameras, 2 interior units covering the dining room and the front hallway, showed nothing, no motion at all between midnight and 6 in the morning. The footage was intact. There were no gaps. No corruption in the file timestamps. Nothing cut. Nothing missing. And yet the room was different. I am submitting this account because I believe there are others who have experienced what Meredith and I experienced in that house. And I believe some of those people dismissed it, or explained it away, or simply stopped talking about it because there is no language for what we went through that does not make you sound like someone who has come unmoored from reality. I have not come unmoored. I am still an engineer. I am still precise. And this is what happened. We found the house in early October. The kind of October that Western Oregon does so well. The air cool and smelling of pine resin and damp earth. The maples along the river road gone amber and deep red. The mornings arriving slowly behind a ceiling of low gray cloud that burned off by noon. The house sat on 4 acres at the end of a gravel lane 7 miles outside a small town called Whitmore Crossing, which most people have never heard of, and which sits in the foothills of the Coast Range, folded into the landscape the way old things fold into themselves when no one is paying attention. The house was Victorian, built in 1891, according to the county records, and it had the bones of something that had been genuinely loved for a very long time. Wide covered porch, original fir floors gone golden with age, a bay window in the front parlor that caught the afternoon light and spread it across the walls in long amber bars. Meredith fell in love with it the moment she stepped through the front door. I fell in love with it approximately 40 minutes later. After I had walked every room, tested every sill for rot, pressed my weight against the load-bearing walls, and climbed into the attic to look at the joinery. The structure was sound. Someone had cared for it, replaced a section of the roof in the 1980s, repointed the chimney mortar twice, sistered a pair of joists in the basement where water had once intruded, and then been corrected. The house had been maintained by people who understood it. I said as much to the listing agent, a woman named Patrice who wore a green wool coat and waited for us on the porch with her hands folded. She nodded at that. The Alderman family owned it for 3 generations, she said. The last one, an older woman named Ruth, passed 18 months ago. The estate took a while to settle. Anyone in the family want to keep it? I asked. Patrice looked at her clipboard. The grandchildren are all in California now. None of them wanted to relocate. She said it easily, naturally, and I thought nothing of it at the time. We made an offer that afternoon. It was accepted by the end of the week. We moved in on a Saturday in early November, with the help of Meredith's brother Derek, and his truck, and the kind of cheerful, organized chaos that comes with transporting 14 years of accumulated household into a new space. By 8 in the evening we had the beds assembled, the kitchen mostly functional, and enough boxes unpacked to make the main floor livable. Derek drove home. Meredith and I ate takeout on the parlor floor with our backs against the radiator, listening to the old house settle in the cold. It sounds different from inside, Meredith said, meaning the wind. It is a big structure, I said. More surface area. Older materials flex differently. She leaned against my shoulder. I love it. So do I said. I meant it. I still mean it. And that is part of what makes this so difficult to write. The first thing I noticed was small. So small that I recorded it in my head and then almost immediately released it, the way you release a minor piece of data that does not yet fit into any pattern. It was the second morning. Sunday. I came downstairs just after 6. Before Meredith was awake to make coffee. The kitchen was still only partially organized. Half the boxes unpacked. The cabinet contents sorted into rough groupings that had not yet been refined. I had, the evening before, set the kitchen table. Not formally. I had simply placed 4 chairs around it, one on each side, with rough symmetry, and set a paper bag of items on the table center. Nothing elaborate. When I came down Sunday morning, 3 of the 4 chairs had been moved. Not dramatically, not overturned. But the chair on the north side of the table was now against the wall, and the 2 chairs on the east and west sides had been angled inward, both facing south, toward the window over the sink. I stood in the kitchen for a long moment. My first thought, Derek. He had still been here at 8, helping with some boxes. Could he have moved the chairs before leaving? But why? And I had come to the kitchen at 10, after we locked up, and I had noticed the chairs then, symmetrically placed, nothing angled. My second thought, Meredith, but she had not come downstairs after 10. I knew this because the old fir floors of the staircase were loud in a very specific way, and I slept lightly. My third thought, I moved them myself at some point without remembering. Possible, but not, in my experience, how I operate. I put the chair back. I made the coffee. I said nothing to Meredith when she came down an hour later, because there was nothing to say. An anomaly is not a pattern. A single data point is not evidence. I should say I was 51 years old that November, and I had never believed in ghosts. I had visited old houses professionally since my late 20s. I had stood in the basements of Victorian structures while the pipes groaned and the walls breathed, and I had always found the explanation in the physics. A pressure differential, a settlement crack, a vent stack with a loose fitting. Old buildings were not mysterious. They were just complicated. So I moved the chair back and drank my coffee and thought very little about it. The second incident was 12 days later. By then we had fully unpacked, and I had spent 3 weekends establishing a careful baseline where every piece of furniture sat. In what orientation relative to fixed reference points? I did this not because I had any particular theory, but because I was an engineer, and establishing baselines was simply how I thought. I used a laser measure and a small notebook. Meredith teased me about it. "Are you measuring the house?" she asked, watching me from the parlor doorway on a Saturday afternoon. "I am noting where things are," I said. "Why?" "Because I like knowing." She shook her head, smiling, and went back to her book. She did not know about the chairs. I still had not mentioned it. 12 days after we moved in, I woke at 2 in the morning to the particular silence that follows a sound. Not the sound itself, which was already gone, but the quality of quiet that a sound leaves behind it. I lay still for 4 or 5 minutes. Nothing repeated. Meredith breathed steadily beside me. I got up. I went downstairs. The dining room was wrong. Not dramatically wrong, but wrong. The sideboard, a heavy oak piece we had positioned along the east wall, approximately 4 inches from the corner, had moved. Not far. Perhaps 6 inches to the left. But it was measurably, undeniably not where I had placed it. The 2 dining chairs on the south side of the table had been rotated outward, their backs now angled away from the table at roughly 45 degrees, as though someone had pushed back from a meal and not returned, and the painting, the autumn birches, and a narrow gilt frame had been tilted. I went and got my notebook. I measured. I photographed with my phone. The sideboard was 7 inches from its baseline position. The chairs were angled 43 degrees from their original orientation. The painting was tilted 11 degrees clockwise. I checked the security cameras. The footage was clean. No motion. No gaps. The dining room had been empty from midnight to 2:14 in the morning, when the motion sensor caught me entering. I sat in the kitchen for a long time. It was cold in the house at 2 in the morning. The radiators kept the main living areas warm, but the old single-pane windows let the night in at their edges, and the kitchen got cold the way stone gets cold, gradually and completely, as though it had forgotten what warmth was. I sat at the table with my phone and my notebook and my coffee going cold beside me, and I looked at the photographs. The changes were not random. That was what I kept coming back to. If the house had settled foundation movement, a tremor too small to register on local instruments, something structural, you would expect the movement to be directional, things sliding in the direction of force. But the sideboard had moved left, while the chairs had rotated in both directions. One clockwise, one counterclockwise, and the painting had tilted without sliding. Settlement did not explain this. An intruder who moved things precisely and then departed without appearing on camera did not explain this. I went back to bed. I did not sleep. In the morning I told Meredith. She listened to all of it. The chairs on the second day, the dining room at 2 in the morning, the measurements, the camera footage, with the careful attention she brings to everything. Meredith is a psychiatric nurse practitioner. She listens for a living. She knows the difference between a person describing something that happened and a person describing something they believe happened. When I finished, she said, "Show me the footage." I showed her. She watched it twice. "And the room is different from how it was when we went to bed," she said. It was not a question. Yes. Measurably different. She was quiet for a moment. Could there be a problem with the camera? I checked the timestamps. They are consistent. No gaps, no freezes. Is there any way the camera could be showing a loop, old footage instead of live footage? I had considered this. The motion sensor caught me when I entered the room. If it were looped footage, the motion sensor would not have triggered. She nodded slowly. Okay. I need you to tell me if you think I am imagining this, I said. I do not think you are imagining it, she said. You are the least likely person I know to imagine something like this. Then what do you think is happening? She looked at the photographs on my phone for a long moment. I think, she said carefully, that something is moving the furniture. and that we do not know what. It was the most honest sentence she could have said, and I loved her for it. And it scared me more than I expected it to. We decided after 3 days of discussion to leave a note. This was Meredith's idea. I want to be clear about that. It was her idea, and my first reaction to it was that it was not a rational response to an unexplained phenomenon, which is true technically, but I came around to it quickly, because we had no rational responses available, and the rational responses we had tried had not worked. We had tried replacing the camera with a different model. We had tried a motion-activated alarm on the dining room entrance. We had tried a lock on the dining room door. Every one of these had failed in the same way. The camera showed nothing. The alarm did not trigger. The lock was locked in the morning, but the room was different. So, Meredith suggested we leave a note. She wrote it. On a piece of plain white paper in her clear, composed handwriting, she left in the center of the dining room table, held flat with a small glass paperweight. The note said, "We know you are here. We are not frightened. We would like to understand. If you can respond in some way, we are listening." We went to bed. We did not sleep well. In the morning, the note was still there. The paperweight was still there. But the note had been turned, rotated 180 degrees, so that the text faced away from the direction Meredith had written it, and at the bottom of the sheet, below Meredith's handwriting, there was a mark. Not writing, not letters, a mark. A short horizontal line pressed into the paper, as though drawn with a fingernail or a very dull pencil. Just one line. Perhaps 3 centimeters long. We stood over the table looking at it for a long time without speaking. "Is that a response?" Meredith said finally. "I do not know," I said. "I do not know what it means." "It could mean yes," she said. "It could mean anything," I said, "or nothing." But we both knew it meant something. It had to, because a note left on a table in a locked room does not rotate itself and acquire a new mark overnight. That is not what notes do. We left another note that night. This one asked, "Are you aware of us?" In the morning, the dining room chairs, all 6 of them, were arranged in a precise circle around the table, equidistant from each other, each one turned to face outward, away from the center. The note had been moved to the windowsill. The mark was there again, not 1 line this time, but 2, parallel, approximately the same length, pressed into the corner of the page. We are talking about 2 things now, I thought. Whatever this was, it understood the concept of response. It understood accumulation. It was counting something, or indicating something that could be counted. 2 notes. 2 lines. I photographed everything. I recorded the measurements, and I sat down at the dining room table in the morning light and thought for a very long time about what I had learned and what it meant, and what, if anything, I intended to do about it. I want to be careful here about what I tell you, because I am aware that this is the part of the story where I will lose some of you, the part where a rational person accounting for a rational events either finds a rational explanation or begins to accommodate the irrational. I am aware of how that looks from the outside. I chose to investigate. That is the accurate word for what I did. I investigated. I began, as I always begin, with a structural mystery, with the history of the structure itself. The Whitmore County Assessor's records went back to the original survey. 1887, when the land was platted from a larger holding. The house itself appeared in county records in 1891, commissioned by a man named Thomas Aldermean, a timber merchant who had arrived in the region in 1885 and built a modest fortune on the Douglas fir that covered these hills before most of them came down. Thomas Aldermean died in 1913. The house passed to his son William. William's family expanded and contracted through the 1920s and 30s. in the way that rural families did. Children born, children lost. Children moving away towards cities that offered more than timber country could. By 1950, the house was occupied by William's son, Raymond, and his wife, Carolyn, and their 2 children. Raymond died in 1972. Carolyn lived in the house until her own death in 1989. Then Ruth Alderman, the last. She had never married, had kept the house and its 4 acres through 30 years of solitude, maintained it with a precision that the listing agent described as unusual for someone her age. Ruth had died at 83, 18 months before we bought the house, and no one in the remaining family had wanted to return. None of this on its surface was unusual. Old house, long family, last survivor, estate sale. A story repeated endlessly across rural America. But I wanted to know more about Ruth. I visited the Whitmore Crossing Library on a cold Thursday afternoon in December, 3 weeks after the first note. The library was small, a converted storefront on the main street, staffed by a woman named Ellie Harmon who had been the town librarian for 22 years, and who knew the history of the county with the quiet authority of someone who has organized other people's pasts for most of her working life. I told her I had bought the Alderman house and was interested in its history. She brought me 3 folders of clippings and a local history pamphlet from 1994. Ruth Alderman had been, according to the clippings, a woman of particular habits. She had taught school in Whitmore Crossing for 30 years. Retiring in 1984, she had been active in the County Historical Society. She had, in the last decade of her life, become what the obituary politely called a dedicated homebody, which the librarian, when I asked, translated more plainly. She stopped leaving, Ellie said. Groceries delivered, that sort of thing. I would see her sometimes at the end of her drive, just standing there. But she never came into town, not in the last few years. Was she well? Ellie considered this. Physically, yes. Her doctor. We share him, small town, said she was in good health until the end. It was more of a... She searched for the word. A preference. For being home. Did she ever say why? Ellie looked at me with the careful attention of someone deciding how much to share. She came in here once, maybe 4 years before she died, just to return a book. She had had it for years. And I asked her how she was, and she said... Ellie paused. She said, I am needed at home. I drove back to the house in the dark, thinking about that. I am needed at home. That night, I asked the house a question. I wrote it on paper, placed it on the dining room table, and went to bed. The question was, how long have you been here? In the morning there were 3 marks on the paper. The cases I researched in the weeks that followed are not easy to present in sequence because they came at me from different directions. And the pattern that emerged was slow and uncomfortable and arrived the way true things tend to arrive. Not in a moment of revelation, but across many mornings of accumulating evidence that I did not want to be finding. Let me give you the cases. The first was not, technically, in the historical record. It was in a Facebook group, one of those local community history pages that exists in every small town and is managed by someone's grandmother and filled with old photographs and the occasional, earnest argument about zoning. The Whitmore Crossing Historical Society and Community page. With 341 members, I joined under my own name and posted, researching the history of the old Alderman place at the end of Hawthorne Lane. Any information appreciated. The responses were polite and generic at first. Old memories of the house from people who had driven past it for decades. Someone who remembered Ruth teaching 4th grade. A photograph from 1963 showing the house with a picket fence that no longer existed. Then a woman named Donna Callister wrote, "You should talk to my mother. She knew Ruth." Donna's mother was 81 years old, living 40 minutes away in a larger town called Ridgemont, and she was willing to meet me for coffee. Her name was Evelyn. She had been Ruth Alderman's closest friend for 30 years before the friendship effectively ended. Not with a quarrel, but with Ruth's retreat into the house. She'd changed in her 70s, Evelyn told me over coffee, her hands wrapped around the mug. Gradually, and then all at once. She became cautious about leaving. She started staying home for weeks at a time. She told me she was needed. She said that to the librarian too, I said. Needed at home. Did she explain what she meant? Evelyn was quiet for a moment. Ruth believed, she said carefully, that something lived in that house. Not a ghost, the way you would think of a ghost. She did not think it was a person who had died. She thought it was the house itself, or something that had come to be in the house over a very long time, something that had become aware of the people inside it and had, she used the word attached. She looked at me steadily. I thought it was age. I thought it was loneliness. She lived alone for so long. It seemed natural that she might attribute a kind of personality to the place she spent all her time. Did anything happen that made you reconsider that interpretation? Evelyn set down her coffee. I went to see her. This was maybe 6 years before she died. I drove out there because she had not answered the phone in 2 weeks and I was concerned. She answered the door, which was a relief. She was fine. She seemed, actually, quite calm. Peaceful. But when I came inside, the house was, she searched for the word, organized, in a very particular way. Not just tidy, deliberate, like a museum, almost. Everything in a specific position, specific relationship to everything else. Was it always like that? No. When I visited in earlier years, it was just a house. Comfortable, personal. But now it felt like every object had been placed with great intention and was where it was for a reason. She paused. I moved a candle on the mantelpiece while we were talking, just slid it a few inches, and Ruth reached across and moved it back without looking at it. Without breaking the conversation, she moved it back exactly, as if she knew by feel. Did you ask her about it? I did, and she said, I remember this clearly. She said, I have learned the preferences. Evelyn looked at me. She meant the house. She had learned what the house preferred. I drove home in silence. The second case came from a different source. Not local, not even American. I had been spending evenings searching online for accounts that matched what Meredith and I were experiencing, and most of what I found was the predictable detritus of the internet. Ghost stories assembled for entertainment, forums full of people describing experiences they could not verify, paranormal enthusiasts building elaborate theories on thin foundations. I set most of it aside. But one account was different. It was posted on a forum for people with unusual experiences. A carefully moderated community, skeptic-friendly, that required users to provide context and evidence before their accounts were preserved. The post was 5 years old, written by a man who identified himself as a structural restoration architect working in rural Somerset, in England. His account was precise, technical, and deeply uncomfortable to read. He had been called in to assess a 19th century farmhouse that a family had recently purchased and intended to restore. The house had been empty for 11 years before the sale. When the family moved in, they reported that objects moved overnight. Not dramatically. Furniture shifted. Items on shelves migrated. A rug that they had placed to cover a damaged section of flooring was, each morning, folded back precisely to reveal the damage. As though the house did not want the damage concealed, the architect wrote. As though it needed to show us something. He had approached the problem the way I would have, methodically, searching for rational causes. He found none. The house was structurally sound. There were no vibrations, no subsidence, no seismic activity in the region. The camera footage showed nothing. But he had also done something I had not done. He had researched the history of the farmhouse and found, in local records going back to the 1700s, repeated references to the house behaving in unusual ways, not in ghostly terms. The records were matter-of-fact, agricultural, the kind of documentation that focused on practical matters. But, in the records of one family who had owned the farm for 3 generations in the 18th century, there was a note, a single line in an estate inventory that read, "The house is disposed toward order, and will not maintain any other arrangement." The house is disposed toward order. I read that line 4 times. The architect's conclusion was careful and non-committal, as a professional's conclusion should be. He could find no structural or physical explanation for what the family reported. He noted that the farmhouse had been continuously occupied for over 200 years before its 11-year vacancy, and he speculated, carefully, with appropriate qualification, that long occupation might produce in old structures built from natural materials with their own resonant properties, something analogous to a conditioned environment, a house that had learned over centuries how it was meant to be arranged. He did not use the word alive. He was too precise for that. But he was thinking it. I could see him not saying it across 5 years and an ocean. The third case was the one that stayed with me longest, and I came to it almost by accident. I was driving back from Ridgemont after meeting Evelyn, when I passed a historical marker I had driven past perhaps a dozen times without stopping. This time, I stopped. The marker described a farmstead that had occupied the land east of what was now Whitmore Crossing in the 1850s. The land had been settled by a family named Kellerman, German immigrants, who had arrived in Oregon in 1849 and built a house of local timber and stone. The house had burned in 1871. All 4 members of the Kellerman family survived the fire and rebuilt. But the new house, which stood until the 1930s, when it finally collapsed from neglect, was built on the same foundation, with some of the same timbers, and occupied by the Kellerman descendants until the line died out. Accounts of the Kellerman house in the local historical record were consistent over 60 years. The house was a difficult place to keep tidy. Objects shifted overnight. Furniture moved when no one was present. One Kellerman descendant, interviewed for a county history project in 1922, said that her grandmother had come to think of the house as a living thing and had stopped fighting it. She would just put things back where the house wanted them, the descendant said. She said it was easier. The house was different from ours, different era, different construction, different family. But the pattern was exactly the same, and both houses had stood on the same land in the same hills, a few miles apart, for the better part of 150 years. I wrote down the name Kellerman. I put it in my notebook next to Thomas Alderman and Ruth and Evelyn's account, and the Somerset Architect's report, and the line from the 18th century estate inventory. The house is disposed toward order and will not maintain any other arrangement. Back home, Meredith and I had been refining the dialogue. That is the only word for it, dialogue, because that is what it had become. After the initial exchange of notes, we had experimented with different kinds of questions in different formats. We had discovered a few things about the entity, or presence, or whatever we should call it, that we were now addressing. It communicated through the count of marks, 1 mark for a simple confirmation, 2 marks for something more complex, a qualification, a nuance, 3 marks for something we eventually understood to mean something like, "This has been true for a very long time." It could not produce words. It could not produce images. But, within the vocabulary of its marks and its rearrangements, it was consistent and coherent. And over the weeks that followed our arrival, Meredith and I had come to feel something we had not expected to feel. We had come to feel trusted. The rearrangements became less unsettling as we began to understand their logic. The house, and by this point we had stopped searching for alternative language and simply called it the house, was not making chaos. It was making order. It had a specific vision of how the space should be arranged, a vision refined over an unguessable span of time, and what it wanted from us was not departure but participation. When we placed the dining chairs in a configuration it approved of, the room was quiet for days. When we moved a piece of furniture to a position it found wrong, we would wake to find it corrected. Meredith, who had far more experience than I did in the practice of meeting a consciousness where it was rather than where you expected it to be, began to understand the preferences more quickly than I did. "It likes the south wall open," she said one evening, watching me plan where to put a bookshelf. "Keep things away from the south wall." "How do you know?" "Because every time we put something on the south wall, it is moved by morning. And nothing on the south wall is ever moved toward the wall, only away from it." I looked at my floor plan notes. She was right. "Why would it want the south wall open?" I asked. She considered this. "Maybe that is where the light comes from in a particular season. Maybe it learned, over a very long time, that the south wall is better left open. Maybe it is just a preference that has no rational explanation." "Preferences do not require rational explanations," I said, and then sat with that sentence for a moment. That is either a reasonable thing to say or completely insane. "Both," Meredith said, and smiled at me. It was in January, 2 months after we moved in, that we made an error. Not out of malice, and not even out of carelessness. Out of ordinary human life. Meredith's sister Claudia came to visit for the weekend with her husband Paul. We had told Claudia something of what was happening, not everything, but enough that she had come half curious and half skeptical. Paul was entirely skeptical. He was a pleasant man who sold commercial real estate and had no patience for anything he could not price. We had asked them not to rearrange anything. We had explained, as clearly as we could without sounding completely disconnected from reality, that the house had specific preferences about its arrangement and that departing from those preferences had consequences. On Saturday evening, Paul and Claudia rearranged the living room. They meant well. They were trying to help. The sofa, they said, was in a position that blocked the natural traffic flow through the room, and they moved it against the north wall while we were out walking the property, and by the time we returned they had also shifted the armchairs and moved the side table and generally imposed their own sense of spatial logic on a room that already had one. I looked at what they had done and felt a cold, clear dread settle in my chest. "It is much better this way," Paul said. "Better flow." Meredith looked at me. I looked at her. "Thank you," I said, with the careful neutrality I use in professional situations when I am choosing my words very precisely. "We may move it back later." "Why?" Paul asked. "Because that is where we like it," Meredith said. We ate dinner. We talked. We did not talk about the house. Paul made a joke about old houses and their quirks, and Claudia looked at her wine glass, and Meredith told a story about something from work, and I listened to the house settling in the cold, and thought about the south wall and the specific angle of the winter light. In the morning, Claudia came to the kitchen pale-faced and very quiet. She had woken at 3 in the morning, she said. She had heard something in the living room. She had gone to look. The living room had been changed back, not to the configuration Paul had created, to the configuration that had been there before. The sofa against the east wall, at the specific angle, approximately 8 degrees off parallel, which was the house's preference. The armchairs returned to their positions, the side table in the exact location it had occupied for 2 months. All of it moved in the dark, in silence. With nothing on the cameras, Claudia sat at the kitchen table with her coffee and looked at me and said, "What is in this house?" "We do not know exactly," I said. "Are you afraid of it?" I thought about that honestly. "No," I said, "not anymore." Paul thought we were both being ridiculous. He left after breakfast and spent the drive back, according to Claudia's later report, making a series of jokes about Victorian nonsense. Claudia did not find it funny. She texted Meredith 3 days after the visit, "I believe you. I do not know what I believe about what it is, but I believe you." That was enough. In February, I made contact with the Somerset architect. His name was Jonathan Mercer, and he was surprised to hear from me, and then less surprised when I described what Meredith and I were living with. We spoke for 90 minutes on a video call, he in his office in Bath and I at the kitchen table in Whitmore Crossing. with the winter rain coming sideways against the windows. He had continued, he said, to research the farmhouse in Somerset after his initial report. He had found references to similar behavior at 3 other sites in the same region, all of them pre-industrial rural structures, all of them with long continuous occupancies of over a century. He had also found a brief academic paper from the 1970s, a folklorist at the University of Bristol, studying British rural traditions, that documented the widespread historical belief among agricultural communities that old, continuously inhabited houses develop something the communities called a genius loci, the spirit of the place. Not a ghost, Jonathan said, not the soul of someone who lived there, something more diffuse, the accumulated, I do not know how to say this precisely, the accumulated influence of long habitation, the way a place absorbs and retains the patterns of the people who lived in it. A kind of memory, I said. Yes, but active, not passive. Is that possible? I asked. And then immediately, I am aware that is an absurd question coming from someone who has been documenting it for 3 months. Jonathan laughed shortly. My tentative theory is that it has something to do with the materials. Old timber, genuinely old, pre-industrial, slow-growth fir and oak and elm, has properties we do not fully understand. Long-chain cellulose fibers, certain mineral content from the soil, specific acoustic characteristics. I do not have a mechanism, but I have the documentation. He shared his documentation with me. 47 pages, photographs, measurements, historical records. I read all of it over 3 evenings, and at the end, I had a clearer picture of what Jonathan believed and what he could not prove, and I agreed with almost all of it. The houses were not haunted, in the popular sense of that word. They were inhabited, not by spirits of the dead, but by something that had developed over very long periods of continuous human occupation, and that had, over time, formed preferences, responses, a kind of slow and persistent awareness. The international parallel Jonathan had found was from France, a medieval farmhouse in the Dordogne that had been continuously occupied for over 500 years, in the records of which there were repeated, matter-of-fact references to the house's preferences. A translation of a document from the 1600s read, "The house does not approve of the new furniture arrangements and will correct them. Do not resist this. It is easier to work with the house than against it. Do not resist this. It is easier to work with the house than against it." The Kellerman family had arrived at the same conclusion in the 1880s. Ruth Alderman had arrived at it in her 70s. Meredith and I had arrived at it in our 2nd month. The house had been teaching the same lesson for a very long time. In March, we made the last significant discovery. I was doing some work in the basement, inspecting a section of the original foundation that I had noticed during our initial walkthrough and wanted to document properly, when I found, behind a section of later period framing, a small wooden box. The box was old. Older, I thought, than the framing that had been built around it, which dated to the 1920s based on the nail patterns. The box itself was of a style I associated with the latter half of the 19th century. Hand joint, no metal hardware, a sliding lid rather than a hinged one. Inside the box were papers, letters, written in a precise and slightly old-fashioned hand, folded small. The letters were from Thomas Alderman, the founding occupant, written, based on internal references, in the 1890s and early 1900s. Written to the house. I will not reproduce them in full, because they are long, and because some of them are private in a way that I feel obligated to respect, even for a man dead over a century. But the content was consistent and clear. Thomas Aldermain had noticed the rearrangements within the 1st month of occupying the house. He had initially searched for rational explanations. He was a practical man, a businessman, not given to superstition. But, after several months, he had arrived at the same conclusion that Meredith and I had arrived at. He had begun leaving notes. His notes were more formal than ours. He addressed the house as he might address a business partner, with respect and a degree of professional distance. He documented the exchanges in his letters, the marks the house made, the rearrangements it corrected, the preferences he was learning to accommodate. But the last letter in the box was different from the others. It was written in a hand that had changed, slightly less controlled, the lines not quite as straight, the ink pressure varying in the way that aging hands produce, a man in his 60s, not his 30s. And its tone was different. It read, in part, I believe you have been here longer than my family. I believe you will be here longer than my children's children. I do not fully understand what you are or how you came to be as you are. But I have learned that you are not indifferent to us, and I am not indifferent to you. I leave these letters here in the hope that whoever comes after me will find them and understand that this house is not empty, even when no people are in it. It is not empty, and it is not unfriendly, and it only asks to be understood. I sat on the basement floor for a very long time with those letters in my hands. Then I went upstairs and found Meredith and gave her the box. She read every letter. When she finished, she set the box on the dining room table, on the south side near the window, which we had learned was the house's preferred position for significant objects, and she sat for a while without speaking. He knew, she said finally. He knew, I agreed, and Ruth knew, and the Kellermans. Yes. And now we know. Yes. She looked around the dining room, the chairs in their preferred arrangement, the sideboard in its correct position, the painting at its slight clockwise angle. All of it exactly as the house wanted it. All of it ordered and deliberate and, now that we understood it, somehow deeply comforting. What do we do with this? She asked. I do not know, I said. I genuinely do not know. We left the box on the table that night. In the morning, the box had been moved, gently, precisely, to a shelf we had installed along the east wall, at a height that required the box to be placed there deliberately, not casually. It was where the house wanted the letters kept. We left them there. I am writing this account in April, 5 months after we moved into this house, and I want to tell you what our lives are like now, in practical terms, because I think the practical terms are the most important part. We have accommodated the house. That is the accurate word. We have learned, through the long process of observation and exchange that I have described, where it prefers things to be placed, how it responds to change, what it will correct, and what it will tolerate. We have found, mostly by accident, that when we work with its preferences rather than against them, the house is calm, no rearrangements, no corrections. The cameras showing empty and undisturbed rooms through the night. It is not always easy to accommodate preferences you cannot fully understand. We still sometimes get things wrong. A piece of furniture placed where the house dislikes it will by morning be gently returned. We have stopped fighting this. We have stopped being frightened by it. What we have not stopped being is curious. I think about Jonathan's theory often. The accumulated influence of long habitation, the way a very old structure, built from natural materials by careful hands and occupied continuously for over a century, might develop something that functions like awareness, not the consciousness of a person, not the ghost of someone dead, but a kind of aggregate intelligence shaped by the patterns of everyone who ever lived inside it, the daily routines, the preferred arrangements, the slow accumulated knowledge of how a space is meant to function. Thomas Aldermain built this house with intention and care. His children and grandchildren and Ruth at the very end kept it with the same care. Over 130 years, this house absorbed the patterns of a family, their preferences, their routines, their understanding of how space should be organized. And it remembers. That is the word I come back to. It remembers. Not in the way that a person remembers. Not with nostalgia or grief or longing. In the way that a very old landscape remembers water that once ran through it. Structurally, materially, in the very arrangement of what it is made of. The house remembers and it maintains, and it is not indifferent to the people who move through it. Meredith said something to me last week that I have been thinking about ever since. We were sitting in the parlor after dinner, the fire going, the bay window dark with the spring night, and she looked up from her book and said, "Do you think it knows we are not going to leave?" I had been thinking about the same thing. "I think it is starting to," I said. She nodded. "I think that is why it has been quieter. I think it has been watching to see if we are the kind of people who stay." "Are we the kind of people who stay?" She looked at me with the calm certainty that I have loved about her for 20 years. "Yes," she said, "we are." The house settled around us in the dark, the old fir timbers finding their nighttime equilibrium, the radiators ticking, the rain beginning again against the old single-pane glass of the parlor window. Nothing moved. That night, for the first time in 5 months, nothing in the house was rearranged. In the morning, the rooms were exactly as we had left them, exactly as the house preferred them, exactly as Thomas Alderman had first learned to arrange them, and as Ruth had maintained through 30 years of solitude, and as we were, slowly, and with more care than I'd ever applied to anything in my professional life, learning to maintain ourselves. I want to tell you finally what I believe. I am still an engineer. I still believe in measurable evidence and defensible conclusions, and the primacy of physical fact over interpretation. Nothing that has happened in this house has changed any of that. But I am also a person who has spent 5 months in conversation with something older than I can fully comprehend. And I have learned that the categories I brought to this house were not wrong. Exactly, but they were not large enough. They did not have room in them for what the house is. I do not know what mechanism produces the awareness. If it is a product of the specific materials, the specific history, the specific density and duration of human habitation, or some combination of these that I lack the instruments to measure. I do not know if there is any currently understood scientific framework that could account for what Meredith and I have documented. I know that the documentation is real. I know that the house moves things. I know that it responds to questions in consistent and intelligible ways. I know that Thomas Alderman knew this in 1895, and that Ruth Alderman knew it in her 70s, and that Jonathan Mercer's farmhouse in Somerset has behaved this way for as long as anyone has kept records, and that somewhere in the Dordogne, a house that is 500 years old, makes corrections to its furniture arrangements when its occupants get things wrong. I know that old things can hold patterns that are not easily explained, and I know that when Meredith and I come downstairs in the morning now to rooms that are quiet and still and exactly as we left them, I feel something that I did not expect to feel in a house that moves its own furniture. I feel welcome. If you have ever experienced something like this, a home that responds, a space that has preferences, a structure that feels, somehow, more inhabited than the number of people in it would suggest, I would ask you to consider not simply explaining it away. Consider, instead, that the house may be older than you are, that it may have learned things in the long decades before your arrival that you are only beginning to understand. Consider that it may not be trying to frighten you. Consider that it may be trying to tell you something. There is one unanswered question that Meredith and I live with, and will likely live with for as long as we are in this house. We have never been able to determine when the house first became what it is. Thomas Alderman's letters begin in the 1890s, but they read as the letters of someone who has been observing and accommodating for a while before he began writing them down. Ruth's behavior, by Evelyn's account, intensified in her final decade, but had begun much earlier. Jonathan's farmhouse in Somerset shows records of unusual behavior from the 17th century, but the farmhouse itself predates those records by 2 centuries. How long does it take? What is the threshold? At what point does a place that has been inhabited by people who cared for it begin to hold something of what they knew? We do not know. We may not ever know. But I find in the dark of 4 in the morning, when the house is still and the cameras show nothing and the rooms are exactly as they should be, that the question itself does not frighten me. It makes me want to stay. If you are in an old house and things are moving and there's no explanation you can find, I want to offer you something that was not offered to me. A framework that is less frightening than the ones your mind will generate on its own. Consider that old houses are built from materials that were once alive, timber that grew over hundreds of years, stone quarried from the deep record of the earth. Consider that those materials were shaped by human hands that brought intention and care to the work. Consider that the house was then inhabited by people who brought their own patterns to it, day after day, decade after decade. What does all of that produce over time? I am not a biologist. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a folklorist or a paranormal researcher. I am a forensic engineer, and the most defensible conclusion I can reach, given the evidence available to me, is this: something was already here when we arrived. Something patient and old and not unfriendly. Something that has been watching the patterns of this house for as long as there have been patterns to watch. It is not trying to frighten you. It is trying to teach you where to put the chairs. Listen to it. You might be surprised how much it knows. Submitted by a homeowner in Western Oregon, verified by the submitting channel through property records and correspondence with the referenced parties. All names of living individuals changed at their request. The architectural account from Somerset, England, is on file with the channel. The letters of Thomas Alderman are held at the Whitmore County Historical Archive, donated by the current occupants of the Alderman House October of last year. What we could not verify, the mechanism, the explanation, the what and the why of how an old house comes to be what this house is. We are still looking. We may be looking for a long time. To vade off the mouths, I want to go back to something I glossed over in the earlier account, because I think it matters more than I gave it credit for at the time. The house had a weight to it that was different from other old houses I had been in professionally. I do not mean this metaphorically. I mean it in a structural sense. When I walked the floors during the inspection, before we bought the place, before I had any reason to think about anything other than rot and load distribution and the age of the plumbing, I noticed that the floors did not flex the way fir floors of this age typically flex. There was a solidity underfoot that I associated with much denser old-growth timber than what you typically found in a structure from 1891. The trees that built this house had been old when they were cut. Old-growth coastal fir, not the faster-grown plantation timber that dominated construction even by the turn of the century. I noted it in my inspection report to myself as a positive. Dense old-growth timber. Good news for longevity. What I did not note, what I had no framework to note at the time, was that old-growth coastal fir has properties that are not fully understood even now. The density of the rings, the resin content laid down across centuries of slow growth, the acoustic behavior of very dense, very old wood in the right humidity conditions. Jonathan Mercer had mentioned this on our February call, and I had followed up with some reading on the acoustics of historical timber structures. There is a body of literature, small, largely outside the mainstream, produced by a handful of researchers at the intersection of acoustic engineering and conservation architecture, that documents the anomalous sound retention properties of certain old-growth timbers. Sound imprinting, one researcher called it. The way dense, resinous wood can retain certain frequencies over very long periods and under the right conditions release them. I am not saying this explains anything. I am saying it was there in the literature, and it was not as fringe as I would have expected, and it stayed in the back of my mind through the long months of winter while Meredith and I conducted what I could only call, with no better term, our ongoing relationship with the house. The specific texture of that relationship is hard to convey, and I want to try, because I think it is important. It was not frightening. This is the part that people find hardest to accept when I describe it. They expect a haunting to be frightening. The cold presence behind you in the dark, the figure at the end of the hallway, the sense of malevolent intention focused on your specific destruction. That is the grammar of the genre. That is what the word haunting means to most people. This was not that. This was something else entirely. Something for which the language has not quite been invented, and which I have been reaching for words to describe since October. The closest I can get is this. It felt like cohabitation, not with another person, not with a presence that had been a person, with something that had developed alongside people for so long that it had absorbed their rhythms and their logic and their understanding of how a space was meant to function, without ever being a person itself. When I came downstairs at 6 in the morning, and the kitchen was as I had left it the night before, which it increasingly was, as we learned the preferences and stopped fighting them, there was a quality to the stillness that was different from the stillness of an empty house. It was the stillness of a space that was occupied and at ease. A resting quality. Something that had settled for the night and was, in its own way, glad of the morning. I am aware of how that sounds. I am a 51-year-old forensic engineer, and I just told you that the house was glad of the morning. I am aware. But I documented what I documented, and what I documented over 5 months was a consistent pattern of behavior from the house that could not be attributed to any structural or environmental cause, that responded to our behavior in coherent and anticipatable ways, that communicated within a limited but consistent vocabulary, and that this is the part I find hardest to write, that appeared to experience something recognizable as satisfaction when its preferences were met and its preferred arrangements maintained. 3 times in February, I came downstairs to find the living room in a configuration I had not arranged. Not the house's preferred configuration, but a new arrangement, one we had not tried before. Each time, when I measured and photographed and evaluated the new arrangement, I found that it was, from a purely functional standpoint, slightly better than what we had done. Better traffic flow, better use of the window light, better spatial logic. The house was not just restoring what it knew. It was, on occasion, suggesting improvements. I reported this to Jonathan Mercer. He was quiet for a long moment. "That's new," he said finally. "Is it?" "I haven't seen that in the Somerset account," he said. "The farmhouse corrects. It doesn't offer. Is that meaningful?" Another long pause. "I think it means it's paying attention to you," he said. "Specifically, to how you use the space, to what you need." I sat with that for several days. The 4th case in my research, the one I have not yet mentioned, because it came to me last and changed something fundamental about how I understood everything that had come before, was not a contemporary account. It was historical, and it came from the Whitmore County Historical Archive, which I had begun visiting regularly after donating the Alderman letters. The archivist, a young woman named Patricia who had recently completed a graduate degree in historical preservation, was helpful and meticulous and visibly curious about my interest in the Alderman property. She pulled several boxes for me over the course of 3 visits in March, and it was in the 3rd box, a collection of miscellaneous county records from the 1870s and 80s, before systematic organization of the archive began, that I found the document. It was a letter, written in 1878, from a man named Ezekiel Marsh to the county land commissioner. Marsh had purchased a parcel of land. I could not immediately identify which parcel, and was writing to report what he called a peculiarity of the ground. The letter was long and wandering in the way that 19th century correspondence could be, but its substance was clear. Marsh had begun constructing a house on his parcel, and had noticed, in the early stages of construction, that certain arrangements of the structural timber seemed to resist modification. Not physically, the timber could be moved, but, when moved it would be found, the following morning, returned to its prior position. He attributed this, with the matter-of-fact confidence of a man who had been reading the wrong literature, to the spirits of the indigenous people who had previously inhabited the land. This was a common and obviously incorrect interpretation reflecting the attitudes of the era rather than any understanding of what was actually happening. But his description of what happened was precise and detailed, and one passage in particular arrested me completely. Marsh wrote, "I have come to understand that the ground itself has a memory, and that this memory is older than any house we will build upon it. The timber we have cut and shaped does not merely take the form we give it. It retains something of its prior form, and of all the forms that stood on this land before it. I do not know what name to give this. But I have stopped fighting it. The house will be what the ground remembers it should be. The house will be what the ground remembers it should be. I put down the letter and looked at Patricia across the archive table. Do you know where this parcel was? I asked, and gave her the legal description from the letter. She checked her maps. She looked up at me. That's your property, she said. That's the Alderman parcel. Meredith took this news with the equanimity that she brings to most things, which is not equanimity exactly, but a kind of deliberate choice to remain level in the face of things that would otherwise be destabilizing. She had worked in psychiatric care for 17 years. She had developed a professional muscle for encountering the unexpected without flinching, and she had been applying it steadily to the house for 5 months. So the land remembers, she said. That is Marcia's word for it. Memory. What does that mean practically? I think it means, I said slowly, that whatever the house is, whatever developed in this house over 130 years of occupation, it may not have begun with the house. It may have begun with the land, with the ground, with whatever was on this ground before Thomas Alderman built his timber house on it. She looked at me for a long moment. How old is this valley? She asked. The coast range is approximately 50 million years old, I said. The valley floor has been continuously forested for the past 10,000 years. This specific parcel was, based on historical records, used as a seasonal camping ground by the indigenous peoples of this region for as long as anyone has documented. So the memory, she said, could be very old. Yes, I said, it could be very old. We sat with that for a while in the parlor with the fire going and the bay window dark, the house settling quietly around us the way it now always settled, with ease, with familiarity, with the deep and unhurried patience of something that had been doing this for a very long time. Does that change anything? She asked finally. I thought about it honestly. No, I said. I do not think it changes anything practical. We still live here. We still accommodate the preferences. We still leave notes when we have questions and read the answers in the marks. I paused. It changes the scale, the context, but not the relationship. The relationship, she repeated as if tasting the word. Yes, I said. I think that is what it is. I want to say one more thing about the security cameras before I close this account. After 5 months of consistent footage, 5 months of clean, uninterrupted recording showing empty rooms through the night, Meredith and I made a decision in late March to turn them off. Not because they were not working, because they were working perfectly, and what they showed us night after night was an empty room, which was accurate in its way. The rooms were empty of people. The rooms were empty of anything the cameras could detect. But the rooms were not empty. We turned off the cameras not out of resignation or defeat, but out of something that I can only call courtesy. The cameras have been watching, night after night, for something that was there but could not be seen. And there's a quality to that kind of watching. Patient, mechanical, without comprehension, that felt, eventually, rude, like pointing a measuring device at something that cannot be measured, and calling it a comprehensive investigation. The house had been here before the cameras. It would be here after them, and it had been generous with us. More generous than we had any right to expect, given how long it took us to understand even the basics of what it needed. The least we could do was stop staring. The night after we turned off the cameras, I slept more deeply than I had in months. In the morning, the house was exactly as we had left it. The chairs at their correct angles, the sideboard in its position, the painting at 11 degrees clockwise, which was, I had come to understand, not an arbitrary angle, but the specific tilt that caught the morning light from the eastern window in a way that illuminated the silver birch trunks in the painting with particular clarity. The house liked the light on those trees. I had learned over 5 months to appreciate this. The specific fall of autumn light on painted birches, on old wood, on the dust motes that moved through the parlor on a clear morning. The house had been watching this light for over a century. I was only beginning. A final note on what we have chosen not to do. We were advised by a colleague I consulted informally in February to document the house formally, to contact researchers who study this kind of phenomenon, to submit to investigation, to make the story public in a controlled and institutional way. We chose not to do this. We chose not to do it for the same reason that we turned off the cameras. Whatever the house is, whatever it has developed into over 130 years, or over the 10,000 years of the valley's occupation, or over whatever span of time Ezekiel Marsh's phrase, the memory of the ground truly encompasses. It is not a research subject. It is not a phenomenon to be investigated and categorized and explained. It is not, as far as we can tell, interested in being understood by people who are not living in it. It is interested in the people who are living in it. It is interested, as far as we can determine, in us. And we are, as Meredith said, the kind of people who stay. We will stay. We will keep blurring the preferences. We will keep leaving the south wall open. We will keep the chairs at their correct angles, and the sideboard in its position, and the painting tilted just so, to catch the morning light. And on the mornings when we come downstairs to rooms that are exactly as we left them, calm and still and settled, the old fir floors solid underfoot, the radiators ticking, the smell of pine resin and damp earth coming in through the old single-pane glass, we will understand that the house, in its own patient and unhurried way, is glad we are there. We find, increasingly, that we feel the same way. This account is submitted not as a warning and not as a reassurance, but as a record. If you live in an old house, and the house has preferences, you are not imagining it. You are not coming unmoored. You are living somewhere that has been lived in before, by people who cared enough for the place to leave their patterns in it. And the patterns are older than you are, and they are not hostile. They are only particular. Learn the particulars. You will sleep better for it. And if you wake at 2 in the morning to the particular silence that follows a sound, lie still. Wait. Listen. The house is not threatening you. It is showing you something. Learn to look. What this spring brought. I did not intend to write more than I had already written. I had submitted that account in April, believing it complete, believing that 5 months of documentation was sufficient, that I had recorded the essential facts, and that the record could stand on its own. Then spring came to the Whitmore Crossing Hills, and the house changed, not dramatically, not in a way that was frightening, but in a way that required me to write again, because what happened in April and May added something to the account that I had not anticipated and that I think is important for anyone who might be in a similar situation to understand. The house has a relationship with the seasons. I know this sounds obvious, stated plainly. All old houses do, in the structural sense. Timber expanding and contracting, foundations responding to frost and thaw, mechanical systems that were designed for a specific climate doing their work according to the rhythms of the year. I had been aware of this in an engineering sense since we moved in. What I was not aware of until spring arrived was that the house's preferences change with the seasons. In winter, the preferred configuration of the living room had the sofa angled toward the fireplace, the armchairs close together, oriented toward the center of the room, the rugs pulled slightly inward from the walls. A gathering configuration I eventually understood. The winter arrangement was about warmth and proximity, and the specific quality of firelight. In spring, in the week that followed the first genuinely warm day, when the temperatures climbed into the high 50s, and the last of the snow retreated from the north-facing slope below the house, the living room began to change. The sofa drifted toward the bay window, not overnight, over 4 days, an inch at a time. Each morning a marginal adjustment until by Thursday of that week it had traveled 8 inches and now faced outward toward the greening hillside rather than inward toward the dormant fireplace. The armchairs opened, angled away from each other, each oriented toward a different window, as if inviting separate and individual engagement with the landscape rather than the shared and internal conversation of winter. The rugs pulled out to the walls. The interior opened up. The house was reorganizing itself for summer. I stood in the living room on Thursday morning looking at the migration of furniture and feeling something I had not expected to feel about furniture moving without my permission. I felt moved, not disturbed, not frightened, moved, in the emotional sense, the way you feel when you recognize something old and unhurried and deeply patient doing what it has always done, with a consistency that makes your own brief life feel not diminished but situated, placed within something larger. The house had done this before. Every spring, for over 100 years, it had reorganized itself for the season. Thomas Alderman had watched it happen in the 1890s, and he had written about it. I found the reference later, in a letter I had initially passed over as being about domestic matters. He described the spring rearrangement with the calm matter-of-factness of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by it. He called it, in one letter, the house preparing for summer guests. I do not know who the summer guests were in Thomas Alderman's time, but I know that by the time Ruth was living here alone, she had stopped having summer guests, and the house had continued the preparation anyway, year after year, rearranging itself for visitors who never came. When I understood this, I stood in the spring-arranged living room for a very long time. Then I called Meredith, who was at work, and I told her. She was quiet for a moment on the phone, and then she said, "We should have people to stay." "Yes," I said, "I think so. Not to show them," she said carefully, "just to have people to fill the house." Yes, and that is what we did. That summer, Meredith's niece and her family stayed for a week. Claudia came back, without Paul this time, for a long weekend. A colleague of mine from my professional years, a man named Gregory who I had not seen in 6 years, drove up from Portland with his wife and their teenage son and stayed for 4 days. The house was quiet throughout. No rearrangements, no corrections. The furniture stayed where the house had put it. The summer configuration, the open and outward-looking arrangement, and stayed that way through all the visits, through the footsteps and the conversation and the sounds of children and the general productive chaos of people using a space together. Gregory's son, who was 15 and had the particular combination of boredom and acute perception that 15-year-olds often have, spent an afternoon in the parlor drawing in a sketchbook. When he left, he forgot the sketchbook on the parlor window seat. I found it the next morning when I came in to open the windows. He had drawn the room, not a quick sketch, a careful detailed rendering of the parlor as he had sat in it, with the summer light coming through the bay window, and the old fir floors in their golden afternoon color, and the walls with their accumulated patina of 130 years. In the corner of the drawing he had written, "This room feels like it knows it's being drawn." I photographed the page and kept it. I did not know how to explain why that sentence mattered to me as much as it did. But it did. The house knows when it is attended to. The house knows when it is not. And a 15-year-old with a sketchbook had felt what I had spent 5 months trying to find language for, that the room had a quality of awareness about it that was not threatening and was not supernatural in any sense that implied the violation of natural law, but that was simply and profoundly there. By August, I had accumulated enough material for what I think of, privately, as a proper documentation, not a ghost story, not a paranormal account, but a structured record of a phenomenon that is real, documented across multiple properties and multiple centuries, and that deserves the kind of careful professional attention that it has so far largely not received. I have been in contact, now, with 7 other homeowners, who describe experiences substantively similar to what Meredith and I have lived with, all of them in old houses. The youngest, built in 1912. The oldest a stone farmhouse in upstate New York, dating to 1760. All of them with long prior occupancies, all of them with the same fundamental character: a preference for specific arrangements, a consistent and coherent response to notes and questions, a seasonal rhythm, and a quality of presence that the homeowners consistently described not as threatening but as companionable. One woman, a retired schoolteacher living in a Victorian on the Maine coast, put it in a way that I have been thinking about for weeks. She said, "It is like living with someone very old and very patient who has strong opinions but no way to argue them. You just have to learn to listen. You just have to learn to listen." I have been listening for almost a year now. I am still learning. One last thing, and then I am done. There is a room in our house that I have not mentioned in this account. A small room at the end of the upstairs hallway. Not a bedroom, not large enough for a bedroom by modern standards. Perhaps 8 feet by 10 feet, with a single north-facing window that looks out over the slope of the hill toward the tree line. In the original house plans, which I obtained from the County Historical Archive, this room is labeled study. From the day we moved in, this room has been different from the rest of the house. The rest of the house has preferences, rearranges its furniture, communicates through its marks and its adjustments and its seasonal reorganizations. The rest of the house is, for lack of a better word, active. This room is still. Not empty still, occupied still. The quality of stillness that I mentioned earlier. The occupied and at ease quality of a space that is resting and glad of the morning. But more concentrated, more deliberate, as though whatever the house is, whatever accumulated and developed and became aware in the long decades of alderman occupation, has a specific home within the structure, a center of gravity, a place where it is most itself. I have never rearranged anything in that room. Not because I have been told not to, the house has never indicated any preference one way or another about it, but because the room does not need to be rearranged. It is already where it wants to be. It has always been where it wants to be. There is a wooden chair in the corner of that room, a simple piece, ladder back, painted dark green in an earlier era, and worn to wood at the armrests. It was there when we moved in. The estate agent said it had always been in that room, that Ruth had kept it there, that Carolyn before her had kept it there, that as far as anyone knew it had been in that corner since the house was built. I do not sit in the chair. It is not a sitting-in chair. Some things are not for use. They are for being. On the first morning of September, the morning after the first genuinely cool night of the year, when autumn announced itself in the particular way it does in these hills, with a sharpness in the air and a change in the quality of the light, the maples beginning their slow turn, I went upstairs to the small room at the end of the hall. I stood in the doorway for a moment. The north-facing window showed the tree line, the last of the summer's green against the early gray of the September sky. The chair was in the corner. The room was still. I said, and I am aware of how this sounds. I am 51 years old, and I said this to a room. I said, "We are glad to be here." The room did not respond. The house did not move. No marks appeared on any surface, but the stillness in that room changed, or seemed to change for just a moment, deepened, or settled, or in some way that I cannot describe with engineering precision acknowledged what I had said. I am not certain that happened. I cannot document it. I cannot measure it or photograph it or reproduce it on demand. But I have been documenting uncertain things for almost a year now, and I have learned to trust the ones that feel most true. That felt most true. We are glad to be here, and the house in its own unhurried and ancient way appears to know it. The winter that followed. I said I was done writing. I was wrong. Meredith says I always do this, declare a thing finished, and then find the piece that was missing. She says it is how I work with structural investigations too. Write the report, submit it, and then wake up 2 nights later with the thing I forgot to include. What I forgot to include was winter. The second winter came in November, a week before our 1-year anniversary in the house. It came the way winters come in the Coast Range foothills. Not all at once, but in increments. First the overnight temperatures dropping into the 20s, then the first frost on the north-facing grass, then a week of cold rain that turned the gravel lane to mud, then the first snow, thin and tentative, melting before noon. The house reorganized itself for winter in the third week of November. I watched it happen over 4 days, tracking it in my notebook the way I track everything. The sofa returning to its winter position, angled toward the fireplace. The armchairs drawing together, the rugs pulling inward from the walls, the house closing itself down the way old things close themselves down when the cold comes, not with loss but with intention, not retreating, settling. On the morning of the 5th day, I came downstairs to find something I had not seen before. In the center of the dining room table, which we had by now learned to leave clear for communication, the same way you leave a notebook open on a desk, there was a mark, a single horizontal line, pressed into the tablecloth, approximately 3 centimeters long. Just one line. We had not asked a question. We had not left a note. The communication had, over the months, become more sparse as the need for it decreased. We knew the preferences well enough that we rarely needed to ask anything, and the house rarely needed to correct us. This was unprompted. The house had initiated. One mark, which in the vocabulary we had developed meant yes, or true, or I confirmed this thing. I sat down at the table and looked at the mark for a long time. Then I understood. 1 year. One mark for 1 year. The house was marking the anniversary. I called Meredith at work and told her. She was quiet for a moment, and the way she goes quiet when something matters more than ordinary language can hold. "It knows how long we have been here," she said finally. "Yes. It has been counting. Yes." Another pause. "We should do something. Mark the occasion." I was thinking the same thing. That evening, we lit a fire in the parlor fireplace, the first fire of the season, and we sat in the winter-arranged living room with a bottle of wine that Meredith had been saving for a significant occasion, and we talked about the year, not about the house specifically, about the year, about what had changed in us. In the 12 months since we had driven up the gravel lane for the first time in the October rain, and walked through rooms that smelled of old fur and coal dust, and a century of accumulated life, we talked about what we had learned, what we had stopped being afraid of, what we were still trying to understand, what we had accepted, and what we had decided to leave open, the way you leave a door ajar for the light. The fire burned. The house settled. The radiators ticked. Outside, the first real snow of the winter had begun. Not the thin and tentative snow of the previous weeks, but a proper snow. The kind that makes the world quiet in a way that nothing else does, that muffles the edges of everything and makes even the familiar landscape strange. At some point, late, the wine finished, the fire down to coals. Meredith said, "I think it is content." The house? Yes. I think this is what content looks like for something like this. I considered it. How would you know? She looked at me with the 17 years of psychiatric practice in her eyes. Because content has a feeling, even across very different kinds of minds. It is a quality of not straining, of things being where they should be. She looked around the room. The winter arrangement, the dimming firelight, the snow visible through the bay window. This feels like that. I thought about what Thomas Alderman had written in his last letter, in the voice of a man in his 60s who had been in conversation with his house for 30 years, not indifferent to us, not unfriendly, only asking to be understood. I thought about Ruth at the end of her driveway not leaving, needed at home, a woman who had learned, over 30 years of solitude, what the house needed from her and had given it, and had found in that giving a sufficiency, a completeness, something worth staying for. I thought about Evelyn's face across the coffee table in Ridgemont, describing the way Ruth had moved the candle back without looking at it. I have learned the preferences. I thought about Thomas Alderman's letters in their wooden box on the east wall shelf, donated now to the archive but preserved in photographs that I have read enough times to have memorized the significant passages. It is not empty, and it is not unfriendly, and it only asks to be understood. 1 year of understanding. 1 mark on the tablecloth. Yes, I said to Meredith. I think you are right. I think this is what content looks like. The snow fell. The house held us. We stayed. I will add one final note for anyone who has read this far and is wondering what to do with any of it. The house will probably outlast us. It has outlasted 4 generations of aldermen. It outlasted Ezekiel Marsh, who came before them, and it will outlast us. And whoever comes after us will find the preferences already in place, the south wall open, the chairs at their specific angles, the painting tilted 11 degrees clockwise to catch the morning light on the birch trees, and the small wooden box on the east wall shelf, and the stillness in the room at the end of the hallway, and the mark on the dining room table on the anniversary of their arrival. They will, if they are paying attention, find all of this, and if they are paying attention, they will begin, slowly and with more patience than they expect to need to learn what we learned, that the house is not empty and is not unfriendly and only asks to be understood. We have left notes in the wooden box alongside Thomas Alderman's letters. Not many notes. We are not writers, either of us, in the way Thomas apparently was, but enough to establish a record. Enough for whoever comes next to know that others have been here before them and have found their way to this same quiet understanding. The house will remember that too. It remembers everything. That is, in the end, what the house is. Not a ghost. Not a haunting. Not a supernatural phenomenon that requires exorcism or investigation or institutional response. Just a very old place that has been inhabited by careful people for a very long time, and that has, over that time, learned what careful people need, and developed the patience and the means to provide it. A house that remembers. We are glad it does. We will keep learning what it knows. And when the time comes, years from now we hope, decades, when we are no longer here, and the house is preparing itself once again for new occupants, we hope they find the notes in a box and understand what they are looking at. We hope they are the kind of people who stay. The house will teach them everything else. All they have to do is listen. A note on the methodology. Several people, after reading earlier versions of this account, have asked me to be more precise about how I conducted the documentation. I am going to answer that question here, because I think precision matters, and because I wanted on record that this was not a casual or impressionistic process. The baseline measurements were taken with a Leica Disto X4 laser distance meter, accurate to plus or minus 1 millimeter at the distances involved. Every piece of furniture in the main floor rooms was measured relative to 2 fixed reference points, a specific corner junction of wall and floor in each room, with measurements recorded in a field, notebook and photographed before and after every significant rearrangement. The total number of measurement events recorded over the 12-month period covered by this account is 214, of which 187 showed measurable departures from baseline that I could not attribute to thermal expansion, human movement, or any other identifiable cause. The cameras were Arlo Pro 3 units, running at 1080 pixel resolution at 15 frames per second, with motion detection sensitivity set to maximum. The firmware was current as of installation date and updated once during the monitoring period. The footage was stored both locally and on Arlo's cloud service and was reviewed, in the instances of interest, frame by frame using the desktop client. I am a structural engineer, not a video analyst, but I have colleagues with expertise in digital footage review who examined the segments I flagged and confirmed my assessment. There were no gaps, no corruptions, no evidence of editing or interference. The notes we exchanged with the house were preserved in a folder. Every note we left, photographed before being placed, and every response, photographed in situ before being touched. 41 note exchanges over 12 months, with responses ranging from the single mark to more complex arrangements that we eventually developed the vocabulary to interpret. I have scanned all 41 exchanges and they are part of the documentation on file. The letters of Thomas Alderman, 11 letters, ranging from 1 to 8 pages each, written between 1893 and approximately 1905, all donated to the Whitmore County Historical Archive, where they are now cataloged and available to researchers. The archivist who processed them confirmed the paper and ink is consistent with late 19th and early 20th century materials. Evelyn Callister's account, recorded with her permission during our meeting in December, transcribed and shared with her for accuracy review, and approved by her before inclusion in any public submission. Jonathan Mercer's documentation, 47 pages of technical report, with photographs and historical records appended. Jonathan has requested that his full name not be used in public accounts of his work, and I have respected that request. His documentation is on file with a submitting channel under his initials. Patricia, the archivist at the Whitmore County Historical Archive, confirmed the location of Ezekiel Marsh's 1878 parcel using the legal description in the letter and current county land records. Her confirmation is in writing and on file. The academic paper Jonathan mentioned on the genius loci tradition in British rural communities was published in the journal Folklore in 1973, authored by a researcher at the University of Bristol whose name I've confirmed and who can be contacted through the journal archive. The paper is titled Resident Spirits in Living Places, Genius Loci Belief in English Agricultural Communities, 1700 to 1900. It is not a paranormal paper. It is a paper in folklore studies, examining documented community beliefs. It does not make claims about the reality of genius loci. It documents what rural communities believed and how those beliefs were expressed over 2 centuries. What the paper does not do, what no paper I have found does, is attempt to explain the mechanism, the how, the physical or material process by which a building might develop the kind of accumulated awareness that I and 7 other homeowners have documented. I do not have an explanation for the mechanism. I have said this before and I will say it again. I have a structural engineer's respect for the limits of my own expertise, and I am aware that I am operating far outside those limits in documenting what I have documented. But I am also a structural engineer, which means I know how to evaluate evidence. And the evidence is real, the measurements are real, the camera footage is real, the letters are real. Evelyn Callister is a real person who told me something real about a woman she knew for 30 years. Jonathan Mercer is a real professional who documented a real phenomenon in a real farmhouse. The house is real. Whatever is in it is real. I do not have a name for it. I have a year of documentation and a growing sense that the question of what to call it matters less than the question of how to live alongside it, which is, in the end, what Thomas Alderman figured out in the 1890s, and what Ruth figured out in her 70s, and what Meredith and I have spent a year learning. You live alongside it with patience and attention and a willingness to accommodate preferences you do not fully understand. You stop fighting the south wall. You leave the painting at 11 degrees. You learn to listen. And in return, the house holds you, keeps you, remembers you among all the people it has ever held. There are worse things to be remembered by. There are worse things to be.